Please take your seats and silence all mobile devices. The program is about to begin. Please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Please welcome to the stage weekend editor and Battlefield host, Anthony Ha.
Hello and welcome back for the final day of TechCrunch Disrupt 2025. As busy as the last couple days have been, I am very confident today is going to be the best day yet. Before we get started, I have just a few quick reminders. First, if you haven't already, you should download the event app. Just search for Bizzabo in your favorite app store. There's also a QR code on your badge, and the app has the full agenda, speaker bios, maps, and networking opportunities via Braindate. Next, as you probably have figured out at this point, there are multiple rooms here at Disrupt. This is the Disrupt stage where you're going to see the biggest keynotes and the startup Battlefield finals in just about an hour. We also have the Builders stage, which is where founders go deep on scaling, hiring, and growing their companies. And then there's the Industry stage, which has had different topics over the last few days. But today, it's going to be all about the biggest shifts in AI. There are also going to be roundtables and breakout rooms all day, smaller hands-on sessions designed for real one-on-one conversations. Again, just check the app. You're going to see all about that. Also, if you have one of the founder or investor badges, we have the Deal Flow Cafe right over there, and that's where the coffee's strong, the conversations are real, and the next big deals might just be brewing. And that's all you need to know for today. We're going to be starting off really strong here on the Disrupt stage. We're going to have TechCrunch editor-in-chief Connie Loizos speaking to Daniel Lurie, the mayor of San Francisco. Please welcome them.
Hey. Mayor Lurie, it is a privilege to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Connie. It's great to be here. It's great to be with all of you.
Let's just dive into the news, shall we?
Okay.
So, Mark Benioff, who has graced this stage many times, a couple of weeks ago invited President Trump to bring the National Guard to San Francisco. Subsequently, Mark and Jensen Huang and Sam Altman reportedly asked the president to back off that plan. You talked to the president. What did he say?
Well, what I said to him was what I say to everybody, and that this is a city on the rise. I mean, 3 days of disrupt here in San Francisco should prove what we've been saying for the last 9 months. My number one focus is public safety. Every single day we are saying, how can we make people here in San Francisco safe, the visitors, the convention goers, the tourists safe? And what I said was, it's working. Crime is down 30% in San Francisco. It's down 40% right around Moscone and Union Square because we added more officers on the beat. It's called the Hospitality Zone Task Force, and it's working. We're using license plate readers. We're using drones as a first responder. All of our crime fighting is working. Now, are we where we want to be? No, we have work to do. We have work to do to disrupt the fentanyl dealers in our city, the drug dealers in our city, and that is where I'm also focused on. But, I mean, I just got a friend texted me this morning and said that now entrepreneurs and startup founders are saying that they're putting on their resume or their bio, whatever, that they're based in San Francisco, even if they live in Ottawa.
Oh, really?
And that tells me that everyone understands, especially in your sector, that this is the innovation eco-capital of the world, and we are on the right track. We have work to do, and that was the conversation.
That's really great. I just wanted to ask because it has been a question in some circles. People know that the president has a proclivity for deal making, and they wonder if you had to make any concession.
No, he absolutely not. No ask. He said in his post that he disagreed with calling off, but he was going to give us an opportunity, and we're going to be able to prove that we can take care of ourselves with local law enforcement and state and federal partnerships, which we've had for years, and we will continue to go after those that are dealing drugs on our street. And that is a priority of mine. It was in January. It is in late October.
Great. Well, speaking of timing, you're coming up on your 1-year anniversary as mayor. Congratulations. Just wondering maybe what you're proudest of, and also what is proving to be much harder than you imagined.
I'm proud of the hope and the optimism that we have delivered here in San Francisco, and that's because it takes all of us. Last week was a really rough week in our city, but we had faith leaders, immigrant leaders, business leaders coming together to look out for San Francisco. And so what I'm most proud of is, and I've been saying this for months, is no one's coming to save San Francisco. San Franciscans are going to save San Francisco, and it's working. I'm proud of the crime stats. I'm proud that we have more retail space being leased than vacated for the first time. I'm proud that we have disrupt here again. I'm proud of the conferences that we're winning back. We're going to have some news later this week about a major conference coming to San Francisco. So San Francisco's on the rise. What's the most challenging is we have a major bureaucracy. You cannot move as fast as you would like to move, and yet we have one thing that we started, and this might sound routine in the business world, but we have weekly department head meetings. We've now had, it's Tuesday morning, 9 a.m., all of our large agencies come together, and we have a meeting. They didn't do that before. They didn't have that. They didn't have that connectivity. They didn't have that collaborative spirit in the mold that we have now. And so when things aren't working at Department of Public Health or Department of Public Works or Fire, they can ask each other for support and for help. And we're doing that, and it is going really well. And I'm really proud of the department heads. I'm really proud of the work that we're doing with our supervisors, which is our local city council. It's a new era of collaboration in City Hall.
For city leaders looking at San Francisco from afar, I think what's interesting is crime rates, as you said, overall are down 30%. And at the same time, we have companies like OpenAI and Anthropic raising billions of dollars and attracting jobs to the city. I wonder, how you think about economic progress and social progress. I guess which sort of if one needs to precede the other.
Yeah, no, so public safety, the behavioral health crisis I talk about being top priorities. And then the third priority for me is making it easier to do business in San Francisco, especially for our small business. I want to tell the world that San Francisco is open for business again, and we are. Just OpenAI, Anthropic, Databricks, Scale AI. The idea that we have so many is something of a conversation point that I have when I talk to other leaders around the country and around the world, and they would die to have one of these companies. We have them all in San Francisco, but they have an obligation. They have a responsibility to be part of the community, and that's what I say to them. It's a open invitation to San Francisco, but if you're here, I want you investing in our public schools. I want you investing in our arts and culture. I want you investing in public transit. Like, we have a massive fiscal cliff when it comes to public transit in San Francisco and in the Bay Area next year, and I want these companies engaged and involved, and that is going to be my ask of them. They get a lot by being in San Francisco. We get a lot from them being here, but I want them investing.
And I think that's great. And I was going to ask, because you've talked about giving them tax incentives in exchange for becoming more involved in the community. I wondered how that's going.
No, well, what we've done, we in last November simplified the tax code. Everyone running for mayor backed it. It was getting too complex. We were not competitive. Forget with other states and other cities. We weren't competitive with other Bay Area cities, and so I think we got better in line with other cities in California. But no, what I have been focused on is building with a couple of outside groups, public-private partnerships around building up more mental health and drug treatment beds. Breaking the Cycle is the initiative that we launched in conjunction with outside business leaders and philanthropists who understand that we have to get people off the street and into the help that they need. So we've built up over 400 beds this year. We've raised close to $50 million in outside money for that. We have a program called the Downtown Development Corp that is modeled after what they did in New York City after 9/11. And the Downtown Development Corporation has labor leaders, philanthropic leaders, business leaders focus on how can we incent retailers back to Union Square, how can we power wash our streets, how can we enliven Union Square, which is buzzing now all day, every day, thanks to that partnership. So I'm looking at them as, hey, get involved in Downtown Development Corporation. The Partnership for San Francisco are two really great examples of the business community starting to really focus on what they can do to bring San Francisco not just back, but better than we've ever been.
And I really applaud your work there. I know you've marshaled private resources, $100 million plus into these programs to buy security cameras and fund small business grants. One obviously very difficult challenge for you continues to be homelessness, and what I understand is that we still have 8,000 homeless or people experiencing homelessness in the city. Congratulations, because I've also read that we had 1,100 homeless tents in the city 5 years ago, and now it's closer to 200. Yep. But I've also read that for every person that you're exiting from homelessness, 3 more are coming on. So
four.
So do you think this is a solvable issue?
Listen, the homelessness crisis goes back close to 40 years in this city and in other cities, for sure. I think our bigger issue right now is that we have a drug crisis on our streets. We have a massive amount of permanent supportive housing. We have shelter beds. What we don't have are the right kind of beds. We don't have treatment beds for those that are addicted to fentanyl. When you're talking about heroin and you're talking about drugs, that were dominating our society in the past, You go to a 30-day or a 60-day or even a 90-day treatment. Fentanyl has changed the game, and we got caught flat-footed as a city. We're no longer flat-footed. We have a new approach to outreach on the streets. So before I got into office, we had 7 different departments doing 7 different modes of outreach. Now it's one. They're collapsed into a team of teams. So they're communicating and they're talking about, okay, where can we get this person in to help? Right now, we've stood up a new drop-in center that's voluntary. It's a 24-hour center where you can spend up to 24 hours if you're struggling with addiction or mental health. You're in the midst of a crisis on the street. You can go. It's at an address called 822 Geary Street here in the city. It is a state-of-the-art place. You can get put onto antipsychotics, you can get onto buprenorphine, you can start getting the care that you need, and then we get you out to the recovery bed, one of 400 that we've built, or a mental health treatment facility. We're having a 40% success rate with people that stay those 24 hours. We have a long way to go. There's no question. I'm not sitting here saying we don't still have really tough issues on our street. We do. They're improving. We're better today than we were yesterday, and tomorrow we'll be better than we are today. But it took us decades to get here. It's going to take us time to get out, but we are trying every new approach. We're using data. We're using a collaborative approach to tackle the crisis on our streets, which is not just homelessness anymore. It is addiction and a drug crisis as well.
On the other end of the spectrum, we have these AI companies which are paying salaries, in the millions of dollars, and bringing a lot of people to the city, but also driving up rent. By a lot, 11% I'd read most recently,
Yes.
which is the fastest growing rate in the country for a big city. What are you doing to ensure that there is affordable housing for all income levels?
We have to build more housing in San Francisco. We have to build more housing statewide, and frankly, we have to build more housing countrywide. We have an affordability crisis in San Francisco. There's no question about that. I put forward a family zoning plan in response to a state mandate that the state is mandating of all counties in the state of California that they increase production of housing. My family zoning plan is focused on what they call high resource neighborhoods on the west side and the north side. It's going to create more density along commercial corridors and transit corridors, which is really going to be good for small businesses. 77% of the map does not increase heights, and we've listened to neighborhoods, so we're going to be able to preserve the neighborhood traits that we all know and love about San Francisco, while also making sure that we build for the future, that we make sure that our children who are growing up in San Francisco have a belief and faith that they too could one day live, own, and stay in San Francisco. And so our family zoning plan is a really thoughtful plan. It won't take it. We're hoping to pass it at the Board of Supervisors in the next couple of months, but it doesn't mean housing will get built the next day. We still have high interest rates. We still have a cost of labor and cost of supply. So we need all of those factors to contribute. We have to build more housing.
I also just wanted to ask you quickly about autonomous vehicles in San Francisco, which it's exciting to see these Waymos, and we had the co-CEO of Waymo here yesterday or the day before. But there's dozens of companies that have come in. There are Waymos everywhere. We just reported yesterday that Uber has struck a partnership with the companies Lucid and Nuro to bring in robo-taxis. So what's interesting is we are moving from an era of testing on our public streets to commercialization. And I just wonder what your vision is of San Francisco as a sort of a test bed for emerging transportation tech.
Well, I think we should be the test bed for emerging technology and AI and healthcare tech and all of it. We always have been, and under my leadership, we will continue to lead and lean in, and I'm proud of the success that Waymo has had, and we welcome others. Always safety first, always, the regulations come in at the state level. I think they're doing a very good job, and Waymo's proven out it is a safe ride, and it is we got tourists coming in from all over the country and the world wanting to ride a Waymo in San Francisco. We're hoping it opens at the airport shortly and can take people here into the city. We believe in the future. The future starts always in San Francisco, and we're going to lean into it.
Well, as I mentioned, you've done a great job of bringing in, private funding to help San Francisco. I was going to say, we have a pretty well-heeled audience here. We've got a lot of people who've founded companies, generated wealth. Make the case. Why should they be investing in San Francisco's?
The lights are so bright. I can't see each and every one, but I will talk directly to you all. I mean, this is when San Francisco is at its best, we're the greatest city in the world. We all know this. Like, everybody knows this, and even and we also know that we haven't been. I'm clear-eyed about the challenges, but we are here to partner. We are here to invest, and we are here to make sure that we create the conditions. My job as mayor is to create the conditions so that our arts and culture, our restaurateurs, our innovators, our entrepreneurs can succeed and they can thrive. And you can feel it happening in San Francisco. You can feel the energy coming, not only back, but just, it's like this city, we got it. We got this. So, but I want you to get involved with your local school. Like, I want you getting involved with your local, bookstore. Like, go shop at our small businesses. Our commercial corridors need your support, and get involved in civic life here in San Francisco. There was a time I was running an organization called Tipping Point, and we really had to kind of pull people in from the business community. And what I'm so excited about is I think they get it now. I think they understand that we can't ever go back to what we've seen over the last 5 years. We want entrepreneurs, innovators, business leaders, and all of you to be engaged, involved in our, not only our comeback, but our rise. And one more time, let's go San Francisco. We got this.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
And I also just wanted to end by letting you know, I would be remiss if I didn't tell you my 16-year-old is just follows your Instagram with almost religious fervor. You've got a great game there.
I'm not sure my 14-year-old daughter does, but that's okay. That's okay. Have a great day here. Thanks for coming.
Everybody.
If you're from outside of San Francisco, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Why not? 2 words that can change anything. Why not help find a cure? Bring it here and even there. We're building the most helpful AI, so you can inspect 800,000 packages a day, spot patterns in crime data, catch phishing attacks, help coders, well, code. Let's make it happen.
All right, thank you to Mayor Daniel Lurie for coming to Disrupt, reminding us that Disrupt belongs in San Francisco. But we're going to keep going. So our next guest is one of the most influential investors and thinkers in Silicon Valley, someone who's backed companies like Airbnb, Stripe, Coinbase, and Notion, just to name a few. He's also the author of a book called High Growth Handbook, a go-to guide for founders scaling from startup to breakout success. So please join me in welcoming Elad Gil, CEO of Gil & Company, in conversation with TechCrunch's startup and venture desk editor, Julie Bort.
Hi, welcome back to TechCrunch.
Thanks for
Disrupt.
Yeah, thanks everybody for coming too.
So let's just start right in with you seem to be everywhere. You had a piece of like every big last generation company, in my opinion: Airbnb, Airtable, Anduril, Brex, Coinbase, Figma, Notion, Stripe, Opendoor, Rippling, and Deal. And now you are early into AI, right? So Perplexity, Character AI, Mistral, Harvey. You even had a piece of that new $300 million seed deal for Periodic Labs. So are you in any other model makers? Are you in OpenAI or Anthropic? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a small investor from a while ago in OpenAI. But other than that, haven't done much on the model side recently, except for periodic, which you mentioned.
So, with all of that, you actually hold kind of an intriguing view. You believe that there are some AI markets that are pretty much already settled who the winners are going to be, and some that aren't. So let's start with the ones that you think are pretty much settled. And caveat, he did warn me, he may not be 100% correct, but let's hear.
Oh, I'm often very slightly correct or not at all. So I think all this is with a lot of caveats. Fundamentally, if I go back a year or two, so basically I started investing in generative AI in 2021 or so. And I think at the time, not very many people were paying that much attention to it. GPT-2 had come out, and then 3. And the step between 2 and 3 was so large that if you just extrapolated out the scaling laws or the curve, then you could really assume that this was going to be incredibly important. And all the scaling law papers were effectively out. So if you're surveying the literature or reading up on AI, or you'd see, hey, this curve is coming with scale. And that meant that all these interesting things were going to happen. And so I just started investing behind a lot of the really early companies as they were emerging. So that was Perplexity and Harvey and eventually Decagon and Abridge and OpenAI and all these companies that you mentioned. And maybe a year or two ago, there was so much going on and every model update was a big deal. And there were so many new companies and new competitors that I used to say at the time that AI was the one market where the more I learn, the less I know. Right? Usually, the more you learn about something, the better you know it, the easier you can predict the future, et cetera. But AI was just hazy. There's just too much uncertainty. And I think there's still markets like that in AI. And then I think what's happened over the last year or so is we've really seen sort of convergence of certain companies, certain business models, certain things really working. And so, for example, in the foundation model market, we know there's about a half dozen players. I don't know who the winner is, right? I mean, and it may not be a singular winner. Just like in cloud, we have Azure, we have GCP, and we have AWS. I think for the model layer, we'll similarly have multiple players and multiple winners. But at least we know that the contenders are companies like Google, Anthropic, OpenAI, maybe XAI, maybe Meta, maybe Mistral. It's like a handful. It's not, there's a dozen people.
I think we can agree that the model makers do seem to be sorting themselves out, but are there vertical markets that you
Sure. Yeah, I think code is a good example where it feels like it's consolidated down to the big foundation labs. OpenAI, Anthropic, Google, Microsoft, and then I think on the startup side.
You didn't mention Cursor.
Well, I was about to get to it. On the startup side, I think it's Cursor, it's Cognition. Maybe there's outliers like Magic,
Yeah.
So I think we're really seeing this really strong consolidation. For customer support, we know that Decagon and Sierra are important. For health and medical scribing, we know Abridge is important. We know Chimera is important. We know maybe Ambience, maybe some, it's kind of like, we just know who the finalists are, who the contenders are. And I think 2 years ago, it was kind of up in the air. And then separate from that, I think there's other markets where we just don't know. And so financial tooling, there's a bunch of different players. I think there may be one who's finally emerging as a winner, maybe not. Accounting is another area. Different applications of AI to security would be another area. So there's other markets that we know are default very interesting. We just don't know who's going to do it.
And those are still areas that you're exploring, that you're looking for startups. What's the indication that it's going to be the breakout one?
I think that's a really hard question sometimes because in this market, I think there's 2 or 3 things that are under discussed about AI and AI adoption. One is the CEOs of every big company are basically telling their teams, hey, we have an edict, we need to figure out our AI strategy. And so suddenly they're open for business in terms of using new tools in ways they never would before, right? These giant enterprises are willing to try things that 2 years ago they never would have tried, and it's only because of AI. So these markets are remarkably open, which means you can get a lot of customers early.
Right.
And they're big customers, but that doesn't mean they're going to stick.
Right.
And so one of the hard things to see through is traction. Is it real traction? Is it just POCs people are doing because their CEO wants them to do AI? Is it something else? And so it's kind of a little bit of like there's false signal and then there's stuff that's just working. Like Harvey is just working as an example.
So so traction. 2025 did seem like the year that became really evident, right? That all these initial projects or whatever weren't going to stick around. They weren't going to sign up for them for 3-year contracts. So what is the magic number on traction or the magic indicator that it's real traction and not, companies that are just going to?
Yeah, I usually just look at things like renewals or recurrence of revenue, and then I look at ramp. And those are sort of 2 of the factors. There's other things you can look at. How much time do people actually spend in the product? So are the customers using it every day, or do they just have a contract? There's all these other sort of indicators, but fundamentally it's usage, it's renewals. And if a company's 12 months old, they maybe have never had to renew anything, right? But maybe they're expanding a customer for the first time. And then it's just growth rate, like how many customers are adopting it at what rate. And then of course you can call these customers and just ask them, like, do you like this? Is it interesting?
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff.
Do you think startups are doing a good job of tracking those kinds of indicators?
Some are and some aren't, and it kind of doesn't matter as long as it's working. So.
All right, so I'm going to claim that the buzzword of 2025 is agents. So there's a lot of startups in this room that are building agents, and they're exciting, they're promising. I mean, there's also like some ludicrous claims being made about agents. There's a startup called Mechanize that wants to replace all white-collar work, all of it, which, go for ambition, but I'm skeptical, to say the least. So what are your thoughts about the state of agents right now?
Yeah, so agents or things like them we've been talking about for a while, and to some extent it's a new form of automation and something that can effectively plan and act on its own relative to a series of commands or prompts that you give it. And we're in the very early days of agentic stuff, and there's certain core components that have been missing historically that are now finally coming into place. And even basic things like some form of memory that the agent goes back to, so it can say, am I updating the test list? People kind of hadn't built that really early on. Like Cognition, for example, talked about this quite early for Devin, which is their coding agent that they launched quite early relative to this agentic wave. But there's still some pieces of infrastructure that are lacking for it to really be there. Obviously, the reasoning models like O3 and things like that have helped a lot, and there's a lot of room to grow there and to develop there. And then I think a lot of it is real, and then some of it, of course, is marketing, right? You tell an enterprise, hey, we have these agentic things, and they're augmenting your workforce, and it sounds like a great story. And again, some of it is true. Like Devin really does some interesting things on its own. Decagon and others are creating these sort of agents for customer support, but I think it's very early days.
Is there an issue with the fact that the foundation models actually lie? And the research shows that they actually tend to lie. Well, there's hallucinations, that kind of thing.
Sure.
But they actually, sometimes say that they did a task that they actually didn't do.
Yeah.
So how is that going to impact startups building agents on top?
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with how well are you correcting for that. And, you could argue that foundation models are basically evolving the way that an employee would, right? Or, initially you're hiring like an intern, and they're very eager and they want to help and they're doing all this stuff for you, but they're not always going to get it right, and you have to correct them. And maybe the intern makes stuff up sometimes because they don't know any better, right? And then you wait a year or two and the next set of models come out, and then suddenly you have like a new grad. And then you wait a couple years and suddenly you have like somebody who has 2 years work experience. And so we're running up that curve. And I think every company is basically building in these rails that allow you to make sure that if you have an agent or just an LLM doing something, that it double checks things relative to hallucinations, it double checks things relative to its work. Sometimes when I write prompts, I actually have it, I tell it, here are the 5 things I want you to go back and check. And so I think it's all very navigable, and it reminds me honestly of when I deal with a junior employee and I say, hey, I really want you to, here's your checklist, right? I want you to double check these 3 things. And did you really do X, Y, Z in the spreadsheet or whatever it is? So I think it's very similar to that.
So given the fact that we can both agree that agents are promising, but maybe not quite human replacement right now. So this is, I'm curious what you think about this. So Microsoft laid off 15,000 people this year. Amazon just made news. The numbers are, I'm seeing 14K, I'm seeing 30K. Both these companies are saying it's AI related. And since we know that agents aren't quite human replacement yet, what do you think is going on with these incumbents?
Yeah, so I don't know the specifics of Microsoft or
Fair
Amazon.
enough.
I'd say in general, the way I think about it is a lot of CEOs are right now talking about AI making them dramatically more efficient. And we went through a big hiring phase with ZERP where people overhired dramatically. And you look at some of these companies and Google went from 110 or 120,000 to over 180,000 people in 2 years, right? They added 60,000 people during the ZERP period. And so a lot of other companies did that too, and they expanded really dramatically. And now I think some of them are correcting for that. And I think there's some companies are truly applying AI, and that's making the workforce more productive. I think some people are just kind of reflexively saying, AI is making an impact, so we should lay off people, and then we'll provide tooling to make them better. And I think that's just going to happen almost by the fact that people are saying it. It's reflexive, right? And you may not need AI to do these cuts and have them be beneficial. but AI gives you a reason to do them. And so I would guess again, I don't know Microsoft or Amazon, I would guess in general we're going to see this big wave of AI-driven productivity. And I think a big chunk of it may have nothing to do with AI. And it's just people correcting for, companies overbuilding over time. And then I think a subset of it will be driven by AI and will be important in all the rest of it. But I actually think part of it is just kind of people believing it and therefore doing it and therefore making it self-fulfilling.
So it's AI. It's not really necessary.
Some of it's
real,
if they're
some of
junior,
it isn't. They're junior employees, that still requires a lot of
It's back to how much handholding do you need and how much training do you need, and also just how productive are people on a relative basis. And you look at some of the companies like what Elon Musk did at Twitter, and that was a very radical reduction in the size of the workforce at Twitter, but then the company started shipping faster. And I think there's a lot of companies where that could happen.
All right, so it feels like the excuse of the day, maybe, instead of
I think it's
accurate.
both. I think it's both. I think for some people it'll be an excuse. I think for some people it'll be real, and there'll be companies that do both too.
All right.
And by the way, excuse may be they really believe it's the reason, right? I actually don't think people are like purposefully lying and saying AI is doing stuff. I think they really believe, AI is going to make us a lot more productive. We can cut staff and add AI. And that's why I'm saying it's reflexive. It is something that through its own self-belief becomes true.
Well, who do you think is getting left behind right now in 2025 because of AI?
I think that one thing that may be a little bit under-discussed is if you look at areas where I think people are going to start cutting early from a headcount perspective, it's actually outsourced firms that you partner with. And so if you look at call centers, you look at a lot of these other, you actually are outsourcing labor to a third party, and it's not your employee base. So you're just cutting a contract. You're not doing a layoff, right? And I think that's where we're going to see, or where I think some of these reductions are already happening, and they're less visible or less evident because, again, you're terminating a contract, you're not letting go of people.
All right, that's interesting. So we all see how much money, VC money, is chasing AI. So walk me through a deal like this. In February, Harvey raises $300 million at a $3 billion valuation. 4 months later, it raises another $300 million at a $5 billion valuation. So it couldn't have needed the money, in a couple of months. So walk me through that. Why is that a good idea? What risk is there in doing these round after round?
Sure.
It feels very 2021.
Yeah. So I can't say anything about Harvey specifically, but I think in general, to some extent, the best companies used to raise every, say, 9 to 18 months, right? And that was largely driven by when do you have a big enough step up in progress that the company should then have the next step up in valuation. And people would often raise at the next valuation for all sorts of reasons, including hiring packages, the ability to do M&A, maybe for press, maybe because they need the cash to fuel growth because they're growing faster than they think. So I think there's all sorts of applications of the capital. And I actually often tell people, hey, don't raise money. Just keep going. Wait another 6 months, and if your valuation goes up another 50, 100%, you dilute less, right? So I think I'm one of the few people who is incentivized to say take more money, but I usually say, actually, is this the right thing to do? And I think what's happening with AI is companies are growing so fast because the markets are open in this way that we discussed before. CEOs are willing to try things. Companies are willing to adopt things. Usually it's a long slog to convince somebody to take your startup's product and use it. But we've gone through a transition because of AI where suddenly people are willing to try stuff like they never were before. It's wide open markets. And so you're seeing these growth rates that are just insane, right? And so if you're growing that fast, remarking the company sooner is what happens because you've shown so much more progress in 6 months.
3 months, though? 3 months?
Well, I don't know the specifics of this. Sometimes there's a lag between a round is raised and announced. There's other factors, but it could also be, hey, somebody came in with a good offer 3 months later, great. So I think it's very case by case in terms of what's happening. I do think that we underappreciate the degree to which rounds are sometimes done, and then they get announced 6-9 months later for all sorts of companies. And then they do a follow-on round 3 months later, but really a year has passed. And so I think, I'm not saying Harvey, I'm just saying that also happens sometimes in venture.
Okay. So, but what if it is the what if it's a bubble thing. But, we did just see this whole thing happen in 2021, right?
Sure.
So what's the damage if it is a bubble and these companies are over-raising and are just doing they're taking the money now because it's there, and they're growing their valuations because it's now.
Sure.
What's the risk?
I was looking at the data from the 90s because I was trying to look at the internet bubble and learn from that. And do you know how many companies went public in 99?
I do not.
Okay, about 450.
450.
And then in the first few months of 2020, another 450 went public. And say that 1,000 or so companies went public in the 2 years before that, or few years before that. So roughly say 2,000 companies went public-ish. How many of those are still relevant today? How many survived, right? It's a small handful.
Right.
There's 2 or 3 companies that are outsized.
Right.
There's maybe a dozen or 2 that are important, and then everything else died, got bought, went bankrupt, whatever it is, ran out of cash after raising in the public markets. There's no reason to think that AI is going to be different. There's going to be a handful of companies that are going to be incredibly important, and there are also going to be resets over time, right? I mean, Amazon, when it went public, was worth, I don't remember what it was, a few $100 million, $600 to $800, and then it ran way up, and then it dropped way down, and then I think it is low in 2000-ish, 2001, 2002. It's probably like a $2 billion company, $3 billion. I don't know what it was. It was quite small, right, on a relative basis. That should happen in AI for a subset of companies. And then the other thing that's going to happen, so we think, there'll be a dozen companies, 2 dozen that are going to be really important. Everybody thinks that's the company they started or the company they invested in. And of course, 99% of people are going to be wrong. And then there's a good question of like, when should you exit? Right? So you're a founder and your thing may or may not work. Should you sell or not, right? Or you're an investor, how should you think about that? And so I think there's these other dynamics that will happen over the next 5 to 10 years as we go through this cycle. But the flip side of it is there's going to be these massive franchises, just like Amazon came out of that era, eBay came out of that era, PayPal came out of that era, Google came a little bit later, but effectively came out of that era. Like amazing companies actually happened. And so the question is, who's the Google and who's the pets.com? Right?
Well, I'm sure most of the people in this room think or hope it's them, but that's sort of a little depressing to think about. Well, there's only going to be a handful. So are you advising people to just think about all the different off-ramps, all the different exit options that they might have for whatever they're building now?
I think people should always think about that. And I think the hard part is often when you're running a board and you bring up, hey, should we sell now or not? The board misinterprets it as a lack of enthusiasm, a lack of conviction, a lack of drive. And often it's more just being rational and saying, let's check in. And so one thing that I've seen people do from a board hygiene perspective is they basically say, let's talk once a year as a board about whether now's the right time to sell. And we should do it non-emotionally. We pre-schedule it. We know it's not because anybody wants to sell or not sell. It's because we want to have that conversation. Because in markets, there are moments in time that are the optimal valuation for you to exit. For the best companies, that's roughly never, right? There's some companies that never should have sold.
Yeah.
But for most companies, there is a moment in time when it's the right time to get out. And that's for the founders, right? Because ultimately, A, it's life-changing financially. B, your thing may not end up working. And getting out while something's working helps you then, continue your career, make sure your employees land well, like everything can kind of work out in a positive way. So
it's sort of worth mapping out what your off-ramps might be in different scenarios as you're building.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell sometimes, but sometimes a company will start talking to you about buying you, like, is that the right time or not? Should you wait a year? Should you just keep going? Like, how much do you know? And I think it becomes too emotional of a conversation often, and I think it should just be made very rational and just like, let's talk every year and see.
All right, so I want to ask you, I'm dying to ask you about this one. So you've had a really wide-ranging career. He's nervous already. So you had a PhD, right, from MIT in biology, longevity, right?
It was, I worked on a genetic pathway that was an intersection of longevity and aging, cancer, and insulin.
So sort of, yes. Anyway, I want to ask you, how...
That was a very PhD biology answer. I'm like, actually.
I want to know, give us a few tips on living longer.
Oh, geez.
What's the secret?
Yeah, I mean, I wish I knew. I think.
How long do you want to live?
Well, it's really interesting if you think about it, because if you look at different organisms, there's gene knockouts that let, for example, these little worms called C. elegans live 2 to 3 times longer. So they'll be healthy adults for 2 to 3 times longer, and then they'll crash out. And this is a single gene knockout. And usually if you can knock out a gene and it has a function, you can drug it, right? You can have a drug do the same effect. It'll stop an enzyme from working or things like that. So we know across every organism that there are genes that impact longevity that we've studied. And so we know we can modulate it. And so I think it's a really interesting question to ask. Say people could live 200 years or 300 years or whatever the number is. How does that impact how you think about how you live your life? Do you have multiple families over time that you restart every 100 years? How do you think about your career? When do you study versus travel versus work? How do you think about saving money to last you 300 years, right? There's all these very fundamental different questions. There's other questions. The Supreme Court, it's a lifetime appointment. Imagine if we had judges from the 1800s in power right now.
I think you're terrifying a few people in this room right
no,
now.
but these are real implications. And if you think about it, longevity allows you to aggregate power in different ways that may be very detrimental. Imagine if Stalin was still alive. Imagine, like there's these other scenarios.
Okay, short of
that come with the next
300 years.
Yeah.
Did your research show any?
Yeah, there's a bunch of drugs that have small effects. Rapamycin, metformin is very minor, but rapamycin seems to work, although it's an immune suppressant. So, I wouldn't recommend going out and taking that, as a random thing to do. But there's also drugs in the pipeline that are often created for other areas in pharma that seem to have longevity effects.
So treating aging as an illness almost.
Yeah, I think aging is a root cause of a lot of illnesses.
Yeah.
Right? The reason you get certain types of cancer within a certain age range, or the reason you always have heart attacks unless it's hereditary within a certain age range, that's systems basically breaking down with aging.
Have you invested in any longevity startups?
Yeah, I invested in a company called BioAge, which is now a public company. And so I led their very first round and was involved quite early. And so that's an example of a company that very publicly has disclosed different drugs that it's working on relative to this area, some of them in muscle wasting and metabolism.
Do you think we're going to cure aging-related illnesses, I don't know, next 50 years? I mean, I'm in a hurry.
No, I want to yesterday. I think we could do it. The question is there the capital and will to do so? Because the way the pharma industry is structured, there's a small focus on a very small number of drug areas, cancer, cardio, neurology, et cetera. And aging isn't really considered one of these categories traditionally. If you look at the National Institutes of Aging, almost all of its money just goes to Alzheimer's, which isn't aging. It's a disease of when you get older.
Right.
And so we actually spend very little money societally, not only on aging, but more generally on prevention. I think it's something like 90% of all of our healthcare spend goes to chronic versus preventative medicine. And there's all sorts of incentives in terms of why we do that.
We have to switch the way we think about
yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
All right.
But I think the takeaways would be sleep well, exercise, eat clean. Yeah, it's
okay. There's nothing in there about partying, having a good time.
That's part of it too. You're happier at least, Yeah.
Dang. Okay, so you're solo GP of is it 3 billion or 4 billion?
We haven't announced anything specific.
Okay, under management, 3 billion or 4 billion, but we don't know. So I want to know, as the boss of your world, who do you go to for advice?
There's a lot of people I go to for advice. I tend to ask people that I think know an area really well about the area. So if I'm looking at a vertical AI company, I call a different set of people than if I'm looking at something in crypto. Then if it's kind of, I try to tailor it to who do I think are the most insightful people in a given area and ask them for advice on different things. And then separate from that, there's obviously customer calls or other things you can do to try and understand if a market is good or a product's good to build or things like that.
Are there people you would never go to for? You have a podcast. You've had over 100 guests on. Are there categories of people you would never go to for advice?
I don't know. It's an interesting question. Undoubtedly, there's people who have often steered me wrong. So I probably wouldn't go back for more of that.
So what's the best advice you've ever had?
It's an excellent question. I have to think on that. I don't want to say something off the cuff. That's just kind of, that's a great question.
I did want to ask you one final question, though. This is nothing to do with longevity or advice or career. It's just the Trump administration lately is buying companies. The Intel's the biggest one, but there was some talk about them possibly getting into quantum. They've been denied, whatever. So I'm just curious, is that something that you think is a good idea? It feels a little like state-owned companies to me, but as an investor, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, the honest truth is I haven't looked into it at all. So it's not something that touches the types of companies I'm involved with. I tend to really focus on early to sort of middle stage private companies. Intel is now a, 50-year-old company plus. And that's just not my world. And so my focus is very singular. People often ask me, for example, how much do I invest around the world? And do you invest in Latin America? And do you invest in Africa? Do you invest in Europe? And I do very, very, very little outside of the Bay Area. And so I'm very provincial in my mindset. It's kind of like, what are the most important technology startups that I know about? Most of them are here. Some increasingly are in New York. There's a smattering in Europe. I don't do anything in China. So that's kind of my focus.
So that might be another key to longevity is just don't stress the stuff that's not in your
There's nothing I'm going to do about
orbit.
it.
Nothing I can do about it.
Yeah.
They're going to buy. Okay, so besides AI, are there other areas that are hot right now?
There's definitely hot areas. Obviously, it feels like there's a there's a lot of activity around defense, around American resilience, around repatriation of manufacturing. So some people are calling it like American durability or American exceptional, so there's that kind of wave that's happening. And obviously, globally, there's a defense tech wave. I think the invasion of Ukraine by Russia woke a lot of people up to the fact that defense matters still. And then obviously what's happened in Israel similarly has woken up a lot of people to wars still happen.
So what are the opportunities in defense tech?
I think there's a number. I mean, the reality is we're doing this massive shift towards autonomous systems and computer-driven systems and machine vision and all these things which Anatoly and others have pioneered quite early. And so we've made investments in, I think, 4-ish defense companies, and then companies that do other things that overlap with defense sometimes. Like Applied Intuition is mainly automotive platforms and other things, but they do some defense stuff. Scale obviously was doing data labeling for everyone, including the US government. So those aren't really defense contractors. But we've invested in Anduril, Saronic, Helsing in Europe, Kayla in Israel. And I think that's the set. I could be misremembering. Maybe there's another one.
Any other areas?
And that, I should say that's over the last 10, 15 years.
10, 15 years. Any other areas you're thinking are under the radar and you'd like to see more startups?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, it's interesting. There's almost two ways to think about the world. There's like the consensus right now, which is AI. And I think it's correct, right? Consensus doesn't mean wrong. I think it's like a huge 10-year, 20-year wave that we'll continue to focus on. Defense tech, we got to quite early with Anduril, which I think I initially invested in 2016 or 17, whenever the first round happened, and then eventually led their Series D and sort of kept going with the company. And so I feel like there's things that are just waves that started a while ago that are continuing, and then there's areas that seem really interesting, but I don't know the best way to participate in them. Energy would be one. So we're investors in base power, in Charm in terms of really trying to remove carbon from the atmosphere. Like there's 2 or 3 aspects of energy that I think are kind of interesting over time. But in general, if you assume that energy is an input into everything and we're going to be very energy consumptive in the future, then we need to build more forms of energy. And so I think that's an interesting area. We'll see what that means. And then there's things that I wish would happen that are just slower. Healthcare, education, the big societal problems, but I haven't done a lot of investing there, in part because I just think those are really hard markets for private companies to do well in.
What's monumental?
Oh yeah, so we're doing this project called Monumental, where we're, if you look at multiple societies around the globe, the Mayans building their temples, the pyramids in Egypt, the ruins from Rome and or Greco-Roman culture. There's a lot of examples of very large, awe-inspiring, either architectural work, statues, etc. You go back to the 7 wonders of the ancient world, right?
You're going to build you're going to build an 8th wonder, is that what
our hope is to basically start building large-scale public art at a scale that hasn't been seen in a while.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what Monumental is?
Yeah, that's what it is. And so it's been really fun. We've put in a bid to do something in Palisades, given that there was the fires there, and we thought it'd be really nice to build something to help commemorate and inspire people there. And then we've been looking at different sites around 4 or 5 cities around the country, with the hope that eventually, we start off. Have you seen that atlas in front of Rockefeller Center in New York? That's about a 15, 20-foot work. It's still very striking, right?
Yeah.
But we want to start off with doing works of that size, and then eventually get to something the size of like the Statue of Liberty or the Eiffel Tower. And the last time we built something like that in the U.S. at true scale like that, that's sort of nationally recognized, was probably Mount Rushmore, and that initiated in the 20s and ended in the 40s. So we've had about 80 years where we haven't really done anything that...
It's time.
Yeah, it's time. So
is this a for-profit?
No, it's just a non-profit-y thing.
It's a non-profit.
Yeah, I was just trying to do something useful.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. So, we are almost out of time.
Sure.
Well, I'm going to have to capture you for a podcast and
I really
ask
appreciate
you
the time today.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming.
Thanks for putting me. Thanks everybody for making it.
All right, next up, we have someone who practically has disrupt written in his DNA. He's been speaking at this conference since the very beginning, and no matter how busy I am, I always make sure to watch. He was speaking here back when cloud computing was still just a buzzword and Box was just getting started. Today, he's one of the most recognizable and quotable CEOs in tech. So please welcome Aileen Lee, co-founder and CEO of Box, here to talk about how to survive, scale, and reinvent in an industry that never sits still. He'll be speaking with TechCrunch AI editor Russell Brandom. Please welcome Aaron and Russell.
Man.
All right.
Yeah, ready to go.
Good morning.
Good morning. So yeah, Anthony was saying you've been a familiar face at Disrupt for a while. I was actually looking at your first appearance in 2011, and there was a whole line of questioning about sleeping in the office, living in the office. Is that something you still recommend to founders?
Highly. We invented 996. Yeah, I actually,
and you're proud of this.
Oh, I actually, but back then it was 997. So it was actually probably realistically, it was probably 10, 12, 6.5.
Does that come down once after the IPO, you feel like?
Actually, the IPO increases it temporarily. If anybody thought that IPOs reduce your stress or work level, you'd be sorely mistaken. It does come down after kids, and then things get reconfigured a little bit. But yeah, so we actually, for the first basically 2.5 years of the company, we slept in the office, and it was a great way to both save money and basically just work nonstop. And I think everybody in AI, I think would certainly appreciates this, but back when we were scaling up, we were in a hyper competitive category, and we sort of felt like every single day was going to be life or death, and the decisions we made that day and how we executed would determine the sort of fate of the company. And so I have a lot of both sympathy and respect and understanding and appreciation for when you're in that stage of company, how important all of those moments of execution are. And actually, in a lot of ways, we actually feel like we're back in that mode again today as a result of how much is transforming in AI. So I'm sort of dusting off the old set of tactics and how to run a company, because we are operating more like we did 20 years ago than we have at any other point in the company's history.
Oh man. Okay. I had no idea I was catching you at such
an
emotional
totally. No,
moment.
it's a good day if you want to hear stories on that front. I was, we were up till midnight with our CTO jamming on various agent things and kind of doing that every single day at this point.
Yeah. Well, so this is the last time we talked was for BoxWorks, where there was a lot of agent building products sort of getting Box ready for the agent era.
Yeah.
I guess I'm still sort of figuring out how this changes the whole landscape. I mean, what does an enterprise SaaS company look like if we all have access to these powerful AI agents?
Yeah, so I'm certainly, you have to assume I'm very biased because of the company I'm at and how we built the product and the technology, but I'm a very big believer that the future is some kind of hybrid combo of SaaS plus agents. I think there's some view that maybe agents subsume SaaS, and you're kind of developing software on the fly for each of your kind of workflows. And I'm pretty bearish on that being the approach, and we can get into all the reasons why. But generally, once you have a sort of business process, you want to be able to define that in effectively business logic with deterministic systems, just because the risk of that changing any given day is very high if you're doing something mission critical. We've already seen great examples of either data being leaked because of agents, or an agent going and maybe blowing up your database or doing something in production you didn't expect. And so you want to have some sort of church and state between the deterministic side of your software and the non-deterministic side. And so if you think about typical SaaS or enterprise software is the deterministic piece, it's a workflow that you can define, and then the non-deterministic is sort of this reasoning engine that gets applied in the form of an agent. It's the coupling of those two things that's extremely powerful. So I think the future of enterprise software is sort of SaaS for the core kind of business workflow and often the end users and the employees, and then agents sort of ride on top of that. The thing that I'm very convinced of is we'll have about 100 times more, maybe 1,000 times more agents than we have people. So you'll have way more users of that software system or SaaS as agents. That obviously dramatically changes the business model of the software, because then you're not just pricing it on a kind of per seat basis, but you're actually selling some form of consumption and volume-oriented use cases, with AI agents. But it's this sort of hybrid that I think is the future, and I see no evidence that we would sort of change that. Where the software would get fully subsumed and it sort of develop on the fly, just because by the time you go to Ford or GM or JP Morgan, they have systems in there that have to run the same way every single day, and their entire business model depends on it. And so that's the role of software. And then the agents kind of get added on top to help make decisions, automate workflows around that, accelerate what the person might be doing in that system, and that's the kind of combination that I think we're going to see for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, that's an exciting model. I feel like the counter model that we've sort of backslid into is you're in a huge legacy corporation that's very sclerotic and slow, and then you just have a guy at a desk who's using ChatGPT for more and more of his job. And I think that's how AI is actually being used right now.
Yes. So I think that there's another overlay into all this, which is like, how's the actual adoption going to play out in the enterprise? And I think what you're seeing is, we are still very much in the kind of chatbot era of AI. And the things that we see in the startup world and in Silicon Valley is, I would probably estimate is at this point a couple years ahead of what the rest of the world is seeing. And that's actually going to probably, if anything, accelerate the kind of gap between those things. The reason for that is that the world right now is finally realizing, oh, this ChatGPT thing and this Gemini thing that lets me chat with maybe my data, lets me ask questions, and so that's finally rolling out inside of organizations. And then all of a sudden, right, if you're in Silicon Valley or you're building a tech company, we know that oh no, actually we're using Cursor or Claude Code or Codex, and we have agents that are running and automating either workflows or automating coding for us. But it's a fundamentally different way to use AI, because it's no longer the person going back and forth with AI, asking questions or getting a little bit of incremental productivity gain. You actually have to start to think about it as, okay, I actually have this sort of assistant that I deploy a task to, and I go and deploy a task to the Cursor agent, or I go deploy a task to the Codex agent, and it goes and codes for me, and then it comes back with its sort of work product, and I review it, and I edit it, and I check its quality, and then I orchestrate the overall workflow. Though most of the world has not figured out that that's where agents are going. And so right at the moment when when they're finally adopting these chat systems, we are a couple years ahead and now starting to deploy agents in more and more of our business practices. And so that's going to take some time. And interestingly, I'd say chat is probably easier to adopt than agents, because chat is sort of, you can just, you can keep doing the work the way you've always done it, and then you have this, nice little side panel that's an assistant to you can go back and forth with. Agents actually kind of require you to change the workflow, because you have to start to think about it as, wait a second, I used to do all the work myself, and then somebody else checked my work. Now you are that person. You're deploying somebody else to go do your work, in this case an agent, and then you're checking its work. And so basically every individual contributor becomes a manager of AI agents, which is a much bigger shift in what work looks like than when you just deploy a sort of chat interaction. So this is going to take 2, 3, 5, 10 years to fully roll out throughout enterprises. You were talking about the Andre Karpathy podcast and interview, and I think he's basically 100% correct on probably most points that he went through of actually this journey is going to take some time for these systems to actually roll out in most organizations, which is actually the huge advantage any startup has, because you can sort of see the future ahead of where the rest of the world is seeing things, and then you can actually build your product in a way that is sort of built for that future end state.
Yeah, it's funny, the threshold I think about a lot, we're overseeing agents now. I think it's very easy for me to imagine a world where someone is overseeing 2 or 3 AI agents. This is how many programmers in the world are working right now.
Yep.
You can imagine someone writing reports. The world you're describing is sort of like, now we're overseeing 30 or 40 agents that are maybe nested in weird combinations. It's very hard for me to square that with the current reality, where a lot of the risks you're talking about of data leakage or just malfunction sort of still outweigh the benefits.
I don't know if they outweigh the benefits. The risk of it, if the risk actually occurred, then that would outweigh the benefits. But you have lots of degrees of ways to mitigate the risk, and you can kind of tune up, how hands off you want to be with the agent, tune it up or down, and then that obviously changes your risk calculus. So, and then you can have, of course, agents that review another agent's work, and so you're going to start to see now agents emerge. Maybe one task of an agent is just to review the coding agent's output for now security vulnerabilities or other issues. And so we're going to layer on agents on top of agents on top of agents, which on one hand sounds insane. On the other hand, it's exactly how people work. And so we actually have plenty of we have plenty of precedent for this idea of how do you have specialized roles in an organization that each take on a sort of particular task, and then they all work together to deliver some kind of final output. And so we should probably expect that AI is not going to be that dissimilar, because you have to prompt the AI. You have to give the AI a system, set of system instructions. And so that, by definition, is sort of going to carve out some degree of specialization on your agents. The moment you tell your system instruction that you have like 9 different roles to play, it's going to get confused about which role you want it to play at any given moment. So that means we're going to have this sort of division of labor of our AI agents, and then they're going to have to come together and be deployed at any given task that we're doing. So I think this world of 30 or 40 agents, and it kind of like, the metaphor starts to break down at some point, because like, what is an agent? Because I could divide a task up into as many parts as I want and call that an agent. But generally this idea of an abundance of intellectual labor that I can deploy at anything I want to go do will be available to me. And then it's really up to just the individual or the team or the business on how aggressively they want to go deploy that and then get and reap the gains. But to probably the core point, this is still going to be many years of evolution. There's an interesting study from Wharton that just came out, a report from Wharton on AI adoption in the enterprise and sort of the ROI that companies are getting. And one interesting thing was, if you compare the small startups that they interviewed or that did the survey versus the largest enterprises, so $2 billion in revenue and above versus hundreds of millions in revenue, let's say, there's a multiple there's a kind of 150% difference between the companies that are still sort of stuck in this pilot phase versus those that are now fully out of the pilot phase of AI. And it's exactly stratifized exactly as you'd expect. The small startups are off to the races and getting massive productivity gains. The bigger companies are taking a bit more time. And it's because a small startup, on day one, you don't have any existing workflows. You have no business processes. So you have nothing to change. So you can kind of design the process in an agent-first way, in a way that a large enterprise can't. They have years and years of sort of layering on of existing knowledge and tribal knowledge and best practices and Six Sigma that they've built out this workflow with. And you can't just drop an agent into that, because the agent didn't go along the journey for all that context. And so the agent has no context of how the workflow got there. So those companies are going to take a lot longer to be able to actually pivot as a result of agents. And that's going to give, again, startups this huge advantage right now that has never existed in I think in the economy.
Okay, so sort of the people building from scratch have a huge advantage.
Huge advantage. Now, once big companies figure this out, then you start to neutralize the playing field a little bit, because now they have even more resources to go deploy agents. But if you think about the slowness that logically would occur in banking and life sciences and healthcare, these are industries that are highly regulated. There's not a lot of incentive to go change the underlying workflows. So you've got a great opportunity if you're a startup either going and competing in those industries, great moment right now, or startups that need to go build solutions for those industries to make the change management much easier and more palatable. Both of those present great opportunities, which is why I think right now the tie goes to the smaller company, because of how fast-moving this space is. Now, that could shift in a couple years, but we are in this window right now where I think startups have often a clear advantage in a lot of these markets.
Okay, so we're talking big and small, but I guess particularly for people who are trying to wrap their heads around this shift, is it hitting some sectors earlier than others? Are there sort of workflows that we should be paying attention to see how this emerges?
Yeah, so I think to state probably the obvious, it's hitting tech first, because we can adopt technology, definitionally faster. The developer, patterns are great because just all code is text. LLMs, obviously by definition, are good at text. So they've been trained on large data sets. The developer workflow is generally concentrated in a single kind of text-based environment in the form of an IDE. And so it's sort of like almost built for AI agents, that type of workflow. As soon as you kind of get concentric circles out from engineering and tech, it gets more and more difficult to fully automate with agents because in most jobs, there's sort of external context that you have to understand. You're talking to a client that's on a video call. You're talking to a patient inside of an office. You're working through 5 or 10 different data systems, and so engineering has none of these properties. It's sort of a self-contained problem, which gives it a lot of advantage for agent automation. And so we're going to need a lot of software that actually makes it easy to deploy agents in all of those other industries. And this is, again, why I'm very bullish on if you are a startup that is combining domain expertise, sort of understanding of the workflow that needs to be automated, you have a sort of strong aptitude to AI and what the models are capable of, and you have some way of getting access to the data. If you can construct a workflow system or software system that makes it easy to deploy agents in name your vertical, I think there's a very clear roadmap right now for a few companies per job function, per vertical, to go and sort of take on these market opportunities. There'll be a lot of companies that don't work out just due to execution or not the right product market fit or an incumbent sort of moves faster. But we are in this window right now that we have not been in for about 15 years, which is there's a complete platform shift happening in tech that's opening up a spot for a new set of companies to emerge, and I would just try and fully exploit that.
Yeah. The other category other than coding that I found really interesting, and you've invested in some companies around this, is support and help desk, where it feels automatable in some way. It's already this incredibly nested process. I guess, how do you see the opportunity there?
Yeah, so I think everybody's probably pretty caught up on why the support use case makes so much sense. Again, it's another kind of example of text in, text out for 90% of the interactions other than voice, let's say. And so it's got these great properties of a client sends an email or chats with something. The LLM can respond to that and talk to external data or internal data systems. So it's sort of really nice from a structural standpoint of how you can get agent automation. So I think you could probably use that as a little bit of a heuristic of where do you have largely kind of digital information-based workflows, ideally optimized for text, but we'll see multimodal experiences improve more and more over time, where if there's a high degree of repeatability of the workflow, customer support being a great example of that, that's again an area ripe for agentic automation because both the customer is trying to drive always efficiencies in that area, and it's an area that you can sort of underwrite why agents will be very helpful. So what we instruct our customers when we're talking about customers that are going through this AI change management on their end is sort of look for the business processes that are information based, where there's some degree of repeatability. It takes some degree of cognitive work to kind of go in and solve the task, and bonus, if you previously were constrained by a resource, by a relatively expensive resource that was always sort of slowing down this process, that's a great area for agents. I think one of the biggest areas that's going to be a benefit of agents, and this is why I'm actually very optimistic on the future of jobs, is agents let you take what was a very expensive and scarce resource and actually make it available to everybody in the organization. And so if you're a company looking to deploy agents, go after the areas where you used to have this highly bottlenecked area of your company, where if I could bring automation to that area, I could make the company move way faster, whether that was selling more products, serving more customers, launching more marketing campaigns. And so by extension, if you're building a startup, then I think building startups that go after those types of categories is where there's a huge opportunity.
Yeah. So I do want to ask you about, we're in the midst of this enormous infrastructure build out to power these agents that we're describing. At the same time, as you say, this is the future. It's not here yet. It's always a little bit tricky to say how long these things will take to arrive. Do you worry that we're overbuilding, that we're, I was just on the AI stage with the CTO of Google Cloud, and he said that he anticipates turning the corner from training to inference, so that most of the compute needs will be running the models, not training them. I mean, is that a bearish indicator?
No, I would argue that's a very bullish indicator because in a world where we're spending most of our dollars on training, and that means you're not then reaping the benefits of the training is a cost, inference is a revenue stream, and so you want to move as quickly as possible from the cost side of the ledger to the revenue side of the ledger, and training you sort of could be a coin toss to whether you burned a whole bunch of capital that turns into nothing, or it's something that's valuable. Inference, by definition, is people using the actual model in the real world and getting value from it. And the thing that a lot of the outside world, outside of Silicon Valley, I think everybody in this room and online sort of appreciates this, but most of the world doesn't yet, is the difference between a chat interaction and an agent interaction could be on the order of 1,000x. I mean, that might even be a conservative statement. But let's say at a minimum 1,000x the amount of tokens that go into me asking an LLM a question and getting an answer back versus me deploying a task to an agent, and how many times that agent is going to work through the LLM and all the tokens that will be used. So I would argue that actually we're in the very, very early stages of the infrastructure build out as a result of actually how many tokens these agents are going to consume. We have use cases in Box where the difference between you looking at a document and sort of saying, hey, please summarize this document for me, versus saying, hey, deploy an agent to go and generate an RFP and use all of my existing data to generate that RFP, that might literally be about 1,000x difference in the amount of tokens that go into those two different tasks, maybe 100x. And so that is what the infrastructure build out is really is preparing for. The fact that these agents are just going to consume so much on the token front. And so I think I'm very bullish on this. And I think if you think about the future of AI as really a percentage of the total spend on human labor, because that's really what AI is actually doing, then you can kind of underwrite trillions of dollars of infrastructure build up and not really get that concerned about the impact.
Man, okay. So I guess why is the differential so significant? Is it just more steps? Is it the generation of this document as opposed to just outputting some straightforward text?
Well, the difference is that if you go and tell an agent to do something on some set of data, it's going to review that data, it's going to look for other data, it's going to review its work, it's going to generate some data, it's going to review that work, and that's basically what we are all building with agents, which is totally separate from ask one question and get a set of tokens back from the model in a one-shot, kind of capacity. So it's just a totally different game when you send off, Cursor or Codex or Claude Code to go code something for you versus answer a quick coding question and have it generate, some code samples. And that's the thing that I think these infrastructure build-outs are preparing for, is when you take that style of work and you apply it to every industry.
Yeah. So are there things, I guess, in the current state of agentic deployments, are there deployments you're seeing that you're excited about, or is it really you're excited about what's over the hill?
We're seeing a lot of this right now. So the reason for my bullishness is because we already see the deployments happening where a customer has, in some cases, millions of documents. Inside of all of those documents are really important business insights and intelligence that they want to extract, and they can either use to make better decisions or automate a workflow or generate a new product. And so they were never able to tap into that data before. So for the first time ever, an agent can run through all of their information and, again, answer questions or automate workflows. So those are the kinds of use cases that are being deployed right now in our world. And we're seeing the customers just be astonished by what's now possible with AI, and then ultimately seeing that as a valuable part of their tech stack in the future and paying for it. And so to us, we're kind of seeing the full life cycle of the innovation happening, us bringing it in an applied way, customers paying for it, seeing the next set of models make that even better, and that loop just continue. And I think there's a lot of startups that are certainly seeing the same. And we're just at this incredible point in the ecosystem where again, we all get to see the future before the rest of the world. but it's unmistakably clear what this is going to turn into in 3 or 5 or 10 years from now. And again, it's just going to come down to now who executes and who brings the agents to the product in the right way with the right user experience and the right business model. But that's, I think, the point we're at.
Incredibly exciting.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
sitting down.
All right,
This
good
was
luck,
an
everybody.
absolute pleasure.
All right, see you.
Oh, after you.
Okay.
Excited. Oh, yeah.
All right, so we are just a few minutes away from the finals of the Startup Battlefield. But before we do that, one of our favorite traditions is to bring back a previous Startup Battlefield company. One of our goals at Disrupt, maybe my biggest goal, is that we should show you companies that 10 years from now you'd be like, I saw that company when they were just a little teeny tiny startup. I think our next founder is somebody who you're going to be saying that about in just a few years. So last year, one of our standout founders was Capella Kerst, whose company geCKo Materials wowed the judges with its breakthrough sustainable surface technology. If you're wondering what that means, you're about to see, because she's back today to share what's happened since, from scaling her team to landing major partnerships, and to give us an update on geCKo Materials' journey post-Battlefield. So please welcome to the stage, Capella Kerst.
Hello, TechCrunch. Happy Wednesday. My name is Capella Kerst, and I am the founder and CEO of geCKo Materials, the revolutionary bio-inspired dry adhesive company. This is geCKo Materials dry adhesive holding up a full bottle of wine. As I tip it over, geCKo Materials falls off under its own weight. Traditionally, to attach two objects, you need glue, tape, or suction, especially if they're smooth. geCKo Materials is none of these. It's not a glue, it's not tape, it's not suction. It's truly a disruptible tech. So let's zoom in and slow down what we're seeing. For reference, a hair on your head is 100 microns. 1/100th of a hair on your head engages with the surface and is pulled in shear to create an extremely strong force, namely the van der Waals force. This uniform loading, but more importantly, uniform disengagement, is what allows geckos to climb up smooth vertical surfaces and is the power behind geCKo Materials dry adhesive. If that seemed like deja vu, that means you are here to see us be named runner-up last year at TechCrunch Disrupt. And what an honor it has been. Has this year flown by as quickly for anybody else as it has for us? Oh my gosh, I am so tremendously proud of the team. We have gone to space for the 3rd time, completed 6 successful missions in space. We came up with high-fidelity solutions for our customers to go on pick-and-place assembly lines, as well as finishing our round of funding and tripling our team. I am so excited to show you some of those high-fidelity solutions right now. So a little overview on our technology. 1-inch tile can support 15 pounds vertically. 6 1-inch tiles can pull a car, or my pinky can hold up that full bottle of wine. We have a wide variety of applications and conditions in which you can use it in, such as the room of atmospheric that we're all sitting in right now, a nitrogen box, hydrogen box, or a vacuum chamber. Because you can use this in vacuum, you can use this in deep space. You can reuse this, like I mentioned, over 120,000 times. For reference, Velcro can only be used 2,000 times. There's no force needed to attach nor detach. It takes milliseconds to engage, and there's no surface residue or marring left behind. So let's get started to the demos. Cameraman, would you mind zooming in on this tile gripper? So right here, we have 2 sets of opposing tiles. You can kind of see the shiny and matte reflecting. As we go down, we do a single click, it attaches and holds, and then the second click detaches. That is a fully mechanical end effector. These 4 screws can be bolted onto any robot arm. Now let's head to our robot arm over here. We couldn't bring 5 robot arms on stage, so we decided to just show you one and handhold the other one. So as you see here, geCKo Materials has 6 tiles opposed in shear. We're picking up glass, metals, and mirrored surfaces today of various sizes and objects. You can retool any existing arm and end effector using geCKo Materials end effectors right here. We are an approved end effector of Fanuc Robot as well as other robot arms. You would eliminate any suction, airline, and vacuum dependencies using geCKo Materials. Again, we're helping companies save energy, time, and money on the pick-and-place assembly and robot lines. So those were all flat surfaces as it's grasping and now restacking. Such a fun robot. Let's head back to the slide, shall we? So this is a fun flat gripper. Now let's look at a curved surface gripper. So traditionally, curved objects are very difficult to handle and pick up. You rate your gripper, both flat and curved, to the largest, most massed object, and anything lighter and smaller you can pick up using the same end effector. Here we're picking up now a very bulky, heavy, dense. We can also pick up things as precious as an egg. So this is a raw egg that we're picking up. And we could place it down and be gentle with it, but we wanted to prove to you that it was raw. We can also do untraditional bags that do conform to various grips. In the semiconductor industry, you take a fork and you transfer it between wafers. You see those 4 black buttons. They're traditionally friction-based, and they move wafers at 0.3 to 0.5 Gs of acceleration between stations. Our customers at TSMC, Samsung, Intel, and Kawasaki said we have a goal to do 2 Gs of acceleration passively, again, replacing suction, airline, and vacuum dependencies. We decided to blow them out of the water and do 5.4 Gs of acceleration repeatedly, reliably, using geCKo Materials, and you can retool your semiconductor in minutes. Last but not least, I had the opportunity to meet 2 amazing astronauts. The little black squares on that robot arm is geCKo Materials dry adhesive in space. We help astronauts, as well as others, retool, also grasp decommissioned satellites to reuse them to extend these million-dollar devices up in space, as well as collecting space debris. I've made my mom very proud as being a space garbage collector. We had 6 successful missions. This was the first one that you're viewing here in space. We help ISAM, OSAM, that's in-space servicing, assembly, manufacturing, and on-orbit servicing, assembly, and manufacturing. We lower payload cost and swab seat, that's size, weight, power, and cost. I'm super excited to partner with you in sustainable innovation. Please scan the QR code, send me an email. I would love to see how our company can help your company save energy, time, and money. Thank you so much, Disrupt, and happy 20 years.
Why not? 2 words that can change anything. Why not help find a cure? Bring it here, and even there. We're building the most helpful AI, so you can inspect 800,000 packages a day, spot patterns in crime data, catch phishing attacks, help coders, well, code. Let's make it happen.
Okay, this is the moment that we've all been waiting for. I mean, I'm biased, but I think this is what Disrupt is all about. So over the past 2 days, 20 of the world's most promising startups have been pitching right here on the Disrupt stage. They've shown off their products with live demos, faced tough questions from top investors, and now only the best remain. So welcome to the finals of the Startup Battlefield. Yeah, that's right. Today, these finalists will be competing for $100,000 equity-free and the title of TechCrunch Disrupt 2025 Startup Battlefield Champion. Once again, they'll be pitching and demoing for 6 minutes, and then our judges will get to dig a little deeper with 8-minute Q&As. The stakes couldn't be higher, and the pitches you're about to see are the culmination of months of hard work and fierce competition. Of course, they've probably been working on these companies for even longer. So to help us decide, make the right decision, and see who takes home the Startup Battlefield Cup, we've assembled an all-star panel of judges. I'm going to have those judges come out as I introduce them. First up, we have Kevin Rose, a partner at True Ventures and the founding CEO of the newly rebooted social platform Digg, where he now serves as board chair, investor, and key advisor. Kevin also hosts The Kevin Rose Show and co-hosts The Random Show with Tim Ferriss. Next, we have Aileen Lee, the founder of Cowboy Ventures, a leading seed stage-focused venture firm investing in enterprise and consumer software, including Aileen was a partner at Kleiner Perkins for over a decade, founding CEO of digital media company RMG Networks, and worked at Gap in operating roles. Next, we have Marlon Nichols, co-founder and managing general partner at Mac Venture Capital. Under his leadership, Mac has grown into one of North America's largest seed stage venture firms. Next, we have Kevin Hartz, co-founder and general partner at A-Star, an early-stage venture capital firm. He co-founded Eventbrite, a publicly traded company, and served as the CEO for the first 11 years. Last but not least, we have Kirsten Green, the founder and managing partner of Forerunner, the consumer-driven venture capital firm partnering with ambitious founders and companies redefining industries. Combining an unconventional blend of professional experiences and acquired investment expertise, Kirsten launched Forerunner in 2012. So, welcome all of our judges. Now we are going to bring out our very first Startup Battlefield finalist. That finalist is Charter Space. Presenting for Charter Space is founder and CEO Yuk-Chi Chan.
Hi, I'm Yuk-Chi, founder and CEO of Charter Space. Space has a money problem. Today, fewer than 300 of the over 14,000 satellites in orbit are insured, leaving over $150 billion of assets completely exposed. By 2030, that risk will triple. Now, without insurance, there is no credit. Without credit, there is no capital. And without capital, the space economy stalls. This isn't the first time humanity has faced this problem. Before we had rockets, we had sails. In the late 1600s, exploration was a gamble. Each voyage risked everything a captain or an investor owned. Then a new kind of explorer emerged. In a little coffee house in London, ship captains and merchants traded stories of distant horizons and found the courage to fund the unknown. What began as risk became opportunity, and then a market, and eventually Lloyd's of London, the foundation of modern insurance that transformed exploration from a personal gamble into a global economy that carried humanity across and beyond the seas. Charter is building that infrastructure for space. We are the first space fintech company. Our platform bridges engineering, insurance, and finance by capturing real-time engineering data of spacecraft as they're being built and transforms that data into a living picture of spacecraft risk. We help engineers reduce uncertainty. We give investors security when backing the next generation of explorers, and we help insurers price coverage with confidence. Now, here to help me demonstrate what Charter actually looks like is this satellite, built by our friends at the University of Washington's Husky Satellite Lab. They're building more satellites just like this one on Chorta right now to be launched into orbit over the next few years. Over to the demo, please. Today, we're going to use our software to take a look inside. Now, if you're building a satellite, this is what you'll see when you first log in. A complete snapshot of your mission. Every subsystem, every test, every change made by every engineer. This is your entire program at a single glance, all updating in real time as your team builds. With the data we capture across our verticalized feature set, our AI-powered satellite health check analyzes and estimates risk before it ever becomes a problem. We highlight components that need attention, flag potential risks, and give engineers the insight to strengthen their designs long before launch. Now, let's switch perspectives. This is what this same satellite looks like to an insurance underwriter about to bet millions of dollars on its success. Same data, different lens. With Chorta, underwriters can watch missions unfold live, track progress as risks are retired, and give continuous feedback. And with each fix and each improvement, this builds something bigger than just a satellite. It builds trust. And that's what Chorta actually does. We build trust, not just in machines, but in engineers, in explorers, in the dreamers who dare to reach for the stars. Back to the slides, please. We're already partnered with the US government, NASA Jet Propulsion Lab, and the 6 largest insurance companies in the space market. Commercial companies and universities are already building over 24 satellites on our software, with over 100 more waiting to join. Our team has lived this journey. We have been investors, engineers, and program managers. We come from NASA, the US Air Force, and Maxar. I started my career as an engineer in the Singapore Army, where I served with my co-founder, Yukun. And I was an operator in the industry for years as both a space lawyer and a satellite mission manager. We're already backed by top fintech and space VCs, and today, we're taking the next step to lead the charge for space insurance. Chorta is proud to announce that we have acquired a YC-backed insurtech and licensed insurance brokerage. Bringing brokerage in-house lets us use our data to bind policies with our insurance partners directly, not just for your space assets, but for every insurance need your space company has. We're bridging the full spectrum from data to coverage and delivering a seamless, high-touch experience. Our first 4 customers are already on their way to more comprehensive and accurate coverage. Today, we start with insurance, but we're going so much further than that. To build credit, structured debt, and the financial infrastructure to scale space, we need what every frontier relies on: trust. Chorta is building that trust, and with that, we can build the banks, the lenders, and the long-term capital to fund the future. That future starts with data. That future starts with insurance. That future starts with Chorta. Thank you.
Judges, who has questions?
Yeah, I can start. So it feels like this is, in some sense, a kind of like a GitHub in a way, in that you check in, you get to see who's touching the actual hardware themselves and checking in what they're doing to the specific hardware. Do you see this as something where, because you have that complete point of contact, you're able to de-risk it because you see every single thing that has actually touched the actual physical hardware? How do you think about this real-time data that you talk about, and then also how do you apply AI to that?
That's a great question. So I'm going to break it up in 2 parts. So in terms of the real-time data aspect, we aren't really providing the insight ourselves. We actually give the power back to the teams to monitor their own inputs. And in terms of the pipeline between underwriters and teams, these underwriters have they've insured assets for 30, 40 years. And so they have seen a wide breadth of different types of spacecraft. And so in terms of de-risking, that's exactly the sort of input that these folks would want, both from their own internal teams as well as the best risk analysts on the planet. In terms of how we use AI, actually, we use a variety of different AI techniques, including NLP and RAG, to actually structure and make sense of a lot of the inputs that are provided to us and translate them to our ontological data model so that the insurers can actually grasp and streamline their analysis a lot faster.
Can I double click on that a little bit? I actually have a daughter who's studying engineering, and she's tried to use AI to kind of check some of her work. And where the models are right now, they're kind of notoriously bad at math, and sometimes they make up formulas. So like, when I saw the risk scores, like, how do you troubleshoot your AI to make sure that it's actually not making up formulas and that it's getting all the numbers right? Like, what goes into assessing the risk from a real risk perspective?
I'm glad you asked. So I'd like to take a step back. The AI actually doesn't do the risk analysis itself. What it does is it structures unstructured data and provides that into a format that our data model can ingest. A data model in the sort of classical CS sense of a structured, contextually aware database. In terms of how we prevent hallucinations.
Wait, can you go back to the risk score? So the risk, I assume, is like, what's the risk that this part is going to fail or that this rocket's not going to launch? So you're saying what is the risk score?
Yes. So the risk score is actually, we spent the last 18 months developing it by essentially understanding and ingesting the insight from these underwriters across their 30, 40 years worth of experience. So really, they've told us how they assess, and we streamline that massively. So we bake all of that in. It's not exactly an expert system in the AI sense, but it's a system for experts.
So it's not engineering risk, it's how an insurer would think about how risky this product is.
Those two are actually coterminous. Most underwriters in the space industry are engineers themselves, so the way that they look at it is engineering risk mitigation. It's really two sides of the same coin. They're looking at likelihood of the spacecraft failing from a financial perspective, but that's the exact sort of analysis that you'd have to do internally because the incentives are very closely aligned. Nobody wants a satellite to fail.
I wanted to quickly talk about or click into the real-time aspect of this. It feels like when underwriting this as an insurer, like what matters is the final product, and you want to underwrite the final product. And you're going to get like a bill of goods or whatever, and you'll see what's inside it. So why is it necessary for me to see real-time, how this thing is being built?
I'm glad you asked. So underwriters enjoy getting involved because that gives them greater confidence and, as I touched on a lot in my presentation, trust in the team's building. A lot of these spacecraft, especially with the smaller companies, these are effectively custom and novel spacecraft that are being built for the first time. Even if they're using commercially available off-the-shelf components, they're configured in brand new ways, and so that introduces a lot of risk at the interface level. And so underwriters want to see the evolution of how a satellite has been built. What were the design considerations? How do they test things? If they've developed novel components, how do they actually go about resolving anomalies when they occur during testing? Because anomalies always occur during testing. And so really, it's part of building a relationship. This is what the underwriters currently do. They spend anywhere between 6 months to 5 years working with teams ahead of a mission to actually underwrite. We don't really want to shortcut that, but we do want to streamline it as much as possible. And by making the data available and providing a layer of verification, we can help inspire more trust.
So are they underwriting the mission or the product?
Well, the mission is the product. The satellite is meant to go up and do certain things. You can't deliver the end product, which is data, communications, what have you, without the mission succeeding. Now, in terms of what's being actually insured for, generally it would be the asset value of the spacecraft plus whatever it takes to, it's the principle of indemnification, what it would take to restore the company to where it used to be. But in certain instances, we've noted that it's actually possible to insure projected revenue.
Can I do one more?
Please.
Okay. So the product, it feels like embedded finance to me in some ways, right? And when I think about embedded finance, at least in today's world, it's understanding real-time transactions so you know exactly what's going on at every moment so that you can make a quick decision. I'll give you what you said about understanding step by step while you're building the product, but I don't know, it seems to me that like what would really matter is what starts happening when you start to launch and being able to track what's happening at that point in time. Any plans to do anything around that?
Yes, so we would love to expand further down or later in the mission timeline to actually start taking in and integrating telemetry data and other types of on-orbit health parameters. The reason why we're emphasizing so much on the pre-launch phase and the engineering and manufacturing phase is because, one, that's where the underwriters currently focus on, and second, that actually correlates to historical loss rates and why spacecraft fail, rather. They generally fail due to intrinsic system failures, mechanical faults, electrical faults, things that could have been caught on the ground had there been enough visibility and transparency and somebody was paying close enough attention. And so that's why we're focusing on where we are today, but we do intend to expand much, much further.
Thank you.
I think you mentioned, by the way, great presentation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You mentioned you had raised money already. How much have you raised?
We have never actually publicly declared how much we've raised.
Okay. I guess I won't get an answer there.
North of 5 million.
North of 5 million, okay. Talk about the market and the competitive landscape out there.
Absolutely. So in terms of the market size, we estimate it to be about 15 billion today and about 50 billion by the end of this decade. So within the next 4 years, we note a lot of exponential growth in both value of assets on orbit as well as number of assets on orbit. In terms of competition, well, most satellites are currently built on Excel, which is a terrifying fact, but that's unfortunately true. And so, there's legacy incumbents like Excel that are sort of horizontalized, and that's really sort of at the engineering level, but there isn't really anybody interacting on the embedded finance side. How insurance is currently underwritten is, well, I essentially have to print out a 5,000-page report, and I have to send it to the insurance underwriters, and they spend a really, really long time going back and forth with me. So that's our primary competition, manual processes and a lot of Excel.
Did you look at any models out there in the insurance business, like Coalition, for example, and in cyber? Or did you gain any inspiration from any models that do similar data extraction?
No, we did not. Mainly because space is, while we've been insuring spacecraft for the last 60 years, the paradigm has really shifted on the industry side. We've seen a big shift from big satellites to small satellites, and so a lot of things are changing. We don't think there's really a whole lot of precedent out there. We would love to learn more about other models. I'm relatively new to insurance. My only exposure so far prior to this was I had to try and get insurance for a satellite, and it didn't go super well.
One question. Okay. I'm going to sneak in one question to close it out. Sorry.
Yes.
So just kind of stepping back and thinking about the value of this product and what you're driving, is the biggest goal to open up the market, to make it more acceptable or comfortable for more insurers to come to the market, or is it to refine the process and get to better, more accurate, maybe cheaper insurance?
Well, I believe we achieved the first by doing the second, by streamlining the market and driving down underwriting costs, which is currently the biggest contributor to premiums. We can expand the market massively, and that opens up the door to other forms of finance, and ultimately that's what we really want to solve. We want to solve the big money problem in space so that more folks can access space and we can, grow, thrive, and expand for our children.
Okay, give it up
Well
for
done.
Charter!
Thank you.
Let's bring out our next startup. That startup is Glide. Presenting for Glide is founder and CEO Kevin Demoa.
Hey everybody, how's everybody doing today? So we are the future of road-to-rail transportation, and we'll show you why. My name is Kevin Demoa. I'm the founder and CEO of Glide. I've been in logistics for the past 23 years as an engineer, as an innovator, as well as a tactician. I'm retired military, 6 years active duty with the Army, and then I fought fires right here in California for a while. A couple of my notable projects that I worked on, I founded SpaceX's Flight Module Logistics organization. I'm the first person in the world to commercially ship, launch, recover, and then relaunch a rocket. And before I started Glide, I launched Harley-Davidson's first e-bike, Serial 1. So I've been a part of a lot of innovation, but the industry that I love has gone unchanged. Roads are extremely congested, rail severely underutilized, and the only way that you can transport goods from road to rail is via a process called transloading. Transloading involves a bunch of capital equipment, cranes, forklifts, drayage trucks, trains, train carts, a bunch of people, and a lot of moves. And it costs a lot of money. Traditionally, it takes about 2 to 6 weeks for a fully loaded train to move from point to point, and guess what? They charge you for it. What we have here at Glide is a very elegant solution. 2 vehicles and a software. The top one is called Raiden. Raiden is a fully autonomous vehicle purposely built for contested logistics as well as industrial parks. And the bottom, our commercial workhorse, the Glide RM, capable of picking up a fully loaded 20-foot container and transporting it from road directly onto rail and vice versa. Combining these two together, one move, one vehicle, one person, in order to optimize logistics forever. I want to show you a video on what Raiden is. So Raiden is the first of its kind, purposely built. It can get underneath any road-based trailer and any rail-based cart with little to no modification. We access the rails the same way a traditional high-rail vehicle would access the rails. It's for every single commodity in the world, and we operate as a solo or a pack. We have the only patent in the world for this technology. We actually are equipped with sensor fusion, so we have the ability to do track inspection, debris avoidance. We're on-road, off-road, and we can operate in austere locations, so we're perfect for the military. We operate utilizing sensor fusion. The other side of us, we don't need new infrastructure to be put in place. We actually take a road siding instead of a rail siding. And given them a space extra, we're looking to reindustrialize here on Earth, at Mars, and beyond. Our target markets are the first mile. It is our most crucial mile. We see ourselves as a baton runner. We start with ports, railroads, and industrial parks. The next step is commercial, all the non-cool stuff, lumber, manufacturing, and then we step down to contested logistics and support with border security as well as dual use. Our business model is mobility as a service, so we charge customers $300,000 a year plus a nominal fee per ton mile. Say we ship the container 20 miles down the road, covering 40,000 pounds, we're only charged $150. What our customers get is complete 100% uptime, 62% of cost elimination, and we're able to save them $12.3 million out of the gate. For us as a business, if we shipped 100,000 containers, which is equivalent to shipping 1.5 days at the Port of Long Beach, that ships about 70,000 TEUs per day, that one glider generates $15.3 million in revenue. That means after the first year, we have almost 100% profit margin from year 10 to year 15 outside of OpEx. Our traction to date has been amazing. We have 5 pilots in 5 regions, and we have over $70 million in customer commitments. Next year, we're forecasted to do $6.7 million in revenue, and we've raised to date $6 million. Our team is equipped with some of the best in the world in aerospace, defense, venture, as well as traditional railroaders, and we're backed by Outlander, Slauson & Co., the Veterans Fund, and Tim Draper himself. So the next time you go ship it, don't ship it, just glide it, join us as we look to reindustrialize it all, but we'll show you exactly how we're gonna do this. Let's go to demo. So this is Ezra 1.6. This is our AI orchestrator. It's powered by AI agents in the background, and this is the customer experience. We're able to do this in just 5 clicks. So you walk through the regular experience like you'll do with the traditional freight brokerage. So you'll put in your material loads, and then the next step is you'll start to put in how many pallets you have that you're going to be loaded into your truck. And then finally, you'll have your POCs that you put in. Right? Once you're in this screen, we'll hit next, and then we'll slide over to our vehicle view, and this will be the view of our Raiden. So Raiden is our fully purposed autonomous vehicle, and what he'll do, or she will do, is come out and show you her capabilities. Come on, Raiden. Come on out. So Raiden is purposely built. Raiden, you were able to get underneath any road-based trailer, any rail-based cart, little to no modification. This is perfect for contested logistics as well as doing ISR missions for the military.
I needed to be on this.
Thank you, Raiden. So let's go back to Ezra 1.6. So say we're in an environment where regulations are at hand. What we'll do is go to our glider rim. So right here at TechCrunch, at Battlefield, here in San Francisco, our world premiere, the glider rim. Thank you so much. So the next time you go ship it, don't ship it, just glide it. Thank you.
Judges.
Okay, I'm going to go first this time.
Hello.
Incredible background.
Thank you.
Very cool presentation.
I appreciate it.
I'm learning in real time while you're telling us. Just maybe tell us a little bit about your go-to-market strategy over the next 12 months, 24 months. Who are going to be the key customers you're going to go to? What do you think is going to be top of mind for them as they're thinking about deploying this new technology? And what might a test or a pilot look like?
Absolutely. So we're actually deploying GliderM in just 2 weeks. So GliderM just came off the line, and GliderM comes off the line with both FRA as well as DOT certification. That's all we have to do is hire a CDL driver. The railroad that we've contracted with actually provides them with geCKo certification, so it's a de-risked application. We put the driver in the vehicle, and then they're assigned to either do containerization at an industrial park or any kind of commodities that they want to transport. At this particular industrial park, Kansas Proving Grounds in Parsons, Kansas, they have aggregate. They work with Day & Zimmerman that does munitions, as well as containerization.
So you're selling into the industrial park,
yeah,
and you had to make partnerships with the railroads to be able to fully put it to
Yeah, so we don't sell our product. We actually build really cool product for us to operate and then service other folks.
Okay.
So that's where our magic happens.
Nice.
So we're able to charge our customers $300,000 per year. That covers all of our operational costs, and plus a nominal fee per ton mile, the lowest ton mileage in all the industry, so that we can offset tariffs as well as traditional hikes in demand for logistical costs.
Nice. Thanks.
So it sounds more like a services business as opposed to more of a tech or software business. You mentioned pilots.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about those, and what does a pilot actually look like? The details of a pilot today, and what's the path to that pilot becoming a commercial contract?
Yes, that's a great question. So a pilot today looks like a regular logistics operation. You hire a driver. And that driver picks up your load and then delivers that load from point to point destination. That's all our pilot is on the commercial side. On the defense side, it's a little different. So from the defense side, we actually have to sell directly because they don't do sustainment contracts that way. So those pilots will be more demonstrative pilots, and then we'll tack on a sustainment contract.
Can you tell me a little bit about the actual vehicles themselves? Like, what are you building yourself? What are you outsourcing? Seems like a very capital-intensive business, so I'd love to hear the breakdown there.
No, of course. In hindsight, it looks capital-intensive, but it's not. So our GliderMs are actually partnered in conjunction with a PACCAR as well as Custom Truck. And every vehicle that we buy with them, they have a lease agreement with them. So it's a 5-year payback period. So we're able to capitalize, utilizing our mobility as a service, $300,000 and pay off that vehicle in 6 to 8 months. And every vehicle comes off the line with that. Raiden, on the other hand, is funded by us. And Raiden costs about $300,000 a piece to do it. We won't deploy a Raiden out unless we have a military contract to actually cover it. We'll foot the bill for the first pilot. We foot the bill for the first one, and we'll demonstrate that out to folks. If they like it, then they'll buy.
And one of those looked electric and one is gas, or how does that work?
Yeah, so they're both hybrid.
Okay.
So we have a 300 kilowatt hour battery and then a range extender for the military. It's kind of propellant agnostic. They utilize JP8 or kerosene. Some folks use diesel as well. So we can put whatever powertrain that they need on it.
Amazing.
Yeah.
For customers, is most of the ROI labor savings?
So for customers, the ROI is more so the capital as well as labor savings. So in the traditional transload, you have your forklift costs, your crane costs, all of your capital equipment, plus your operational overhead for all your people, and then the actual the demurrage, detention, and all the terminal handling charges that are tacked on to the landed costs.
Got it. Okay. So I guess in terms of your pilots, or when you're trying to sell in, what kind of resistance are you seeing? Some of these ports are unionized. There might be some resistance to some of the change. What resistance do you anticipate, and how do you plan on overcoming it?
That's a great question. So we haven't gotten any resistance. What we've targeted are the short lines, and short lines in the United States are all independently owned, and they're typically within towns. They have maybe a 15 to 33 mile stretch. So we have to get permission from the short lines themselves. We'll write a contract for an MOU, and then they'll essentially sell us their track time, so we get utilization. On the other side of that, we actually will do track inspection for them, so it's a trade of services. And then what we do for them, this is the first time in history you're able to put an LTL, less than truckload shipment, on their rail line. So the name of the game is upping their utilization on their track themselves.
Okay, cool. Do you have any liability?
Yes, so we have liability on our side. So we have, part of the MOU is for us to get liability insurance, since we are a traditional transporter. And then the rail line dictates those terms.
Kevin, I'm glad you spoke about the components of the cost of the traditional way of shipping, but yeah, I'm trying to just understand the economics a bit better of your way. Like, how do you think about, against that revenue you projected for next year, what are like gross margins and the like?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the gross margins for us, we're able to pay back the vehicle in the first 6 to 8 months, is given our business model. Just conservatively, one vehicle will do about $3 million in revenue, with our operational costs being slightly underneath $300,000. Yeah. And that includes the driver, as well as any insurances that we pour into that specific truck. The way that we break down our business model is unit basis, essentially the same model that your typical asset-based carriers would carry in order to finance their business.
What does scaling this business look like? Like, how can you bring these trucks online, and what is the time frame there?
No, that's a great question. So the time frame is, how fast can we get these out to our customers with the backlog that we have? What we've allocated is 10 trucks per deployment. And we put in an order with a custom truck with how many trucks that we want to build. They can do 24 to 36 trucks at a time, and we deliver those and hire drivers on, and that's essentially our process.
Okay, let's have one more round of applause for Glide.
Thank you.
Really impressive.
Let's bring out our next startup. That startup is Macrocycle. Presenting for Macrocycle is co-founder and CEO, Stuart Pena-Feliz.
Today, over 99% of all the textiles globally produced end up in our landfills, in our oceans, or it is even incinerated. A linear economy growing to $3 trillion, shedding microplastics, impacting our health, polluting our environment, and we haven't had the technologies to resolve this crisis. A crisis I've experienced within my own lifetime, as the pristine beaches where I used to play as a kid in the Dominican Republic are now riddled with trash and textile waste washing upon the beach wave after wave. If a brand wants to acquire recycled polyester textile material today, they need to source it from bottles, because the technologies of mechanical recycling cannot deal with the complexity of the garments that we wear, leaving disposal as the main viable solution at the end of life. The technologies that have been developed to address this quality challenge, advanced recycling, are then too energy intensive. They rely on breaking the polymers of the textiles down to the building blocks, and then having to undergo all the traditional petrochemical steps to arrive back to the original polymer. This means that the brands need to pay a green premium to adopt these solutions, inhibiting its adoption because of high costs. Macrocycle can resolve both of these challenges thanks to our creative approach. Instead of breaking bonds, we are making new ones. Through our patented Solvogenesis process platform, we're able to retain all the energy that went into making the original polymer. And instead of breaking the bonds, we instead force it to bond with itself to create a new intermediate called macrocycles. These intermediates allow us to bypass the petrochemical industry entirely and produce a high-quality product at a fraction of the cost. This is how our process works. Macrocycle will acquire polyester-containing textile waste from collectors. And whether they're multi-fiber, multicolor, or multi-material, like the shirt or the pants that I'm wearing right now, we can undergo our proprietary set of solvents and operating conditions to remove the non-polyester impurities, the color and the dyes, and undergo our chemistry to improve its quality to produce our product. The Macrocycle polyester resin, a high-quality drop-in solution that has given me the privilege on this stage to present to you the world's first macro yarn. The solution the textile industry has been looking for, as you can make yarn and garments out of 100% post-consumer textile waste to enable true circularity. And now to see how this works, we're going live out of Cambridge, Massachusetts, where we're going to dive in deeper into the decolorization process of our textile recycling technology. Here, you can see a beaker with heavily colorized textile dyes. And what we do is that we can place these textile dyes in our solvent systems. Once they're placed in our solvent systems, you can see how quickly the color starts blending in with the solvent as it starts extracting the material from the textiles. From here, we can then simply put it through a rinse and wash process where you're going to see how the solvent is coming out with all the colors from the textiles while the material stays behind. It is that simple. We repeat this process a few times, and we can produce the shiny, clear, white polyester textile material that the industry has been looking for. Thank you, team, for the demo, and with that, we'll switch back over to our slides. You all saw how simple that was. That simplicity has enabled us to be the first chemical recycler to be able to claim that this material can be provided at price parity with the petrochemical industry to enable mass adoption of this material. And this is only the beginning. We only incorporated 2 years ago. But since then, we have been able to scale up 1,500 times all the way to an industrial scale demo plant thanks to our unfair advantage. We are a chemistry-only innovation, not an equipment innovation. What that means is that we can leverage the existing infrastructure through contract manufacturing to produce larger batches of our product without ever having to put capital or steel on the ground. This is enabling us to move at rapid speed, as represented by the fact that we're already generating $350,000 in ARR from material sales and recycling services, with customers in fast fashion, footwear, and other verticals across the industry. And this is the momentum that we'll continue to use, as by the end of the decade, we aim to have the capacity to recycle half of San Francisco yearly textile waste. That may not sound like much, but it already represents tens of millions of dollars in revenue and several billions of dollars in public market comparable value. And this is what we'll continue to do as we build additional plants and license our technology to address this global crisis in textiles beyond just polyester. My name is Stuart Peña Feliz, and I used to work at ExxonMobil's first recycling facility. After meeting my co-founder and the innovator of this technology at MIT, we have been able to onboard a diverse powerhouse of a team and a set of investors and advisors that have been through this journey many times before, including those from the largest polyester textile producers in the world, giving us the confidence we have what it takes to get this venture off the ground. We have been incredibly lucky to be supported by numerous great organizations, but we're still going to need more help. If you can help us scale up our differentiated technology, or are an investor interested in our future Series A financing opportunities, let's connect. Textile is the fabric of our expressions. Let's make sure that the choices that we wear today are the resources of tomorrow and not the pollution of the past. And together, Macrocycle can create that cleaner, more circular future for everyone today.
So good.
Judges.
Yeah, dude, I love your passion. That was terrific.
Yeah.
2 quick questions. Material cost parity. Are you there? Does it cost you, and can you sell the material at on parity with what they would buy it for today? And the other question is, who is your customer in the supply chain? Is it the mill? Is it the actual brand themselves, or
Phenomenal question. Well, let me answer that while you guys get to feel our textile. It's been touched too many times, but you can see how smooth it feels. So, to the first question is, we are not at price parity today, and that's simply because of the scale that we're operating at. Right now, the only thing that's required for us to be able to reach price parity is to be able to set up the CapEx or the equipment to recover our solvent and purchase solvent at a large amount. When you're purchasing in small amounts, it becomes quite expensive, but once we're able to purchase a solvent in the amounts of industrial scale, our cost significantly comes down on top of our solvent recovery. So we see with our first industrial facility, we'll be able to achieve price parity, and with our second facility, once we go to a larger scale, there's a pathway to be able to provide a green discount. For the second question, there is a very interesting supply chain, but the reality is the economic buyers of our products are the brands. The brands are the ones that drive the flow of money, and the brands dictate to the spinners and millers what material they get to use for their textile clothing. But the end user of our products are those mills. So we will be physically providing our product to the mills, and the transaction technically goes to the mills, but it all carries over to the brands. So let's say we want to charge a higher pricing because we see a high demand for a product. The brands are the ones at the end responsible to it, and that's basically how the supply chain works. Right now, we have excellent conversation with fast fashion companies and footwear, as you may have seen earlier, and they're all very excited over our solution because there's no one else out there claiming price parity with a drop-in solution.
I think you mentioned that there was 350K in ARR. Who is that particular customer? Like, who is?
Yeah, so those customers are the fast fashion companies.
Okay.
So when you think about it as to why they care so much, why are they paying us, it's because when you think of textile clothing in the landfills, they can clearly see the brands that are responsible for it. So they're the ones most heavily impacted by this solution. Now, the reality is that from our customer research, talking to dozens and dozens of customers, they want it, they won't pay for it. But what happens whenever you lower the cost barrier, where they can adopt it at price parity and receive all the benefits? Mass adoption of the material. So there's a customer that we're actually negotiating with right now, where next year they're in line to pay us hundreds of thousands of dollars for a paid trial. And the main reason why we haven't signed that yet is just because we don't have the capacity of production to produce how much they want for the first trials.
And then on the purchase side, or the obtaining the raw materials, the textiles, where do you source it?
Phenomenal question. I'll give you a good example that everyone knows here. The textile infrastructure has actually been well developed because of the resale market, Goodwill. What happens to all the clothes that they cannot resell on the shelves? Currently, they're either being disposed of or they're being shipped to the global south. What happens if we can intercept all the supply chain and provide economic value and valorizing that waste? So that's one example. There are many other different types of collectors. There's also post-industrial waste, because when you cut garments, there's extra parts that are being left around that are currently being incinerated. So right now, in the US alone, we see over 15 million tons of textile waste that we can intercept. Even one of them is 1% of that total amount is more than plenty for our first industrial facility.
And last question is the solvent, would you say that is what's proprietary, or is it the whole solution that is?
Great question. It's a combination of the solvents and the operating conditions. Our solvent is very selective towards the polyester, and the operating conditions allows us to increase the selectivity to remove all the impurities like elastane, acrylics, cotton, buttons, and zippers, and so on. Thank you.
What is the end of life for a product made out of your product?
It's the same. It's a drop-in solution.
It is
identical. So I will not claim we can infinitely recycle because you always have yield losses.
Yeah.
But for what that one equivalent molecule, it can be infinitely recycled through our technology.
What does your waste look like?
So our waste, we do have a little bit of solvent that has to come out through our system, and the solvent tends to carry all the contaminants that may have come through the initial feedstock. So if we do have trash coming in, we will have trash coming out, like organic waste or dirt and so on. But for the things that can be valorized, like the dyes, for example, we can actually concentrate those dyes to be able to provide them back to the industry. So anything that has value, we can circularize. Anything that comes in as truly waste, there's only so much we can do.
Is that product that we were just touching a finished product?
Yeah, that's a yarn out of 100% post-consumer textile waste. We started with a multi-blend material. We extracted the impurities, and we're able to upcycle the polyester and remove the color, and then spin it into the yarn.
As you think about kind of building this out, are there other form factors or other durabilities of the fiber that you could introduce?
A lot, yes. So the product that we'll be providing is pellets. Pellets is the form factor that the industry uses. And from there, it can actually be spun into many different applications: fiber, filament, yarns, cross. We can go on for a while, and that depends on the customers. What is it that they want their final application to? We've received all the spec sheets from our customers, and we're validating through those trials that we can meet the specs for all their different applications.
I have two questions. One is, you mentioned you need to get to scale to be at price parity. What's that scale? Like, what's the volume or the revenue that you need to be at? And then on the demand side, if you had a dream list of customers that would validate your product, what's your dream customer? What's the dream item that they're making that you would market and say, like, this is the future, this is where the world is going?
Phenomenal question. So to the first question, our first facility that will allow us to reach price parity is a 10,000 tons per year facility that is estimated to cost around $35 million in capital expenditures.
Okay.
To give you context, our competitors like Eastman Chemicals, one of our largest competitors, they're building a 100,000 tons per year facility for $1 billion, and they're still not claiming price parity because of the complexity of their technology. That's just to put things in context of like, yeah, we still will need capital, but it's relatively much lower compared to our competitors. As for the customers, I'm going to give you a cheating answer of we're talking to them right now, our dream customers right now. We are in conversations with them. But right now, I'll put it this way. There are several customers where they have products that are called like their Patagonia products. Think of like the high end of that company where they have like that nice, whether outerwear or jacket and so on. And actually our goal is to be able to make team blazers for the company made out of first product that we can pass down to our team to say, look, we did it together. We are creating the truly circular economy. Let's keep going. With that, I wanted to say thank you all for the time. Truly appreciate it.
Okay, give it up for Macrocycle. We have 2 more startups competing in the finals. The next startup is Nephrogen. Presenting for Nephrogen is co-founder and CEO Dmitry Maxim.
I'm Dmitry, the founder and CEO of Nephrogen. And we're using AI and high-throughput screening to develop safer, more efficient gene delivery vehicles to cure diseases that are currently untreatable. Gene therapy or gene editing are completely new categories of medicine that have already cured several patients. Gene editing in particular won the Nobel Prize just 5 years ago. In a lot of ways, we're currently living the gene therapy revolution. But even though there are hundreds of gene therapies currently in clinical testing, and several have already been used to cure patients, there are 0 that target the kidney. There's really 2 reasons for this. One, the kidney has 15 different cell types that are all organized in this really intricate manner. And importantly, 15 is the most of any organ in the body. And 2, the kidney by nature is a filtering organ. It's designed to keep most things out based on size and charge, including existing FDA-approved delivery vehicles. Why does this matter? Why should we care? It really gets down to the problem that if kidney is just impossible to deliver to, right? And more importantly, if we can deliver to the kidney, we can possibly deliver these curative medicines anywhere. And that's what I've spent my whole career working on. My family's had kidney disease for 4 generations, and I started working on this kidney delivery problem when I was 14 years old in George Church's lab at Harvard Medical School, and continued as both an undergraduate and graduate student at Stanford University. Kidney disease also affects a huge number of people. It's about 10% of the total global population has some form of kidney disease, and approximately 100,000 people in the US die each year from kidney-related causes. The US government, or Medicare, also spends $86 billion to treat kidney disease annually. A lot of you may have kidney disease, you might be part of this 10%, or you might have family members who have suffered from it and seen how horrible of a disease it is at its source. But I bet a lot of you haven't seen a real-life kidney before. So for our demo, which we'll switch to now, I'm going to show you some. So on the top, we have a patient with polycystic kidney disease. They've undergone cyst formation, which crowds out the healthy tissue that leads to fibrosis, scarring, and cell death. Unfortunately, this patient passed away. This smaller one down here is a healthy kidney that's probably similar to what most of us have in our bodies here in the room. What if I told you that there was a way to turn this kidney into this one, reverse that patient's disease, and potentially save their life? Well, it turns out there is. I'll spoil that, but I'm going to go back to the slides to continue the story. So since 2021, based on a Nature Genetics publication in mice from Yale University, we now know that kidney disease is reversible, specifically this patient's kidney disease. The problem is, like I mentioned earlier, without a way to deliver this potentially curative therapy to the kidney, a cure will never functionally be realized. And that's where my company, Nephrogen, comes in. We've developed 2 key technologies to solve the kidney delivery problem and to make curative therapy a reality. The reason why we need delivery vehicles, or which are our NeoCap system, is because gene therapy, if you just inject it into the bloodstream, it just rapidly disintegrates. So you need like a delivery vector, which you can think of it like a fancy FedEx truck for getting to the disease cells in the body. And the way we find these FedEx trucks that are specific for kidney is using both high throughput screening in a laboratory and now AI, like probably a lot of companies in this room. On the experimental side, you can think of it as like we take an existing FDA-approved vector that doesn't reach the kidney at all, and we create billions and billions of variants of this vector. And then if each of those is a dart, our screening process is throwing those darts at a dartboard to try and hit the bullseye, which is the kidney. The difference is that we can throw 10 million more darts than our competitors due to innovations that our team has made in the experimental screening process. And then when you add an AI, you can drastically reduce the number of darts that you even need to throw to find that needle in a haystack vector that can target the kidney cells. Using our lead vectors in our NeoCap portfolio, we've shown delivery in mice, and for the first time ever this week at TechCrunch, which we unveiled on Monday, in human kidney tissue. So this is in a human kidney that's been kept alive outside of the body through a pumping mechanism to show transduction in a human system. All these results are currently going through peer review, which is the standard scientific process for publication in a major journal. But we wanted to release the preprint to you today so that you could have a chance to read our work before it comes out in an official journal. We have a 2-tier business model at Nephrogen. Our initial focus is to license the delivery vehicles for getting to kidney and possibly other organs to pharmaceutical companies. We've already closed sponsorship funding from 6 major pharma companies, totaling over $600,000 in value, including from Merck CGAA and Bristol Myers Squibb. And although our short-term goal is to license the delivery vectors to enable pharma companies to make these curative medicines, our longer-term goal is to make our own therapies ourselves to cure kidney disease and other deadly diseases around the body. I want to wrap up by just acknowledging my team of field leaders in kidney disease and gene therapy from Stanford and Harvard Medical School, including my co-founder Vivek Bala, who's a kidney doctor from Stanford, and also my chief business officer Chang Hong, who's a serial entrepreneur and has had several exits in the biotech space. We're raising our seed round with our existing syndicate of investors, looking for more to add to that, and we'll be happy to share more at our booth or during the Q&A. Thank you.
Judges.
I have so many questions. I'm curious. You mentioned gene editing up front, and then later delivery mechanisms. I don't understand how those two are related. How are they related with your company?
So the gene editor is what's delivered inside of the delivery system. So that's like the FedEx truck is the delivery, and then what you put inside the truck is the gene editing.
Okay. So what are you putting inside of the truck?
CRISPR-Cas gene therapy.
And is there any? How many genes are you going after? Because if you're going after too many genes,
you can either license just the delivery vector to a pharma who would then basically themselves take the product forward.
So that's not you.
Yes, but we also we filed like 6 or 7 patents on our own internal gene editors and the approaches that we use for specific kidney diseases. So like polycystic kidney disease, which is a disease I showed on the stage, that's our lead indication. And our kind of go-to-market for our own therapies in the future is to go after genetically defined ones that have really high unmet need, and then to expand to like all kidney disease, like a universal chronic kidney disease gene therapy in the future.
Gotcha, understood. Okay.
So you have 2 innovations. One is the actual gene editor for that use case, for that illness, and then it's the pod that delivers it, the delivery mechanism that can be used for other things.
Exactly. And you can either use your own, package your own, editor, or you can license it to a pharma and they can use their own editor.
Okay.
Can you touch on just the timeline of FDA trials and when you'll be in market?
Yeah, so I think that's why we've chosen this business model, is because these licensing deals, like even though right now we're just doing paid pilots and tech speak, really, you know, the licensing deals can be 25 to 50 million upfront. I mean, there's some that are 100, right? And so they generate revenue for the company and don't rely on us to have FDA-approved drugs to generate revenue. And there's also a royalty on the back end. So if the pharma company gets the drug approved, then we get a 10% or single-digit royalty, you know, on the back end. So it allows us a faster go-to-market strategy for the technology, and it also expands the number of shots on goal. So we have like the pharma companies trying to make drugs, and then we also make our own using the funding that they've given us. So we don't dilute as much, don't have to raise quite as much capital as like a traditional biotech would.
Great. Is there an approval process for the medical device portion of what you're doing, the delivery system?
Yeah, so it's actually just a chemical composition. We use FDA approved to actually administer the therapies. It's all the devices are all FDA approved. So it's really just the vector chemical composition. You give a license to a pharma to then use that sequence. They're allowed to use it for X diseases, and you negotiate the rights and the milestone payments they'll pay you when they get to phase 1, phase 2, and then the royalties. Obviously, more upfront would be less on the back end is the idea.
Yeah, I don't know very much about delivery vectors, so I apologize if this is a dumb question, but like how predictable is it that the vector, once you've discovered it, is going to work on a specific population? And how do you test it so that you, like, and how does a pharma company know how much it's worth to them to pay you for the vector?
Yeah, so the key value inflections for like validating a delivery system is like we take a vector, we test it in a mouse, we show the data that I showed in mouse, then you do it in a monkey, and then you do it in humans, right? So until you do those three things, like pharma could license it earlier, and there's different pharmas that license at different phases, so we're in constant talks with all of them, but really like it comes down to you have to validate it in a large animal. That's another inflection point past the mouse. Okay. And so that's why the data we unveiled this week is, to our knowledge, the first time that they've done human validation, like in an ex vivo pumping system, like I showed on the screen. And so again, it's going through peer review, but the idea is that, you know, we've now validated not just in the monkey, but we've taken a step further to kind of further interest them, and now we're kind of rapidly moving through those licensing conversations.
Can I add to that just one bit about the cargo? So the cargo is also meant to be valid for anyone with a particular indication. So it's not like one needs to get a separate approval for a particular family or particular patient with a variant in their sequence. So for one disease, we would have one cargo.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'm curious, why is the kidney not processing this? Like, how are you able to get through?
So it's a great question. We've done some work in the paper that we put out to explain, like, you know, the mechanism of the different receptors that we're increasing or downregulating to get in. So we have some understanding of the mechanism, but to be honest, it is sort of a brute force approach where you test billions and billions of variants. You have this really good screening process. You know, my co-founder Vik has large data sets from patients with disease to understand like the single cell data of like which cell types to target. And so you base a lot of the initial screening on that to know the receptors, but at the end of the day, you're just finding ones that work, and then you advance them forward. Right. From there.
So this is just you're happy that it's getting into the kidney, but this could cross the BBB, it could go anywhere.
So when we do the screening, we also take tissues from every other, we take samples from every other tissue, and then like the way the AI works is it like weights all of those individually. So if it is really high in the brain and the kidney, like obviously that's bad. So you, like it's kind of like a shopping list. If a pharma company says we want these really good kidney, some liver, because like polycystic liver disease is a thing, then they can kind of come to us and then we can say, okay, this is the price for this one, or this is the licensing structure we'd follow.
Cool.
Any final questions? All right, then, let's have one more round of applause for Nephrogen.
Very done.
Okay, we have one last startup Battlefield company, so let's bring them out. That company is Unlisted. Presenting for Unlisted is founder and CEO Katie Hill.
Hello, TechCrunch Disrupt. My name is Katie Hill, founder and CEO of Unlisted, a revolutionary new real estate technology company helping buyers and sellers unlock the 98% of homes that aren't for sale yet. Unlisted was born when I mentioned to my neighbor that if he was ever interested in selling his house, I was interested in buying it. He wasn't ready to move yet, but he was thinking about his retirement and was thrilled to know that someone was interested in his home. We chatted a bit further and agreed that I would have a right of first refusal whenever he was ready. Neither of us was in the market to buy or sell, but there we were, having a meaningful conversation about a future transaction. This got me thinking. Traditionally, real estate is treated as if it's black or white. A home is either for sale or not for sale. And each year, only about 2% of homes list for sale. The current real estate platforms focus on this tiny sliver, leaving buyers to refresh their Redfin feeds like slot machines, hoping to get lucky and have something good pop up so they can rush over and make the biggest financial decision of their lives. No wonder Zillow found that 65% of Americans cry when buying a home. But as my neighbor and I demonstrated, real estate is not black and white. There are shades of gray where almost 2/3 of homeowners sit between, I would sell today, I just haven't gotten around to cleaning out my attic, to I know I'm going to sell next spring when my youngest graduates from high school, to I'm always for sale for the right price. It's a $31 trillion market opportunity that Unlisted is designed to capture. Let's go to the demo. The Unlisted platform has every home in America. We created a beautiful profile for 121 million properties using AI, Google, and public record data. Supply side, done. When buyers can't find what they're looking for in the 2% that are currently listed on the other sites, they can come to Unlisted and see the entire market. Not only can buyers search every home in the US, they can join a wait list for homes they love that aren't for sale yet, meaning buyers get to make the first move, proactively getting in line for their favorite homes. When buyers join wait lists, they indicate what they like about the home and their timeline to move, giving homeowners all new insight into the marketability of their property. Homeowners can take control of their property profile, meaning they can have full control over how their home appears online. They can edit property data, add photos, and soon track home maintenance. It's the digital equivalent of curb appeal, allowing homeowners to perpetually collect interest in their most important asset. Our vision is that these property profiles become digital assets that sit next to the physical asset, allowing, and then they can be passed from homeowner to homeowner, creating an incredible record, a history of record for the home. Let's see, where am I going from there? Oh, we'll go back to the slides to look at the Unlisted business model. Oh, and what I was going to say is real estate, as you can imagine, is interested in what we're doing because when homeowners can also provide their timelines to move, which means that we're able to then match buyers' timelines with homeowner timelines so that we're starting to set up future-looking transactions, which is where then our revenue model comes in. So we've created a product that allows realtors to take a look at the activity that's happening in our system, as well as advertise to local audiences. Not only do they generate revenue for us, which we're on track to book $1 million worth of contracts by the end of the year, but they also invite their clients, homeowners and buyers, to the platform, which means Unlisted gets paid to acquire users. And it's working. My slides have been updated since yesterday because the TechCrunch effect is in full force. Over 1.42 million property profiles have been viewed. Homeowners have updated their property profiles to the tune of $1.2 billion, and $8 billion worth of homes have been waitlisted just since June. All of this user activity generates valuable data. One example that you saw earlier in the demo is that homeowners can add their timelines to move, meaning that we can share this data with all kinds of advertisers who are interested in reaching these specific audiences. From Home Depot, who wants to reach homeowners who are going to be in their homes for the next 20 years, to Northwestern Mutual, who wants to reach homeowners who don't have a plan for their properties, to Rocket Mortgage, who knows the buyers will be ready in a couple years, to Sotheby's, who wants to talk to homeowners who are ready to sell soon. This is just one data point. We have thousands of data points, and that's why we see ourselves as a data company, not a real estate company, as our data continues to increase in value daily. All of this brings our flywheel full circle back to revenue. It's important to mention that Unlisted is not a brokerage and does not collect commissions or referral fees. We want to be with the homeowner the whole time that they're in their home, not just when they're ready to transact. Our vision is to be this ongoing resource that allows us to set ourselves apart from all of the crowded space in real estate. it's a mission that our team believes in passionately. And speaking of the team, I'm a 2-time VC-backed founder and Chicago Booth MBA. Sam is a software engineer leader with more than 20 years worth of experience. We have an incredible team, some of which are with us today, the rest of which are watching on the live stream. Thanks to them that we're here today.
Wrap it up.
We've raised $3 million worth of funding from Hearst Lab and are supported by incredible advisors from tech, media, and real estate. Real estate is ripe for disruption. There's a ton of shakeups going on right now, and we're here to be part of it. Everybody download the app. It's live now. Thank you.
Judges.
I've been waiting for I guess 5 companies now before I saw the 4 quadrants. So thanks for putting that.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Okay.
I have, so 2-sided marketplace essentially, right? I get one side, which is the potential buyer, right? You're out, you're looking. So yes, you're gonna sign up. I get that you're sourcing all your data. It's automated. You're using online tools, etc. How do you get the disinterested seller to actually participate and engage? And I saw you put up a number on the line chart about how many sellers or the value of the homes on the platform, but how many actual sellers, how many homes is on the platform, and how is that number growing?
Great question. So to answer the last question, so it's about 1,400 homes, valued at about $1.2 billion. Our product does tend to skew a little bit luxury because there's this element of privacy that folks like. In terms of how we get the sellers onto the platform, so when a buyer joins a waitlist, we do outreach to the homeowner, letting them know that they have a waitlist for their home. If they're already on the platform, that goes via email. If they're not on the platform, then we use direct mail. We actually work with a wedding invitation company that we've repurposed for this notification. So it's really elegant, feels legit, it's heavy. And historically, we've had a 10% response rate on those mailers, which is like pretty above the average. So,
thanks.
So does it need to start with a buyer taking an action, or stepping back? Are you scraping data in, maybe a neighborhood to kind of pre-populate a map, and then I can go in and say, oh, these are the 5 houses I'm interested in, and you can go off from that direction?
That's exactly right. So
Okay.
we actually purchased the data from a real estate data company.
Okay.
It's all the county assessor data currently, that then we've sort of augmented to make it look pretty and look good. And yeah, we populated the entire, like the whole neighborhood. Your home is probably on there.
Okay.
And then the idea is that the buyers can see everything and then take an action on the ones that they want to. And in the meantime, though, if you're a homeowner and you want to just come to the platform and grab control of your property profile, you can do that as well.
And taking control of it can mean editing it. Can it take it offline too?
Yeah, you can request to remove it. What I've found is that when we get those requests, if I mention to them, you can take full control. You can, mention that you're in your forever home. If you're in your forever home, our algorithm does demote you in the results that we're showing to buyers. And we have yet to have anyone actually pursue the full removal. I think it's just like when they know they can do something about it, that's really what they're looking for.
Where does the pricing come from?
Where does
the pricing?
For real estate agents?
Well, the suggested pricing for a home.
You're
saying the values of
we
the
purchased
home.
that as well right now.
Okay.
It's an AVM estimate that's provided by the same data provider. Eventually, we do hope to have our own estimates on there that would account for how big a wait list is for a property, but that'll be a little bit further in the future.
Also, after claiming your home, you have full control. You can put
Change
what
it.
you think your house is worth. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you talk a little bit about how you view this playing out? Like, will you focus on people claiming their homes and building kind of fan bases for houses and then monetize later? When you think about monetization, how do you think that's going to develop over time? And how do you think you're going to build a venture scalable business?
So I think that in terms of the value of the data, I'm just the one data point of when people are going to move is incredibly valuable. If I remember correctly, the current pipeline that we have represents like $36 million worth of commissions alone. So that's just the real estate side. But then eventually, when we have enough traction on the site, the idea that all those different home-related companies, anybody who wants to reach households, will be in a position to advertise through us. Or also at the aggregate, like we'll be able to see that a certain percentage of the population is planning on moving from out of a neighborhood in the next 3 years. Like that might be information the school district wants to know or the city wants to know. So that's our vision.
I'm curious, when I think about new startups entering a space where there's already big incumbents playing here, some of these things like make me move functionality I've seen before. The waitlist is really cool. How do you think about this in terms of being a standalone product versus just some nice features for a bigger site?
Yeah, great question. So a couple things with that, like with a Zillow or a Redfin or a Homes. First of all, they're all using MLS data, and we're purposely avoiding that because those data licenses are fairly restrictive. Actually kind of prevent them from doing what we're doing right now because they can't blend the data sets in a free way based on those data licenses. The other thing is that that space is so competitive. Those Homes.com, Realtor, Zillow, we believe if one of them moved into that space that we would become a prime acquisition target.
Why did the Make Me Move feature that we saw, why did that not work?
So I actually had a chance to meet Rich Barton about, 2 months ago, and we chatted briefly, and the numbers were just kind of wacky. People put these crazy numbers in there that there wasn't really much you could do with it anyways, so they just kind of went nuts, and then it became this not very meaningful data point, so they just took it down. Our hope is that that there's a level of seriousness then that's communicated with that number. So if you put a crazy number on there, the odds that your wait list is going to increase would not be as good. So, and the idea is that in time, the wait list will become a valuable data point for the home. A home with a bigger wait list will be worth more than a home without a wait list. And so there's an incentive there to behave.
Final quick question. All right, give it up for Unlisted. Okay, that concludes the Startup Battlefield Finals. The judges are going to follow me backstage, and they're going to pick a winner. That winner will be announced right here at the end of the day, so make sure you're here for that. Before we do that, please give it up one more time for our founders and our incredible judges.
As a startup founder is hard. For over 20 years, TechCrunch has been a beacon for startups and investors. And now, we're getting back to our roots with Build Mode, a new podcast to help guide you through the messy, unpredictable journey of building an early-stage startup. I'm Isabel Johannesson, TechCrunch's Startup Battlefield editor and your host. Each week, I sit down with founders, investors, and operators who offer candid startup wisdom. So if you're building a company or even just thinking about it, this is your survival guide. Subscribe to Build Mode from TechCrunch wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, everybody. I'm a runner, and I like to run. I love the running vibe. No plan, no process, no structure, just run by the feel. Would I use the same technique for enterprise software development? Let's talk about that. My name is Arun Gupta. I'm a VP of Developer Experience at JetBrains. I've seen software evolve. Now, from the time when my sister used to bring punch cards home, to simple Java, Pascal, COBOL, all that programming, Gang of 4, and evolving all the way up to AI-assisted software development. And I'm very passionate about this topic. So let's talk about, can you really vibe code your enterprise software, particularly when the software is probably going to outlive the creator because the life cycles are long. I work for JetBrains. We are a private and a profitable company. We are founded by developers for developers over 25 years ago. I am new to the company, but I've been using JetBrains products pretty much from the very beginning itself. I was part of the original Java team at Sun Microsystems. That's when they launched their IntelliJ IDEA project. And that is used by a large number of Java developers. If you're a Java developer, you've probably heard of IntelliJ IDEA. Not just that. There is a large range of ecosystems that we cater to, whether it's Ruby, whether it's PHP, whether it's Python. Not just that. We have developer tools, whether it's UTrack or TeamCity for your CI/CD pipelines, used by 15 million plus developers around the world. So it's pretty impressive in that sense. AI is certainly one of the most transformational technology of our time. But for us, the North Star has always been developer productivity. We build tools that makes developers productive, able to create code faster, efficient. And one of the most important elements for us is, as they say, joie de vivre. The developers need to feel the joy when they're writing the code so that they feel excited about it, and then they can continue writing about it. We provide that entire software development lifecycle within the IDE for the developers itself. So how do we leverage AI to give you that cycle? Let's talk about that. We have been running this State of Developer Ecosystem report for over 7 years. This report is answered by tens of thousands of developers over 150 plus countries. So you can just get the scale of it. Scan the QR code to get the latest edition of the Developer Ecosystem report. It was just released about a week or two ago. So you'll get a sense of, we ask a wide range of questions from software developers, architects, on what matters to them, and we present those trends. So scan the report, take a look at that. One thing is eminent, that in the IDE, the code is no longer just written by humans anymore. AI agents are a key part of it. A lot of that code is being written by the AI agents. And this was evident in our report as well, where it says 85% of developers are using at least one AI tool for coding tasks. And then when you start looking on the right side, you get an idea of what kind of tasks are being written by the AI agent. Boilerplate, repetitive code. I want to brainstorm my ideas back and forth with the IDE or the coding agent, and that gets me going. I want to convert from one language to another language, so you can get the sense of it. We also saw similar numbers from Stack Overflow survey. We saw 85%, Stack Overflow saw 84%. Now this is a different survey from Stack Overflow. What is the accuracy of these AI tools, though? How much can you believe in the code that is given or generated by the AI coding agent? In this case, for example, you can see over 45% of developers mistrust the code that was generated by AI. Sure, it can improve the velocity of your code. Can you rely upon that velocity? Is that code generated for you good enough to be put into production? How do you measure the productivity of the code? That's the critical factor. Now, as I said, we are a private and a profitable company, so there is no pressure on us. There is no hype curve we need to follow. We can tell you the truth based upon what our customers are telling us. That is important to us. The productivity is the key, and how do we drive towards that? So let me talk you through that. So when you're building an enterprise software, essentially, these are some of the constraints that you got to look at. So you can see the category on the left side, architecture and design, integration and infrastructure, so on and so forth. What is your enterprise need, in terms of building that enterprise software? Hey, when I'm doing an architecture and design, I really need an end-to-end system that needs to be built. And I can start with a coding agent, create sort of a code, but I'm lacking that domain knowledge, that foresight that I would need and expect from an enterprise code. Beyond AI vibe, and I'm a runner, right? So as a runner, a marathon is 26.2 miles. I can get to mile 1 marker, mile 2 marker. How do I get to 3, 4, 5, and all the way to the end of the marathon? So it's great to get started, get your MVP, but then beyond AI vibe, what you really need is model-aware planning. What is your mental model of how the enterprise system is going to look like? How do you have that cross-project context across multiple languages? How do you bring your institutional knowledge, provide that context in there? How it is going to integrate with your GDPR compliance? Can you really rely upon vibe coding for that? That's the kind of question that you got to think about, that if you are building an enterprise software, is it going to give you that gap? And again, if we think about security and compliance, for example, enterprises need GDPR compliance, HIPAA compliance, ISO, IP control. How would vibe coding really help you with that? Because you don't even know what that code model is being trained upon. The code that it is generated is that your code. Ultimately, you are responsible for putting that code into production. So you really need to think about what is really needed. We believe when you are building code, there are 3 factors that are needed: choice, control, and confidence. Choice means you build your application by your choice. You choose the stack, you choose the model, you choose the deployment methodology, you choose which tools to be used. Control means you run controlled experiments as opposed to doing vibe coding and let it go run amok, where you don't know what's going to happen. Have those controlled experiments, follow the test-driven methodology, which is proven for multiple decades, that I'm going to run this experiment, and I'm going to allow this code to move forward only when the tests pass, essentially. Confidence is the most important one, actually. And if you think about it, when the coding agent is generating the code for you, can you rely upon that code? Or you're going to need an AI babysitter to watch that code, that, oh, now I need to clean up that code. And that's the critical element that you got to think about. You need a choice of what stack to use. We need to have a control over it, and need to have a confidence over it so that every PR that is sent into the code base got your back, as opposed to like, oh, I got to figure out I'm 80% confident. That's not good enough for enterprise software. Now, if you don't have a choice, control, and confidence, what do you lack? What that means is you are really working around the tools that are given to you as opposed to with the tools. And that makes it very tricky, because now I'm really figuring out how does the tool going to operate and behave with me, and then working my way around it. I want the tool to empower me. If you don't have the control, then you're generating what we call as AI slop, or technical debt, instead of productivity. And if you're generating technical debt, you can recognize, today you generate a code with a coding agent, 6 months later, 3 months later, a year later, who's going to manage that code? Who's going to maintain that code? So what is your measure of how this code is being successful? And last but not the least, if confidence is not there, no matter what code you are generating, it is actually creating more barriers for you as opposed to amplifying your creativity. Once again, ask for choice, control, and confidence when you're using the coding agents. Now, 2025 has been the year of agents, so there is no question about it. Lots of folks are using coding agents to write code and being more effective about it. And we love this. We love it because it has really commoditized how software can be generated. Even non-programmers can be easily, using natural language prompts, write the code. They vibe with it, and that gives you an MVP rather quickly. But there are downsides to it. And we'll get to that in a second. So this is what our developer ecosystem report shows, that how likely you are to try an AI coding agent in the next 1 month. And lots of them are already using it, and some are very likely to try about it. So definitely the rise of coding agents has been happening. With that, earlier this year, JetBrains announced our own coding agent called as Junie. Now, Junie is our coding agent that can be integrated into the range of IDEs that I talked about earlier, whether it's IntelliJ, whether it's Python, whether it's Ruby, whether it's Kotlin, which is our own language. It provides a range of programming languages, and you can use that coding agent for yourself. The unique part about Junie is it really matters for trustworthiness and intelligence. It favors those aspects as opposed to speed. Because remember, we talked about confidence. You generate the code using Junie. The idea is that you got the right code, as opposed to just generating the code where you don't know whether it's going to work for you or not. So Junie is definitely our coding agent here. Now, we talked about choice as well. In the JetBrains IDE, yes, Junie is our preferred coding agent, but we don't restrict to it, because developers have been asking us, give us the choice of coding agents. And that's where we also have integration of Claude Agent that is available in JetBrains IDEs. So if you're using any of the IDEs, feel free to use the agent that works for you the best. That's the most important part. Remember, the North Star is developer productivity. Now, with the rise of agents, and so many IDEs happening, it's going to become tricky. That means for every IDE, I need to write a custom integration with the agent. So if there are M IDEs and N agents, then it's an M multiplied by N problem. It's very confusing, and it doesn't scale. It leads to friction, it leads to duplication, and eventually stagnation. Because with new agents coming up, I don't want to be able to support them. Which one do I support? There's a new coding agent coming out every other day. How does that work? So with that, LSP, which is a language server protocol, is a standard protocol how IDEs integrate with different languages. LSP did that job. And we have been working with Zed, the editor guys, on ACP, which is Agent Client Protocol. Now, Agent Client Protocol defines a protocol between a coding agent and an IDE. And that's beautiful. Scan the QR code to learn more about the ACP protocol. But the beauty of this is, once the agent and the IDE are ACP compliant, then they will work with each other seamlessly. That's the beauty of it. And let me show you something live in action, for example. What you see on the screen over here is on the top, and it may not be really readable, but on the top, what you see is IntelliJ IDEA that is shown on the top with Juni integrated in, or Codex integrated there rather, which is an OpenAI Codex, because we have done work to make it ACP compliant. And on the back window, what you see is Juni integrated in Zed. So the idea is once these IDEs are all ACP compliant and all agents are ACP compliant, that truly gives you the choice on which IDEs and which agent combination you want to leverage. So that's the beauty of it. Now, so many IDEs, so many agents, how do I know which agent should I pick? Which agent should I work with? We hope the best agent wins, but we cannot rely upon hope for writing an enterprise software. So to talk about that topic, I would like to invite Dr. Mark Pollack from the Spring AI community up on the stage.
Hello, everybody. Hey, everyone.
Hey, Mark. Welcome.
My name is Mark Pollack. I have been developing open source projects for the Spring Java community for over 20 years. My most recent project is Spring AI. As you might imagine, it's a framework for developing AI applications. And in this role, I've interacted with a lot of enterprises, a lot of community members, helping them deploy applications that are AI-driven into their organization. And with that, I'd like to see what you want to talk about next.
Absolutely. So what we are introducing, we've been working with the Spring community for a very long time. What we want to introduce is a brand new benchmarking platform. This is an open benchmarking platform, and we call this as a developer productivity AI arena. And the reason we call it as a platform, because it will have a range of benchmarks. This is how you can measure the productivity of a coding agent. And as a platform, today, the first edition that we are launching is Java plus Spring, but that's only a start. This is going to be a multiple language. So for example, in Java, you can have different frameworks. Spring is the first one. There are many more frameworks in Java, but not just confined to that. You can go to other languages, the language of your choice, and then you can go to different end users that could actually bring their custom workloads to this arena and then say, I want to measure the productivity of a coding agent for this particular workload, and I want to keep my benchmarks local. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is long overdue in the industry. Java has been underserved for sure in this regard. And if 2025 is the year of the agents, I'm hoping that 2026 is the year of evaluating their effectiveness in the workplace. And evaluation and benchmarking, this is critical. This is how we get a hand on knowing what they're doing across this entire landscape of modern tools. So, trust them, but verify. And in my role as a community, I've seen that people really need guidance and help and a little bit of confidence, as you were saying, to understand how to use these tools most effectively. So with that, I think starting with Java in the enterprise is a very important first step. And the developer productivity AI arena, focusing on enterprise Java as a first step is a great way to start.
Yeah, and this is only a start, as we said. So let's dig into the details a little bit. So what we have done is, working with the Spring community, we have 15 plus repositories that have indicative of 140 plus realistic coding tasks. We are talking about things like pull request review, creating an issue, solving an issue. How do you merge the pull request? These are staples of your backlog when you're building an enterprise software. And that's what gives you the effectiveness of a coding agent. It's not just about using a coding agent, but leveraging that coding agent that works for you. And the last but not the least part here is a consistent infrastructure. No matter what language you are choosing, there's going to be a very consistent infrastructure across the board that you can leverage. So you could choose the Java plus Spring benchmark to run on that infrastructure. But if you want to bring your own workload, you can run that on the consistent infrastructure as well. And we're going to release a CLI. That CLI today is running on TeamCity, which is our product, but doesn't hold you back from integrating into any of the CI platform, whether it's Jenkins or GitHub Actions or whatever works for you.
Yeah, and I've seen these code bases based on Spring, my 20 years of experience. They're very good, and the data set is really, or evals are kind of an often underappreciated aspect of doing benchmarking. In fact, it's the area where sort of a normal person can actually make their biggest contribution. And so these are very good starting point. And as we go forward, I look forward to other sort of arenas, right? For example, doing code coverage, writing documentation. PR merge is a big one that I've had experience with within the Spring team itself. And this reduces a lot of toil. And I can't come up with a number saying, 10x productivity, but it really has been very beneficial. And I think now, as we mature and get to measure these things more accurately in 2026, we'll really start to see how effective these agents can be in assisting developers in the full software development lifecycle.
Yeah, so instead of using an academic benchmark, use that is fully contextualized in your environment for your workload. If you're using Java, Spring, or if any other languages that matters to you, please talk to us. What does it mean for the builders of today's tech future? Ask about choice of your stack, control over the experiments, and the confidence that, yes, I am using the right coding agent that is contextualized in my environment and really giving me that developer productivity. So we invite you to join us. This is an open benchmark platform. If you scan the QR code, that will take you to the project website. It calls out the repos that are listed over there. Take a look at it. We want your feedback on that. We want you to work with us. Tell us what is working, what is not working.
Yeah, I think it's a great start, and I really hope that next year we can see some real fruits from this labor.
So if you are a technology provider, prove your tools. If you are a coding agent, help us shape the standards. And if you're a software developer, invest with confidence. And as Mark said, trust, but verify. And that's what enables you to really write your enterprise software. Thank you very much. My name is Arun Gupta. I will be at the JetBrains booth. Please swing by there to talk to us.
Same here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the TechCrunch AI that Scales panel. My name is Sanjay Dhawan. I am CEO of Symphony AI, and we are a private company which is headquartered here in Silicon Valley, and with a fairly global presence all over the world, almost 3,000 employees, 2,000 plus enterprise customers, etc. As I was, talking to the TechCrunch team about setting up this panel, I think, we thought that instead of you guys hear a lot about lot from tech companies, and you hear a lot from venture capital firms and so on and so forth. instead I decided to basically, invite a couple of our customers who are deploying AI in real world applications. So I'm absolutely delighted to welcome my colleagues here on the stage. On my left, first is Harmeet Bala. Harmeet is SVP and Global Head of Technology of Commercial and Money Movement Solutions at Visa. And Tamara Patterson, she's Chief Digital Officer at the SaveMart Companies. Welcome.
Thank you, Sanjay. Hi, everybody. It's great to be here.
Nice to see you guys.
Many of us are sort of, hearing a lot about AI, and it's sort of, the things that we can do with, predictive, generative, agentic AI, and so on. And it's what's most important is to sort of, learn as to how to scale the AI into real-world applications, which can be, basically deployed at scale at various different enterprises, and so on and so forth. In our company, we focused on, very specific vertical use cases in retail, in financial services, and so on. So basically, our strategy has been to sort of, go very deep into very specific use cases and solve those specific use cases with AI. But like I said, it's more about sort of, how, Visa and SaveMart are sort of, doing, AI deployment. That is going to be the discussion topic. So let me start with my sort of, first question here. Harmeet and Tamara, what are the first big problems that AI actually solved for you? The problems that made your leadership say, we're never going back. We're going to sort of, go more deeper with AI. Harmeet, you want to start?
I can go first. Thanks, Sanjay. As you might know, Visa is the largest payment network in the world. We enable commerce in very meaningful ways in over 200 countries and territories. From the very beginning, payment fraud was an area that we needed to address in order to protect the value and integrity of our network. And very early on, we realized the potential of AI to detect and prevent fraud. And we actually deployed our first model in 1993 when AI was not even a buzzword. And the results that we saw were, very, very good, much better than the rules-based static, systems that existed before we deployed the AI models. And that gave us conviction that AI is just not a tool. It is a strategic capability that we need to continue to invest in. So over the years, we've stayed very close to the evolution of this tech, incorporating it wholeheartedly, building more sophisticated solutions and models. Today we have over 300 models that are live in production that fuel over 100 products in our portfolio. So AI is, fully embedded in the fabric of how we operate within Visa. Tamara.
So sitting next to Harmeet, I realized why Sanjay had me on this panel, because he's wildly sophisticated, and I sell groceries for a living. So I would probably be on the other end of that spectrum. But similarly, we have been on our journey for a little over 2 years. And if you know anything about grocery, which probably none of you do, we usually swing for the fences when we invest. And so we actually looked at using AI and predictive AI to help us with promotion optimization. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars on promotions every year to get you guys into our stores. And sadly, we probably do the majority of it based upon what we did last year. So we know that there's a better way to do it. We thought AI could help us do it. And we have absolutely seen the fruits of that labor in coming up with better promotions, not only for our consumers, but for our bottom line.
Very interesting. I think many of us, have sort of, adopted using AI, as consumers. We're doing that every day now. But it's, quite interesting to sort of see how organizations like Visa and like SaveMart are deploying it. In our company, we work with almost 2,000 enterprise customers now. Almost 200 plus banks worldwide use our technology, and similarly on the retailer side, in the retail side, the larger of the largest, are our customers, and the use cases and the impact is quite amazing. That we get to hear from all of you. So my second question to both of you is that you're each operating at massive scale, billions of transactions, millions of shoppers. What one metric or outcome you are most proud of that shows AI is no longer a pilot, but a profit driver in your company?
Yeah, I'll go first. So at Visa, we process about 300 billion transactions annually. That's about 10,000, 15,000 transactions every second. And our AI systems are operating in line, evaluating every transaction for fraud markers and helping detect and prevent fraud in real time. Last year alone, we estimate that 14 billion in fraud was prevented via these systems here in the US alone. So these are really great outcomes that AI is able to help us deliver. As you can imagine, the security of our network and the trust our clients have in it is very, very important, and these outcomes are helping us protect this network at scale and continue to earn the confidence in the business of our clients.
For us, it's really all about ensuring that we can make the best investment for our business, for our customers. Anything that we can do to generate a better promotion, whether it's better engagement with the shopper, driving better profit, increasing sales, is critical for us as we look at running the most efficient business that we can. The opportunity for us to utilize AI so that we could predictably identify and fine-tune a promotion before we invested not only the dollars, but also the labor associated with that promotion in our stores is critical. And at the end of the day, that just comes back down to a lower cost of goods and ideally a lower cost of product for our shoppers. And everybody knows that groceries are high priced today, so anything you can do to lower that is critical to our long-term success.
Tamara, as you know, besides sort of the products that you guys use, we also provide to retailers, store and shelf intelligence products, again, all AI driven. The impact of basically making sure that when a shopper goes in, can find the product that they want to buy, and it's not sitting in some back shelf somewhere that they cannot find, or it's sitting in a warehouse worse, is huge, basically. And interestingly, AI is being deployed, to many different use cases in retail and in all the industries that sort of many companies serve. So let me move on. Let's get a little bit more deeper into sort of your experience about deploying AI. What's the hardest part of making AI work at scale? Is it the tech? Is it the data? Is it people and sort of the cultural shift that one has to go through?
I'll say you need to get all three right in order to have a scaled and successful implementation. But let me answer the question based on my experience. So if you go back to times before generative AI, you needed two things to have an implementation that will deliver success. One, high quality, rich data that is underpinned by investments in data platforms and AI platforms. And two, technical expertise. Think ML engineers, data scientists. You had these two, and you were able to build solutions that were great for the problems that you were looking to solve. People was still very important, but it was contained within the teams that were actually working on building those AI solutions. And this was a small subset of the overall organization, especially in large companies like ours. Fast forward to the time after Gen AI, as you all know, the potential to have impact here is much broader. Every individual in the organization has now the ability to do a lot more with their time and energy. So deploying this at scale, means something different. The tech is still very important, but you get a lot of the underlying capabilities out of the box through the LLMs and the applications being built on top. Your data is still very valuable, especially if you're looking to fine-tune models or if you're looking to implement constructs like retrieval augmented generation or RAG to get better outcomes from LLMs, but all solvable. What is hard right now is how do you solve for a tech that is changing very rapidly, a tech that is relatively new, a tech that is not perfect right now and will continue to evolve. So you need a culture where people value learning, where they're really wanting to be first adopters, they're open to change, and they're somewhat happy working with tech that might not be perfect. So that's the hard part. How do you kind of get the culture going that will allow you to then get every person engaged and deploy and reap the benefits of a scaled deployment?
Yeah, I couldn't have said that better myself. I do agree. I think data is at the heart of everything, and in particular in our industry where we have maybe less of the technology-savvy resources and really rely heavily on partners and solutions that have had some level of enterprise success. Our challenge certainly is ensuring that the data that we use in the underlying infrastructure is accurate, it is robust, and it doesn't actually lead us to the wrong decision. I think everybody's probably experienced this with ChatGPT or something else, that you can guide the models to answer in a very specific way, or if you don't tell the model something, that it will end up in a place that would be wildly different. And so for us, the biggest challenge is ensuring that the complete data set is there and that it's constantly being updated so that we can utilize the products and the solutions in a daily way. I think in a situation where you do have less technology savvy resources, these tools are wildly exciting and they can really provide a lot of relief to some folks who are maybe more strapped, have more to do than they have time in the day. And so you also really need to educate folks into how do you trust and learn and not just follow blindly.
Thank you. While the core business for our company is of Symphony AI is about sort of building products that we, these are AI SaaS products that we then license to our customers. We are a mid-sized company ourselves, so I have 3,000 employees across 20 different countries, and deploying AI in every function of what we do in my own company, my own little company, is extremely sort of important as well. And we face some of the challenges that you both just mentioned as well. And our CIO is sort of basically she's chartered with making sure that our data readiness, which is probably the biggest hurdle that I see in my company at least. Moving on, there's a lot of talk about agentic AI lately. Around end-to-end business process automation that enterprises are sort of considering and so on. How is the AI changing the role of people in your organizations? What are humans doing more of because AI took something off their plate? Is it just that they have more spare time now?
It's a great question and on everybody's minds. At this point, the roles themselves within our organization are not changing. What Gen AI is allowing us to do is improve the productivity and the efficiency of individuals and the teams in very substantial ways. And as models continue to develop more intelligence, develop capabilities like reasoning and chain of thought and chain of debate, they're going to transform the tools that we have access to, move from being just tools to partners and collaborators. And we're seeing that firsthand. My team is mostly focused on product development, software engineering, and we've given them access to a number of pair programming assistants and co-pilots that they're using wholeheartedly to automate processes and improve their productivity in every step of the software development lifecycle, from design, architecture, to development, to testing. So bottom line is that there is more capacity to go deeper in our product backlog builds and delivery and do more features and capabilities for our clients. And it's also freeing up time and energy for our team members, including myself, to think about higher order problems, strategic problems that need to be addressed, or opportunities that we need to go after. And that's where the shift is happening, like more time for, more meaningful work and, getting more done essentially.
I think we see very similar things in our organization. In addition to that, I think we are seeing an opportunity from an overall kind of training perspective that is really shortening the amount of time it takes for someone to get up to speed in running an individual category or a specific process. It really starts to institutionalize the tool set that we use in order to drive the business. And then from a retail perspective, I think everybody's really looking at agentic AI and trying to understand the implications on e-commerce. For us, retail media networks are a huge revenue driver, and understanding the implications of agentic AI with e-commerce and retail media and trying to understand how that's going to impact a billion-dollar business and industry is certainly top of mind.
One of the use cases that we are seeing heavily being sort of considered by many of our banking customers, as I said, we work with 230, 240 banks around the world, is around fin-crime operations, and basically changing that completely with AI, with agentic AI especially. Typically a bank has anywhere from 1,000 to 5,000 employees, who are basically doing fin-crime operations. I'm not talking about Visa. I'm talking about sort of a traditional tier 1, tier 2 bank. Majority of the work that gets done there, because of very high volume of false positives, is not very productive work. So that work can certainly be sort of taken care by agents that companies like ours and others are sort of producing, and that's sort of a very interesting use case that AI solves. So my last question. If we are back here in Disrupt 2027, so 2 years from now, okay, what's the one AI milestone you hope you'll be talking about then?
I'm hoping we'll be talking about how Gen AI is truly helping mainstream agentic commerce. The advent of internet-fueled growth for e-commerce, I believe very strongly that Gen AI is going to move us into a world of agentic commerce, so agents autonomously acting on behalf of consumers and businesses, understanding intent, navigating complex options, negotiating, even doing payments. So I'm really excited about that piece, and I think it'll remove friction from the buying and procurement process and make it a lot more efficient. I hope when we talk again, we're talking about the progress that we made in that area and specific use cases that have been brought to life. By the way, estimates suggest that by 2030, 3 to 5 trillion in commerce will be initiated by agents, and at Visa we're investing heavily in the underlying infrastructure like tokenization, authentication, payment controls, getting it all ready for agent-initiated commerce. So excited about what the future holds on that front, and perhaps looking for a conversation on that topic when we meet next.
Yeah, for us, I don't know if everybody knows this, but grocery stores are wildly inefficient, and food waste is a huge issue in our industry and candidly for our environment. I have a huge belief that AI is going to help us solve this problem by buying more correctly, by producing in a better way, and ensuring at the end of the day that the majority of the food that's in our stores is actually being consumed by our customers and not thrown in a trash can. So I'm certainly a believer that AI can help us solve this problem from the fields to the stores and through distribution of product, and I'm excited to see what it can do.
Thank you both. For me personally, I would like to see AI help me understand my spouse better. That's what I want in 2027, hopefully by then. With that, thank you so much to all of you for attending this session. Harmeet, Tamara, thank you so much for participating and sharing your views with all of us. Thank you so much.
Please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
genetic therapy company.
Why not? 2 words that can change anything. Why not help find a cure? Bring it here and even there. We're building the most helpful AI, so you can inspect 800,000 packages a day, spot patterns in crime data, catch phishing attacks, help coders, well, code. Let's make it happen.
Please welcome back to the stage weekend editor and Battlefield host, Anthony Ha.
Hello and welcome back from lunch. We have, I'm biased, but a pretty exciting afternoon. In fact, we're going to be diving into one of the most dynamic and fast evolving corners of tech, namely crypto. After a few turbulent years, the industry is maturing and trying to rebuild trust. It's also laying the groundwork for what comes next. So joining us to unpack it all is someone who's been at the center of the movement for years, the co-founder of Solana, one of the world's most powerful and widely used blockchains. So please welcome to the Disrupt stage the co-founder of Solana and the CEO of Solana Labs, Anatoly Yakovenko. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Well, I want to talk both about Solana, but then also your broader vision for crypto, which I know you have some thoughts on. Maybe the best place to start is what was the initial vision that you had when you first started working on Solana in 2018, and how much of that do you feel like has become a reality in 2025?
Yeah, I think what's been kind of curious to me, or pretty interesting, is that the vision really didn't change that much. We started building a blockchain optimized for speed, for performance, and the goal was to make it cheaper and faster. Just kind of like what Bezos has always said. What's going to be a constant 10 years from now is customers are going to want cheaper, faster deliveries or prices and stuff like that. And the use case that I thought was kind of the most obvious one is trading, building markets, permissionless markets. Anyone, anywhere in the world should be able to create a market that's fair and transparent, and users should be able to verify those properties, that you can look at how those markets are structured and know that you're getting the best possible price. And to do that, but also do it as cheaply and as fast as physics allows. And we called it blockchain and NASDAQ speed. And surprisingly, that's basically what it does. It just runs a whole bunch of markets. I think the biggest surprise to us was that how slow the traditional finance adopting this technology is taking and is going to take, but how fast kind of all the tail end crypto stuff took off, like NFTs, meme coins, all of this stuff that just seems like the tip of the noise, like of the internet. That was adopted like almost right away. But the goal has always been, how do we get internet capital markets and real assets on chain with real value, and getting founders liquidity much earlier, getting founders the ability to raise globally, and having users that participate in those have fair and transparent access.
Yeah, I definitely want to talk about both the financial side, the fun NFT side, but speaking of that kind of initial vision, now you've talked before about the fact that you kind of came up with all of this after you had 2 coffees and a beer and you're just like super buzzed. I'm curious, have you ever done that again to try to recapture that magic?
Yeah, I've definitely had coffee and beer in a combination since then, and it hasn't materialized in anything interesting. So that was kind of a unique experience.
Okay, so not necessarily something you're advising the founders in the audience.
It could work for you, I don't know.
Yeah, just try it enough times and it'll happen.
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned that you were surprised that on the financial side, the adoption hasn't happened as quickly. Why do you think that is?
A lot of finance is kind of built around these laws that were developed end of 2 centuries ago, like end of 19th century and 20th century. And basically you had like the railroad boom, and your neighbor would say, I have this certificate to a company that's claiming they're building railroads somewhere in the West. Do you want to buy it from me? Well, you had no idea if that company existed, if that railroad was ever built, if you're getting like a forged or real certificate even. So a lot of scams happen. And because of that, regulators came up with a whole bunch of laws and structures and eventually culminated in the Securities Act. And all these, if you think of this as software and APIs, all of these APIs were built before the internet. So we have this very robust financial system, but it's built around humans and paper and faxes and like very, very slow process. And it's why you have like 2-day settlement times and all of these kind of processes that take a really long time. And unfortunately, these are just kind of slow systems that don't work with the internet. Crypto solved a whole bunch of problems that would have been not possible, and like all that certificate forging and all these things just are not possible with crypto. And you can think of it kind of like the e-commerce moment in the 90s. When you submit your credit card today, you have this lock on your screen in your browser. It cryptographically guarantees that your credit card is not going to be stolen during that transaction. You can now sign, and away you go. That's effectively digital money being passed through the internet. Well, if I transfer a token to you, you have a full cryptographic chain of custody between me and the issuer, like the company that actually created that token. And you can go look at their public key and see that they signed an S1 filing to the SEC and yada, 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 and have full guarantees that you're actually getting what I'm claiming you're getting. So all of the stuff that's being done by humans and faxes is effectively done with math and public blockchains. So the biggest challenge here is that the people and the regulators that have built these systems that work don't want to change, and that's going to just take some time.
Right. So you're talking about all these ways that crypto doesn't have those sort of risks that sort of traditional finance did. At the same time, obviously there have been some pretty high-profile crashes, rug pulls, things like that. So I guess maybe can you talk a little bit more about maybe there's fewer risks on some areas, but clearly there are still some pretty significant risks.
Yeah, of course. So markets absorb information, and if that information is unknown, when it exposed, markets move really fast to correct. So the goal is you can solve all the technology problems. I can tell you that you're getting a certificate, but I have no idea that the company is doing X or Y, right? Like these are the things that are opaque about finance. And the more that you can push on chain, the fewer failures you're going to have. So, for example, during like a flash crash that was like 2 weeks ago, you have protocols like Camino that are formally verified that keep a real-time tracker of all the assets on chain, and they can liquidate in real times. And you as an investor or participant in that market, you know exactly what the risks are. And that market is absorbing information basically at 400 millisecond rate. And if that was a brick and mortar store, you would have no idea what is their actual collateral, what is their debt, and an auditor could make a mistake. Even if people are not being malicious, you still have mistakes that propagate in those brick and mortar systems that end up with, oh man, these guys just said that they had XYZ collateral, but that doesn't really exist. And then you have a very sudden, very fast change in markets that causes these effects.
Right. And you talked about the regulatory side, and I think you've spoken about sort of being happy with some of the recent changes. How close are we to kind of the regulatory landscape that we'd like to see? Are there other changes you'd like to see made?
Yeah, I think on the biggest changes already happened. So I think the Genius Act is passed and signed, and if crypto is at 250 billion in stablecoins prior to the Genius Act really coming online. And people are estimating somewhere between 1 trillion to 10 trillion digital dollars being minted in the next 5 years, which is like an insane number. I honestly can't comprehend what that means, but if there's really going to be trillions of dollars, digital dollars, on public chains, it means finance has been completely restructured around this whole new concept of settlement and real-time guarantees through public ledgers.
Right.
So I think it'll definitely transform fintechs and payments, and we see folks like Stripe acquiring companies in crypto now and really being at the forefront of developing those technologies and integrating them into traditional finance.
And so if those changes, start to happen or continue to happen, particularly for people, entrepreneurs in the audience who, maybe are trying to raise some funding today, hopefully maybe 5 or 10 years from now have a company that they're thinking about taking public, how do you think crypto could change the process for them?
I think a lot of stuff is actually, the problems that founders need to solve are all going to stay the same. You still need to find product market fit, which means you need to find a pain point that customers have and create value there and charge them for it and find profit and scale it up. So those problems are still just as hard. I think the advantages that you have now is that things that are expensive, like cross-border, back-end, back-office settlement, if you use stablecoins and crypto for that, you can effectively cut your costs much, much faster and much cheaper than before. But I don't know if anyone here has worked on payments. It is a slog. It's very, very hard to build a payments network because you need merchants and customers and everybody to be online at the same time effectively with liquidity and being able to accept and send money. It's a very, very hard problem. But I think this is almost like one of the big changes, like I landed in the United States from the Soviet Union basically in 1992 as a kid. Went from, no technology to internet. And that was such a huge change in what you can do with tech that it felt like a huge break from traditional communications to the internet. It was just a massive change. And my young brain was very adaptive, and I kind of absorbed it immediately. And my parents got me a computer. I was on IRC chats and news groups within 6 months. But it takes a very long time for people to understand these big changes, like the idea of public keys and private keys and a seed phrase and real-time settlement. All this stuff just doesn't, people don't get it yet. So I think this is going to be part of the slowest part of growth is it took people 10 years to understand what a web link was, for the internet to actually build Friendster, and then for Facebook to come out of all of that. I think you're still going to see this 10-year process, people understanding ledgers and settlement and cryptography, and then you're going to see these massive companies being built on top of this technology, just like you saw with Facebook, that are true from the ground up, entire financial systems that are completely native to crypto.
Yeah, I was watching an interview you gave at another tech conference that shall not be named, and you were talking about this idea that, basically our brains need to catch up to crypto in the same way that we had to catch up to the internet. And as I was listening to that, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. And then as time passed, I was like, wait a second though, but a web link is it's a new idea, but it's not that, at least once it's consumer friendly and I can type it into a browser, it's not that complicated versus all the different parts of crypto. I think that there's a significantly higher barrier, isn't it?
I think people kind of do at a gut level understand what a secret is and a password. There's some of that, but understanding I think the implication that this is a mathematical certainty and nobody can change this immutable record. I think that takes time for people to kind of fully get. But we have some precedent of that. You go to you sign, you purchase real estate, your county office records this in this ledger, and you kind of get this idea, oh man, that's the social truth for who owns what house.
Right. And do you think that, so it sounds like you think that that's really it's a concept that people just have to get, as opposed to it's not so much a threshold in terms of the product just has to make that complexity more invisible.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's actually happening faster outside of the US because there's so much less trust with local ledgers. What that means is governance is bad in a lot of places outside of the US. So people don't trust their government. They don't trust their government to track their wealth correctly or not seize it randomly. So they trust Bitcoin more because of this, because they know that the government can't mess with it. So when you take people out of the equation and you're left with just math and data, you kind of can trust that more if you've had experiences that are negative with people, which I think a lot of immigrants probably in the US can talk about. But I think most folks living in the US just haven't experienced those kind of systemic failures.
Right. I mean, is there also sort of, you're talking about this sort of just understanding that, on this kind of fundamental technical level, there's certain things that can happen. But is there also just sort of a PR problem, essentially, to get people on board with it after things like FTX, that like maybe you could sort of argue technically people are protected, but they're just going to be like, this seems really bad, and I don't want to have anything to do with it?
So again, I think if you are a back office finance person, you actually get crypto much, much faster. I think similarly, like the internet first really became used in back-end businesses with email, and then people started sending links to like Dancing Baby to each other, and now I'm like, oh yeah, I kind of get it. So finance people deal with settlement risk all the time. They deal with banking risk all the time. So right after FTX, SVB, and a whole bunch of banks had a crisis, right? And if the government didn't bail out, a lot of companies that were funded in Silicon Valley would have been screwed. Their runway was stuck on Silicon Valley Bank, and the money wasn't there. So that's that risk. Every CFO at every company that's been funded understands, kind of like, that's their whole job, is to avoid that risk. So once the back-end office starts using crypto and starts using public ledgers, by that I mean just stablecoins, just dollars issued on a public ledger, they understand the settlement guarantees that they get with their private keys. And then that means that those folks understand it deeply, and you kind of start seeing this proliferation to consumers and retail. But that's going to come later, because most of the time retail is just not exposed to those risks. The government bails it out when it gets big enough and stuff like that.
Yeah. You also mentioned that, the flip side of the financial world adopting this kind of slower is that you've been surprised to see kind of like how quickly people embraced NFTs, meme coins, and things like that. Solana, among other things, the Trump coin was minted on Solana. As I understand it, that's not really something you have any control over.
Yeah, I mean, Solana is literally a protocol. So like email is a protocol. There's a whole bunch of standards around email. There's a whole bunch of code and standards around Solana. Anyone could go and run it. And people can create markets for anything. So I can send you an email with a link to Trump coin or fart coin. And that, again, both of those are protocols, the email and the underlying protocol that creates that market. My kind of like eureka moment for this stuff was I used to play Ultima Online, EverQuest. I don't know if folks remember those games. So
all the old folks in the audience?
Yeah, so I would my first experience with programming was to build like a auto farmer in Ultima Online to go mine wood, and then I would sell it in Ultima. And people would send me like a cashier's check over like the snail mail that I could go cash and then spend on whatever I wanted. So I think as soon as you have kind of this collective shared state where people share an experience, even if it's digital, people will create kind of markets for random stuff that is totally seems like superfluous. Like it has no meaning outside of the meaning in that little ecosystem. So the internet is a shared digital state, but for the entire world, not just a tiny little game. So those markets can get really big really quickly. And this is kind of like, I think, the bizarre kind of thing that was really unexpected. But if you look at like mobile gaming revenue for loot boxes and iOS, a public company, that's like 100 billion of payment volume a year, right? So if just a small portion of that ends up in the shared state, crazy numbers can happen.
So when you see something like Trump coin or fart coin, like something that's maybe a little bit easy to either get mad at or laugh at, to you, like you're like, this is like very natural and this is fine.
Yeah, to me, this is like loot boxes, basically.
Yeah.
But like the benefit of those things happening is like for the same reason that iOS is able to take those revenues and build an awesome platform where you can use FaceTime for free. These are all stress tests that force like real value at risk. There's real money at stake, and the engineering has to be incredibly good to be able to serve all these markets at the same time globally around the world, like in real time, with transparency and cryptographic guarantees, and make sure that nobody can like modify the markets to their advantage. And that is awesome, because then you can use this technology for issuing shares. You can be a founder that doesn't pay Goldman Sachs 10% of like their IPO price like Figma did. You can literally just use a smart contract, direct list, get access to global capital, and not have this crazy price difference between the dollars that you get and what retail pays. Like the whole point of this technology, or I think any technology, is that progress moves forward when it can make the world cheaper, faster, and like reduce costs for end users.
And so, talking about, Solana, there's this whole ecosystem that you don't control. So this is kind of a basic question, but talk about just sort of what is obviously you're the CEO of Solana Labs, but sort of what is your role now in your relationship to the protocol?
So Solana Labs builds products. One of the products we recently shipped was Android phone with kind of the slick integration for signing. The goal is to give users like an Apple Pay, hell yeah, Seeker. Go to solanamobile.com and buy a Seeker. So I get to sell phones now. The goal is to build like an Apple Pay-like experience for signing crypto, because a lot of the complexity and understanding security and all of these things can be abstracted away in I think the most important device that has been built in the last like 50 years, which is your smartphone. So that's part of it. The other part of my life, I think, is if I could do whatever I wanted, I'd probably spend all my time coding deep in the code, consensus optimizations, all of this kind of deep protocol work I love to do. So this is something that I have to like peel myself away from. But talking to all the amazing consensus engineers and folks working on the protocol is just something that probably spend all my time on that's free.
But you still spend a little bit of your time actually in the code.
Yeah, I think the difference now is that with AI, you kind of see, this has been my experience. AI has been like a great force multiplier for, I think, somebody that's an expert. So I had 15 plus years coding by hand, like in VI, optimizing code, staring at debuggers. The crazy thing about AI now is I can kind of like just watch Claude churn through its thing, and I can almost smell when it's going off the rails and correct it. So I can have like the time that if people are in a meeting with me and I'm not paying attention, it's because I'm watching Claude.
I wonder what it would feel like to be able to almost smell when Claude was going wrong. But one of the challenges in preparing for this interview is the fact that I started talking to your team maybe a month ago or whatever, and there just keep being these like new developments in Solana, some of which you have more to do with than others. But I think one that happened yesterday was this like basically these bitwise Solana ETFs went live. Do you want to just tell us a little about that?
Yeah, it's weird. How does a protocol go public? Or like this is where you have we have a global permissionless ledger that can create its own markets, has access to liquidity globally, but you still have Wall Street with these like old school human-based APIs. So the crazy thing is like a totally third party, Bitwise and Grayscale, like people that I cannot fire or hire, they can go public for a protocol. So they can go figure out all the data that the SEC needs, all the disclosures, submit an S1, and get ETF for the Solana protocol listed on traditional Wall Street markets. And it's pretty cool because this is, I think, the first staking ETF. So it's not just the token that's listed, it's the whole security model of getting rewards and staking and participating in the network. It's like all of the stuff, all the code that I wrote at like 2 a.m. It's like part of the disclosures on Wall Street, which is really kind of crazy to think about, but a huge step, I think.
Was it slightly terrifying to see your code in like SEC disclosures?
Yeah, for sure. Yep.
Are there other projects that you're kind of seeing sort of in the works that you just think, wow, this is really cool?
I think like some of the, again, more exciting stuff is pretty boring, and it's getting something like a lending protocol formally verified. I think one of the coolest things that I've seen recently is like Camino has done 2 separate formal verifications. So the challenge with trusting finance with money, software with money, is that software has bugs. Anyone that's ever written software knows that they write bugs. I write bugs. When I tell Claude to write software, it also generates bugs. How can we actually trust these systems with millions of dollars. Like people's lives are ultimately at stake, their careers, payroll, all this stuff is ultimately at risk when you escrow those funds with software. I think the coolest thing has been in, I think, the recent 5 years is formal verification, and with AI being able to generate formal proofs for the software that you're writing. So I think we're going to start seeing incredible improvements in reliability, and that's going to allow us to put more trust, more funds at risk in the software, which ultimately reduces cost to users, reduces risk, and stuff like that. So you kind of think of finance as like logistics. When you have speed bumps, use more gas. When your roads are inefficient, use more gas. When your roads are so poorly constructed, you have crashes. That is like a massive cost to society. Same thing with finance. If you have a person that can make a mistake and that could cost a company $1 billion, that's a very risky process that is better off with formally verified software. So as the software kind of eats the world, finance is probably the last bastion of that because so much is at risk. But I think we're starting to see both cryptography and formal verification kind of make that reality.
So it sounds like part of what you're saying is that in terms of closing that gap between the fun, meme stuff versus the finance stuff, a lot of that is about sort of just building the kind of more boring infrastructure.
Absolutely, yeah. It's building it and proving it out and making sure that all the risks that you can manage with software and cryptography actually are managed correctly.
Well, there's so much more I want to ask you, but unfortunately we're out of time. So Anatoly, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Let's move on from the future of crypto to one of tech's most enduring figures, someone who's been part of every major wave over the past 2 decades. He helped shape online culture with Digg, became a prolific angel investor in VC, and now he's exploring what comes next at the intersection of tech, investing, and reinvention. So please welcome to the Disrupt stage Kevin Rose and your moderator, TechCrunch's Connie Loizos.
Hi, all.
All right.
Yes, we're going to do this. I think most of you, maybe all of you in this room, know Digg, but in case you don't, Digg was the place where everyone went to find out what mattered on the internet, starting in 2005 when you founded it.
2004.
2004.
Back in the day, yeah.
So, like Reddit, there was upvoting, downvoting, people shared links, the site would sort of crash routinely under the weight of all the traffic. Yeah. It sold later on. You just bought it and are rebooting it.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, Alexis Ohanian, who started one of the co-founders of Reddit, he left that firm, and it's very public how he left, largely because there was a bunch of content that he didn't want to see on the site. I had walked away from Digg quite a while ago, and so we wanted to reboot what was possible for social, like reinvent some of this stuff. We started kind of comparing notes around the unfinished business, the features and things that we hadn't launched. And the asset came up and was available, and we thought, gosh, let's pick this up and just bring in a great CEO. So we hired a fantastic CEO, and then Alexis, myself, and Justin, we get together and we just brainstorm the future of social. And we have a long way to go. It's early days, but come kind of Q1 of next year, we'll unveil some of the things that are really unique and novel and that we haven't seen done before.
That's really great. So you kind of took the wraps off this plan back in maybe March, and I'm seeing some screenshots here that I'm not sure if the audience can see, but do you want to maybe walk us through?
Yeah, this right here is just some of the community creation that we'll have coming up here in January of next year, sometime around there, which is basically opening up the taxonomy, allowing people to create custom communities for anything they might have interest in. So, very similar to a subreddit, but what gets really interesting is what happens above and beyond this, because we're not just building to create feature parity with Reddit. We really want to create some novel things here that are exciting.
And I think what's sort of interesting to me about this, we had talked about it when you were launching in March, or sort of soft launching, is there's a new monetization piece here that is not true of Reddit. You want to sort of compensate moderators for their time in some way. I don't know if this is through equity or sort of a straight payment, but can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, when we first started Digg, in 2004, before Reddit launched, we were very lucky because we had thousands and thousands of people, and eventually millions of people that would come in and contribute content. And they're not getting paid. They're just unpaid, moderators, admins, whatever you want to call them. And then, Reddit took that further and they opened up the taxonomy. But it is a lot of work. Whenever we talk to some of the bigger Reddit moderators that are out there, they talk about just, the ones that have millions of members have to have round the clock, like call it a dozen plus people, working on making sure to kick out bots, to deal with all the spam issues they have, the fights that are happening, and they're not seeing any slice of that revenue. And they don't control the audience either. So you're talking about something where you're signing up and creating all this value for a platform, but you can't port that platform anywhere else. You can't capture any email addresses. You can't stay in touch with that platform. You can be ousted of that platform. And in fact, when communities get too large, they're oftentimes trademarked. And so you actually don't have the ability. Wall Street Bets is a great one where the creator, one of the co-creators of Wall Street Bets tried to write a book called Wall Street Bets and was sued by Reddit for doing so, when they're the actual ones that came up with the name. And that when I talk to Alexis and we think about these things, it seems a little backwards. Like, if anything, we should be more similar to Substack or Patreon or some of the others that are actually giving you much more control of your community and where that belongs. And if we're not the best platform for you, then by all means, take your audience someplace else and port it, because that should be on us to provide the best platform.
That must be, pretty liberating to think about for these people. I'm just wondering, do you see this, community management as potentially like a full-time job, or just sort of a nice way of saying, we appreciate what you've done, and here's,
Yeah, in our conversations with some of the moderators, they would appreciate anything because they're getting nothing today. One of them said, yeah, it'd be nice if I did this full time. We had another one that said, I would love a cup of coffee a month or something.
Just some acknowledgement.
Just to do something, right?
Right.
And so I think if your audience is big enough, it should be properly compensated. There's a bunch of different models that we're exploring, but one that I like, I think there's death by 1,000 subscriptions. I think the idea of like paying $5 for every community is just like a non-starter. It's like really difficult to do. People have so many paid Substacks or all the things that they're subscribing to. We like the kind of Netflix model, which is essentially where attention goes, money flows. And so if we have some type of platform where they can join and receive the attention-based rewards for that, so whether it be either ads-based or subscription-based, and you see transparently how that's flowing throughout the ecosystem. So if you're part of /Japanese Woodworking, you can see, they have this many subscribers, because they have this much attention. Here are the dollars that are flowing in. It's flowing to this moderator, this co-creator, and then they're gonna throw parties, events, whatever it may be, with the use of this proceeds. So we wanna do that as transparently as possible and make it really simple. So if you only spend a day there a month and you're paying $10 a month for your subscription, maybe it's a few cents that go your way. But in aggregate, that's actually really meaningful if you get to millions of users.
Yeah, that's great. I asked because in part we were talking backstage about the future of the workforce and how so many more people are going to be entrepreneurs, whether they realize it or not from now, and looking for new ways to work. One thing I also wondered was, you mentioned toxicity, and it's obviously a huge problem. And you're using AI tools to sort of combat that. I do always wonder if that is a technical issue or a cultural issue, because we're still seeing, on X, investors who we know have taken on these sort of very combative personas to get attention. I just think it's a very hard thing to overcome.
Yeah, I think, everyone is on social for different reasons. Some people say that they're tired of the toxicity, but they're the first to comment and jump in and dunk on someone socially online. That said, we think of these things as almost like smaller micro communities of really trusted people that you can eventually, with all these agents and everything that's coming online, where they can befriend you and they can fake like they're an actual human. We have to break these apart into verifiable, trustable, small micro communities around a theme, a topic. And if we can create that intimacy and that idea of real connection with other humans, I think that's a huge win. And you don't need many people coming together to create like really highly valuable content and community around that. So when we think about some of these things here, like Digg for Fun, Digg to Learn, Digg for Today, like those are kind of curated feeds that you can customize and say, I want more of this or less of that. And you have fine-grained control over how you view and slice the data. So one of the things that we did some data analysis on, which is back in the old social days, if we had a politics section or category, that would largely encapsulate, call it like 95% of all political commentary would be inside of that arena. And so it was very easy because you could say, oh, turn this off and I just won't see anything more that's political. But now politics is so pervasive and it's everywhere that we're having conversations, and it like shows up around, you know, the name of a restaurant or whatever, like the things are popping up all over the place. And so what you have to do and what we can do now is essentially every single comment and story that comes in to Digg, we can hit a ML pathway that we have to Google that will classify it in 15 different ways. So is it hate speech? Is it political? Is it this or that? And we get back these scores, and then we can say, okay, to the user, if you don't want to see political chatter, you don't want to take place or see the more controversial kind of like, you know, topics that are causing a lot of hate and really anxiety-provoking topics, you can kind of slide that slider any way that you want, and then immediately that content filters out for you site-wide. Right. And so we want to give users the control over that, whereas if you are into politics, you can jump into that arena and have fun and or whatever it is that you do over there, but you can jump into that, but you'll know what you're about to walk into when you do so. So it's more of an opt-in. We almost think of politics in some sense as like almost like a lightweight, not safe for work community these days, you know?
That seems apt. You know, I just wondered how it's going, I guess. I read somewhere, maybe it was last month, that there were 17 communities. Again, I know this is sort of still invite only. So I guess what are your learnings so far? Has anything surprised you? And also, when are you officially launching so that everybody can?
Yeah, we don't have a hard date, but it's like, call it Q1 of next year is when we're really gonna go out and open it up. So we've got a couple 100,000 people that are waiting on that wait list to get in. And we've been slowly opening that up, but we really have a lot of kind of table stakes functionality, which is the boring stuff, but you just need to have it as a platform. And then there's the crazier stuff, which is really kind of what you're seeing here, which is the ability to turn on agents inside of communities. So you can come in and say, hey, listen, my community is for movie fans, or my community is for X. You know, I work and I have a conversation with my agent. I want to build custom modules and a custom interface for my community, almost like a Replit or a Bolt for social communities, but within those kind of guardrails. And so we want to wake up pleasantly surprised and be like, oh, look what somebody deployed. They deployed this new agent that anytime a movie is mentioned, automatically when you hover over it, the Rotten Tomatoes scores appear. Or if it's political in nature, they're automatically going out and crawling and hitting the Brave Search API so that we can show, you know, left, middle, and right takes on the same topic, you know, all in the same place. And so those are like the magical unlocks, but you have to build the scaffolding and framework and kind of infrastructure to pull that off.
And there's still sort of the I mean, is there a like function?
Yeah, the voting itself is all via Diggs, the way it was back in the day. But what we're not doing this time around, and this is where we got into trouble, is back in the day, you know, I had the first patent for socially liking something and then feeding it back into an algorithm.
Which is, like, if we can pause there for a second, that's huge. Like, you are...
It was the most valuable thing. It was funny, it's like the site sold off for next to nothing. LinkedIn bought all the social patents for millions of dollars because they found that to be their defensible way against the Facebook like and all of that, because we had prior IP to all of that. But yeah, so that ended up being the most valuable thing. But the thing that was brutal about that is it was used in a way to kind of amplify a lot of things that we didn't anticipate.
Right.
We had no idea that if we showed you more things of the things that you like, if you're a bad, you know, person in that arena, then you're going to amplify things that can cause a lot of bad things to happen. Yeah. So this version of Digg is very much like we're very transparent algorithms, very much you're able to fine tune that for yourself and really see fully and truthfully, like, how am I getting this information versus some black box there.
Well, so you are involved in Digg, but you're not the CEO. You mentioned Justin as the CEO. You are also a general partner at True Ventures, and I wanted to maybe spend the rest of our time talking about your what you're funding, because I've always, you know, loved your sort of insights. One thing I wanted to ask, I see that you're wearing, I guess, is that an Aura?
Yeah, that's the Aura, yeah.
And I had talked to the CTO of Aura on stage a couple weeks ago. Aura is so dominant, 80% of market share. It feels very hard to compete with it, but I did notice on Twitter that you had tweeted out a ring that looked a little bit Aura-esque called the Sandbar, and I just wondered if you could tell us a little bit about that.
Well, that's an unreleased product in that it hasn't been publicly announced yet. Well, so I was on the board of Aura for a few years, and I'm still a shareholder there. So Sandbar is not Aura in that, I don't want to disclose anything, but it's not health and fitness.
Oh, okay.
So that's probably a big like
a wearable
'cause
that's
you probably
not
saw it and you're like,
also-
oh, another fitness
Yes,
ring.
yes.
Yeah,
I
so
thought maybe it was going for
I
like
can't
a
say anything
younger
more than that.
demographic. Okay.
But I will have 2 things.
Well, tell me a little bit more about, I guess, that intersection of AI and hardware, because I think everybody's trying to figure it out. I mean, what we keep seeing over and over again is everybody developing glasses, which I candidly think is not a great idea. I'm not interested in wearing glasses, and I'm not interested in talking to somebody wearing glasses, and I wonder what your thoughts are on those, glasses specifically, and also if there's something else that you've seen that's interesting.
Yeah, I've avoided almost all AI hardware type of investments, and we do a lot of hardware at True. Peloton and Ring and Fitbit and a lot of great hardware companies have come through True, which we're very lucky to get to work with these entrepreneurs. So we see by nature of those investments just a lot of that type of stuff, and it's sad because a lot of it is just like, let's listen to the entire conversation, and to me that breaks a lot of these kind of social constructs that we have with humans around privacy.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like if you feel like you should punch someone in the face for wearing it, you probably shouldn't invest in it. And that's a lot of these glasses where I'm just like, don't record,
Right.
And so oftentimes as an investor, you kind of have to not only say, okay, cool tech, sure, but emotionally, how does it make me feel, and how does it make others feel around me? And for me, a lot of that is lost in all the AI stuff where it's just always on, always listening, trying to be the smartest person in the room, and it's just not healthy. And it's horrible. I admit, I did get a pendant, and I've got a few of these other ones, and I've tried them. And
You mean the Humane?
yeah, so I tried one, and my wife was saying that she was doing something, and I was like, I know I got that in the logs that she didn't say that, and I was trying to use it to actually win an argument.
That can't be good for
That was the last time I wore that thing, because it was like, you do not want to win a battle by
right.
going back and looking at the logs of your AI pin. That doesn't fly.
Yeah.
And so, I think a lot of, it's like almost like the tourist use case is not good enough. Like Segway, great tourist use case.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's gonna see me, but I'm in a weird foreign country and I'm gonna zip around town. Sure. But the same with the glasses, what is that monument? Those are all fun demos. But I feel we have to be very careful with AI because we tend to just apply it to everything as a bolt-on, and it's ruining the world. Like this idea that you go into your Photos app and you're erasing your friends out of the background. And I had a friend that erased a gate behind them to make the picture look better. I'm like, that's your yard. Your kids are gonna look at that and be like, didn't we have a gate there? And it's getting so good.
Yeah.
But I worry it's rewriting history in some sense. And so some of this stuff, we're gonna look back on and be like, wow, that was weird. We just slapped it on everything and thought it was a good idea.
Yeah.
Similar to what happened in the early days of social, where you look back a decade or two later and you're like, I wish I would have done that differently. We're gonna have those same issues with AI.
Sure.
It's not to say it's all bad, and I applaud the entrepreneurs that are tackling the space, but we just have to be really careful about the downstream consequences long term.
Sure. Well, one thing that I think is interesting and difficult is, video generation specifically. Adam Mosseri of Instagram had recently talked about the fact that his children, all of whom are under the age of 10, will just grow up in a world where they know that what they're seeing is not necessarily what happened, which I
Right.
just thought that's a huge burden for children. You've
Yes.
got young kids.
Oh,
so
gosh,
this
I
is-
have this already. I was using Sora, and I had miniature Labradoodles that I had actually was selling on Sora, and I was bringing these little tiny puppies, and they're like, "Where can we get those?" And I'm like, "That's not really Dad there." Or how do you have that conversation? So it is very awkward.
It's
you have to say it's like the movies.
Yeah.
That's the best proxy. You're like, oh, it's like movie magic. It's
Yeah.
like when you see a show and they're flying but they're not.
Right.
That's what Dad's doing here. It's really tough.
I also wanted to talk to you just a little bit about the shape of the industry. So, again, we're talking about how many different fields are going to change. I talked yesterday morning with Vinod Khosla about job displacement, and he thinks really there's going to be a huge opportunity for people to just recreate the jobs that we have today, which is optimistic and I hope accurate. But we were talking a little bit about the venture field itself. So right now, a lot of firms, including Sequoia Capital, Rolf Botha was also here, they now have as many engineers or developers on staff as they do investors, which I think is kind of interesting.
Fascinating.
But everybody's really relying on data, and I guess I sort of wonder if, at some point, if that's going to be more disruptive to VCs than they imagine, or what your thoughts are there.
The barrier to entry for entrepreneurs is just every day that goes by, it is decreasing and shrinking in terms of our ability to go have an idea and launch it and find product market fit, at least on the software side of things. Hardware, obviously not so much, a lot of tooling, a lot of everything that has to happen on hardware. Very capital intensive business on hardware. Yeah. On the software side, it's never been a better time to be an entrepreneur, and that will continue to be true over the next few years. Like when I was traveling up here with one of my colleagues, he hadn't vibe coded before. And by the time we got to the city, and we were leaving from LA, it was fully deployed and ready to launch app. And 6 months ago, if I had tried to build that app, I would have run into probably 20 or 30 errors that I would say, okay, take it to this coding engine. Oh, I'll fix that one myself because I know a little bit about CS like back in the day. And so it would have been a process, but it would have been probably 10 times as long to get to the same output. And now there was one error that happened the entire time. In 3 months from now, Gemini 3 hits the market, there's going to be 0 errors or next to it. And these are all going to be, the beautiful thing about engineering is that it's not subjective. Like there is an objective outcome for all of these problems, which means that we can solve them. And so when they're solved, you'll just be able to dream something up and ship it. That means high school coding classes are no longer coding classes, they're vibe coding classes, and they will build the next billion-dollar business launched out of some random high school. It will happen. Yeah. It's just a matter of time.
That's great.
And so it puts entrepreneurs in a fantastic position because they can delay funding and not raise it until they absolutely need it, or maybe not even raise it at all. And so it's really going to change the world of VC, and I think for the better.
Yeah, I wonder how your partner's going to.
Well, I think it's listen. Like at the end of the day, the entrepreneur is going to have issues that are not technical, and they're going to say, "Hey, listen, I have to do my first round of layoffs, or I'm having a hard time doing X, Y, or Z." They're very emotional problems. And so I think the VCs with the highest EQ that can show up best for the founders as their long-term partner, that have been with firms and aren't hopping around, that aren't just fly-by-night VCs, but ones that have been around and seen these problems at scale, they're going to be sought after because those are the issues that you're going to lean on your VC for. It won't be as much, yes, it'll be a little bit of capital to kind of like, fill the gaps as you're scaling, but at the end of the day, you're going to want someone that's really a friend and trusted colleague that's in the trenches with you and not so much just who can rant the loudest on X.
Right, absolutely. We're going to run out of time here soon, but there are a lot of founders in the audience who love your podcast and love your point of view and probably want to understand how to work with you. I feel like I've heard you say in the past, some people gravitate to people who are like really great storytellers, which is such a critical skill, or really technical founders. I think that you've sort of circled around people that are really smart when it comes to product design. So can you elaborate and tell me if I'm mistaken on that front?
In terms of what I look for personally?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's just, this has been said before. When I was at Google, and I was over at Google Ventures back in the day, I think it was Larry, it maybe have been Sergey, I'm not sure, but they said a healthy disregard for the impossible is what is important to look for. And that just rang so true to me back then, and that's exactly what we look for at True Ventures, is we want founders that aren't just sanding down the rough edges, but they're really swinging for the fences with big, bold ideas that everyone else says, that is a horrible idea, why are you doing this? That's what I'm drawn to, because even if it doesn't work, we love your mind, we love where you are, and we gladly back you the second time, because you are coming up with that pure, raw creativity and trying something new. And I think that, to me, is the most fun you will have as a partner with them, is seeing like the future through their eyes and seeing that healthy disregard where they're going after big, ambitious things that will eventually, hopefully, change the world. And to me, that's the most important thing.
That's great. And maybe, I guess we're out of time. So that's it. Thank you so much, Kevin.
Thank you for having me.
A really pleasure. Always love talking to you. Thank you, everybody.
All right, our next guest is building one of the buzziest and, I think it's fair to say, most polarizing startups in AI. Roy Lee is the founder and CEO of Cluely, a startup that's gotten a lot of people talking. I'm a New Yorker. I've also seen their giant billboards in Times Square. That said, how much real tech is there behind the hype? To unpack all of that, we have Roy and we have TechCrunch senior reporter Max Zeff. Please welcome them.
All right. Roy, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Oh my God, hear that go.
Yeah. You get used to it. So, Roy, you've gotten a lot of attention for not just your product, but how you've communicated it. You kind of have this theory that distribution is paramount, that it's important.
Yeah.
Can you kind of take me into your head of when you figured that out and what was going through your head?
Yeah. I mean, before Cluely, there was Interview Coder, and I don't know if everyone knows the story, but it's like the thing I built at school. And I built it because like I used to be the biggest like YC glazer. Literally this time last year, I was telling my co-founder like, bro, imagine if we got into YC, and we were like jerking ourselves off over it. But realistically, I mean, it's like I tried a bunch of B2B shit. I'm like, yo, this is what Gary Tan is looking for. But in all honesty, bro, like it was flopping. We didn't make any sales. I couldn't even build the thing, and I'm like, bro, what am I doing? Like I feel like I'm a funny kid. There's other ideas out there that are more viral, and why don't we just start thinking about like what's the craziest LinkedIn post we could make? And that's what's kicked off the idea for Interview Coder. Like, we're like, dude, I'm pretty sure this can get 1 million views, and let's just post it and see what happens. And he posted that, and eventually it did get like 1 million views. And then we're like, holy shit, this worked very well. Let's just keep doing this and see where it goes. And eventually this becomes I'm like front page of Twitter, and like at one point, bro, like things just start working so well, you realize like, oh fuck, I'm looking at the frontier of something. I gotta see where this takes me. And then Interview Coder is like the little translucent glass pane that helps you cheat on leak code interviews. And we just thought like, man, what if, like, I know we're not that tough yet, but like, what if we could low-key just make this work for everything? And that's what sparked the idea for Cluely, because I'm pretty sure I just know how to make a bunch of people see something. So what's the biggest idea we could plant in? And this is like it's the biggest idea.
Have you always been like this? Like, have you always liked getting people to, I mean that like in a nice way, because like you've clearly cracked something here. So, like, have you always been good at getting attention onto the things you're doing?
My earliest memory of all consciousness is when I was 5 years old in kindergarten. Wow. And we used to have like show and tell. I couldn't read for shit back then, but I used to bring like Korean books, like novels, and I used to read them out loud to the class and translate them in English. But I was speaking gibberish the whole time. And the whole time I was just thinking like, what is the craziest story I could come up with to get the whole class to like react about something? So I say I haven't really been in the space of content creation for too long, but I've been in the space of attention getting for my whole life.
It's in your blood.
It's in my blood, yeah.
So, I mean, like you had Interview Coder, blew up. We wrote about it in TechCrunch. I remember when it was happening, and kind of take me through what happened like right after that. Like you basically dropped out of Columbia, right?
Yeah. I mean, as it was going on, I think everyone liked to say like, yo, like you're getting kicked out of school. Like you really got to think about it. Like, man, dude, I'm so way too far deep for your one Twitter comment to be like, oh, fuck, you're right. Like now I got to go back and redo everything. And like you get stuck between a rock and a hard place very quick. And as soon as, Columbia sends me like essentially, for those that don't know the story, I post about it. I post about getting a job in Amazon. With it, and I make it public, and it gets like 100,000 views, and then Amazon and Columbia are both like breathing down my neck. And as soon as Columbia sends me the first letter saying, hey, you got to go to a disciplinary hearing, I knew like I'm fucked. This product is fucked. There's nowhere this goes. But I have one thing right now, which I feel like nobody else in the world has, which is like I'm the hottest thing on tech Twitter. Let me investigate this space and see how far it goes. Yeah. I don't even remember the original question, but
yeah, that's good. That was fine. So I want to talk to you a little bit because startup marketing sounds really boring. Yeah. Like, I kind of fell asleep a little bit just saying that. But you've made it like really exciting. And whatever you're doing, it doesn't feel like marketing. Like, it just feels like these like viral moments that are just like blowing up because they're controversial. Like you're doing things that other startups wouldn't. Like people are outraged by it. People are enraged by it. I mean, what are people getting wrong about startup marketing that you seem to have cracked?
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's like what people are getting wrong about social. Well, like the original problem here is like everyone who's good at engineering, if you're any good at engineering, you're probably not funny, and you're probably not going to be a content creator because you don't have it in your blood. And realistically, like most of these people have no chance of going viral. And the thing is, like, you don't need to. Like, low-key, if you build GPT, then, like, you don't need to go viral. It's crazy. Yeah. But if you're building, like, you know, like an AI meeting note-taker, then you probably want to stand out somehow. Yeah. Realistically, what I think most people don't understand is that social media has extremified pretty much everything. Correct. And in order to stand out, you have to be like very different. And what worked in the past, like I really don't think Airbnb stunts of like the Obama O's or whatever, like that wouldn't really fly today because that's not like every day people are used to seeing crazier and crazier things. So to stand out, you have to be even crazier, which is why like you just see different content on the timeline, which is why everyone gets mad and like upset, like, oh my god, like this is like some new AI disruptive, like evil, like man, but everyone building like some random GPT wrapper anyway, so it's not even that bad. But you just have to frame yourself in a way that is differentiated. I think I'm particularly good at framing myself in a way that's controversial. Honestly, I don't even think I rage bait. Like, really, I think I'm just honest and like authentic. And I think people just see that as rage bait because they get enraged. But that's probably just my personality.
What do you think people find controversial about Cluely?
Yeah, I mean, like from the start, like we say cheat on everything.
Yeah.
And this was a bet. Like this was like. Let me actually give you a better answer. What do people find so controversial about Cluely? I think I do a lot of things that are different. And every single thing I do that's different, I frame it through the filter of my voice. And my voice just is naturally very enraging to a lot of people. So, like the way that I speak and describe about things, I just have a hyperbolic way of saying things. So if I say, like, I could go out and say, yo, we're building a desktop assistant that will help you. Or I could say, like, yo, cheat on everything. And to me, like, that just sounds more like myself.
Yeah. And I mean, I think the underlying, your marketing strategy, there's this notion that like people are too worried about brand safety. That like if you go and make something that like gets people upset, that gets people angry about it, I think a lot of brands want to steer clear of that kind of stuff because then they have to put on an apology. It seems like you don't care about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious to anybody who I think is under the age of 25 and like scrolls regularly that like reputation is sort of a thing of the past. Like you can try and be like the New York Times or whatever and guard your ironclad reputation, but like realistically, you have Sam Altman who's like on the timeline talking about hot guys, and you have Elon Musk like going batshit crazy on the timeline every day. And it's like realistic. Like how is this possibly the world that we live in? And you just have to realize that the world is trending to a different place where you have to be extreme, you have to be authentic, and you have to be personal, and that is extremely at odds with being super corporate.
And I feel like there's a lot of people doing this right now. Like right outside, there's a startup, I think Artisan, like their thing is like don't hire humans.
Yeah.
And then there's Friend, who their thing is just like, we're making an AI device that you can be friends with. So like I'm curious, like who do you think is doing it well right now? Like who do you think is taking what Cluely has found and is doing it the right way?
The right way. I mean, there's like, okay, so I guess there's two big things that you need to worry about. And for all marketing, your marketing, it falls in one of two categories, very rarely both, and it's either top of funnel or it's bottom of funnel. Like it's meant to say, hey, like you can either send the message of, hey, look at us, we're Cluely, and get the idea in people's heads, or you can send the message of, hey, download us to get AI meeting notes. And like the two are at odds. You can just get more impressions and more reach by saying crazy shit and just attaching Cluely to it, which is why you see like Stripe powers like fucking autonomous vehicle data with Stripe or whatever, like these billboards, and it's like just get Stripe in your head a lot. And then later you see the one ad that's like, okay, Stripe does this for you. It does like easy payments online. And then you're like, oh, Stripe, the fucking billboard that I've seen like everywhere. Like, of course I'll buy it now because it's primed in my head. And I think if you only have one and not the other, then it will be very hard. Like it's just not good marketing. And for you to have very good bottom of funnel, like you actually have to have like a product that works. And I think that's where a lot of the people in my generation like fail is like low-key there's only so many magic moments out there. And at one point you can get all the top of funnel and all the initial traffic you want, and at some point people have to retain and people have to like spread the product because they enjoy the product.
Yeah. And I mean, I want to ask you about that because like the theory that you have that distribution is everything, I think Cluely in a lot of ways has become the benchmark for that theory.
Yeah.
So how's your business doing?
We're doing well. What I've learned is I'm pretty sure you should never share revenue numbers, because the only thing, like if you're doing well, nobody's going to talk about how well you're doing. And if you're doing poorly, then everybody will only talk about how poorly you're doing. And Twitter generally trends very, very critical and very negative. It's because it's just a bunch of like jealous engineers who like don't want to see anyone succeed except like themselves. And realistically, I'll say like we're growing quicker than I expected, but it's not the fastest growing company of all time.
Yeah, I think that's Mercor, which is, they were on our stage like a day ago, and they're sharing the revenue numbers, and it doesn't seem to be going so bad for them. So
yeah, I mean, of course, if you literally are the fastest growing company of all time.
Well, there you go. Yeah. What about like users? Like, do you guys have like a monthly active user count?
We do, but I think this is just another thing that if you share, then none of your other competitors will share, and all of them will just use that as data against you. Oh. And realistically, the second they do better, like it just gives them like fuel to the fire. Okay. And I think there's other ways to get impressions and gain goodwill without doing that.
Okay. What about retention? Like, because I mean, you're clearly getting a lot of eyeballs, but like, do they stay?
The retention has gone up 3x from launch.
Okay.
And that's a number I'm comfortable sharing. But yeah. I also won't share numbers here because I think, again, like it's just like everyone else will be benchmarked against each other. But when we launched, like the product didn't work at all. So like
I guess it's good that retention went up from there.
Yeah. So it's up 3x from there, and that's what I'll share.
I mean, you've mentioned this before, that you basically created the launch video for Cluely with just kind of the idea and then kind of made the product work after, which actually I think you're just pretty honest about that. I think a lot of startups do that. But talk to me about like working kind of backwards from getting distribution and then the product.
Yeah, I think if there's, I can't even say if it's a mistake, but one thing that I wonder is maybe we could have launched too early, because like just for the first 3 weeks, like even if you downloaded it, like you realistically just could not use it. And right now, a lot of the reason for lower product velocity right now than I would like is because we're suffering from a lot of tech debt from a quick launch, and then now we have to maintain backwards compatibility with all like the random bullshit frameworks that we added just because things were going down so fast. And I think there is such a thing as launching too early. But also, like, I mean, we did, like, it's the fucking Cluely launch. Like, how can I say, like, oh, I regret, like, being the most viral? Like, it did well for us.
Do you think you bit off more than you could chew with the launch video?
Nah, I don't think so. I think people don't give a fuck. People don't care. But at the end of the day, it's like, oh, this is like a good product for sending follow-up emails. Like, I'll use it for that. Like, at the end of the day, if you just get like a couple thousand users, like, they will find the use case for you. And that was the whole idea. Is let's launch something that barely works, and then if we can get enough initial users, like they will become the power users, and they will find out the use cases for us. And that is what ended up happening. And now like our core power group of users is just people who have tried it and experienced like very different things than we expected them to. It's the whole reason why we ended up like narrowing scope. Like, well, everyone was using this for professional meetings, but might as well just build it for that.
Yeah. So that's what the power users have told you, is that they just want to use it for meetings?
Well, they just do use it for meetings.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so that's what you're building towards now.
Yeah, I mean, this is another thing. I don't know if this is inevitable. I'm beginning to think that perhaps every company that lands in a space, everyone just sort of like gradially descends down to the most optimal version of the solution, which is why like Instagram Reels, TikTok, and YouTube Shorts all look the same. And like perhaps that is true, and perhaps it is also the case that the day Cluely launched, and we were destined to end up here. Whether we talked to a bunch of users or whether we got super viral and then used the usage data, right. I'm not sure though. These are still things that I'm like figuring out.
So like now you're in the thick of it. Like when the launch video went out, like and you had some of like the viral stunts where you like hired 50 interns to like just be influencers. That was in a much earlier stage. Now you're like, okay, you've got some users, you're trying to grow them. Do you feel like the focus on distribution, like the influencers that you guys have, like the focus on social media is a distraction now from actually building the thing?
No, and the reason is because you can just hire people to do it for you. And right now I can spend a lot of my time like not doing that thing, and now the marketing channels I can just like one-to-one give to other people. I think this is something that every startup probably needs to think about more, because there's just so many startups that die because they could have PMF, but they don't find it because like they can't get seen by users. In fact, I know probably like 4 products off the top of my head that like would be like crazy, like yo, like low-key, let's copy all of their UI, but they're not seen by anybody, and they get like fucking like less than 1% of the web traffic, as they're just gonna get steamrolled. And I think like realistically, most startups do not die because like the product is not there. Like if you're in a problem space and you're like solving something, like even the tiniest fucking problem, like there's money to be made there, you die because you can't find the money. And people just need a hard focus. Like I think generally, if you're not in deep tech, then you need a low-key hard focus on building distribution. If your problem even remotely if your thing remotely solves the problem that you're trying to, like you got to get in front of people, bro.
But like, if you guys have like millions of views, like on X, on TikTok, on Instagram, but you don't have millions of users, like, I mean, like, talk to me about like conversion, because to me, it's like if people see it and then the product's good, they'll convert into lasting users theoretically, right? Like, so why not just focus more on building the product now? Because like you are still, I mean, you might hire people to do it, but like you're in the TikToks, like you're, clearly like still a part of it, right?
I'd say like the world is so much bigger than people think, and even if you spend, as an extreme, if Mr. Beast started any company and just gave you a blank term sheet, he didn't even tell you the industry, he just said, yo, I'm Mr. Beast, I'm building a company. Like what post money, like he'd probably get like fucking like $1 billion post money off rip just because it's like, oh, it's Mr. Beast, I trust him. So obviously at an extreme, everyone believes that if you have enough distribution, then it doesn't really matter, you can just kingmake yourself. And right now, like there's a big, like it might not seem like that in tech, but there's a big jump, like a huge, massive jump between us and Mr. Beast. And there's just like an enormous alpha to be gained there. There's always like a best thing to do, and certainly like I spend a lot of my time on product right now, which is why you see me tweet a lot less. But like there's like a globally optimal thing to do, but there's like 100 other really fucking great things you can do, and there's many roads to building a generational company. And one of the roads could theoretically, like maybe the globally optimal strategy is just fucking spend the next 5 years Mr. Beasting yourself and then build a company. And maybe in that 5 years, like your momentum in building the distribution will just be better than anything you could have done on product.
I'm curious, like if everyone starts doing this, if everyone starts doing optimizing for viral rage bait content. I know you said you don't do rage bait, but like if everyone starts doing this, do you feel like we end up in sort of like a race to the bottom?
I mean, not really. At the end of the day, like you can't fake anything long term, really. Like at the end of the day, the best products will win, and the best marketing will win. And if your marketing wasn't the best, then like you will die. And I actually don't think that rage if there is a globally optimal way of getting people to convert to the product, then people will do that. And if it is rage bait, then it will be net better for the entire world because it will mean that everyone will get value faster. But it's very likely that it's not rage bait because things get saturated very quickly. And if everyone is posting rage bait, then it's not even bait anymore. Maybe there'll be like hope bait in the future, and that will be what's viral.
So you have to level up now, is what you're saying. Like
you just have to differentiate yourself.
But the kind of content you were making before, you're like, okay, now everyone's doing that kind of stuff.
I really don't think everyone's doing that stuff. My biggest fear, I took a sort of like a pause from tech Twitter to hard focus on product because at one point we had everything we needed.
Okay.
And my biggest fear was like, bro, I gave everyone the fucking playbook. Like, there's gonna be another Roy Lee and it's gonna be over for me. And like, bro, it didn't happen, bro. Like tech Twitter, the engineers just cannot make good content, bro. You give them a fucking like 1,000 tries on bad and they cannot make good content. I think right now it's not saturated because like there's a bunch of shallow replicas, but I challenge you to find one video who you think is like, yo, this is as tough as Cluey.
I mean, I'll take it, but Friend? Like Friend had like a pretty like crazy launch video that got a lot of people, like in New York right now, if you're on the subways, like they have all that rage bait there and it feels pretty intentional. Right? Like, is that not the Cluey playbook, or is that the Friend playbook? Like,
I would check. Like, what if, like, imagine for a second that Friend actually worked, and it worked very well, like, and it literally could replace the function of like an actual Friend. Then do you think people would have the same reaction? Like, obviously, fucking not. And as a counter, I'll say something that's been like blowing up pretty well has been like Poke. Like Poke by Interaction. Theirs was quite recent, and they used the same launch like studio that Cluey did, and they very arguably followed the exact Cluey playbook. But because the product was like stronger and did closer to the thing that they said that they were going to do, now all of a sudden it's like, oh my god, like nobody even talks about, oh my god, you guys spent like $250K on a marketing video. Like, man, no, nobody cares, bro.
Yeah. I want to ask you about some other companies and their like marketing strategies, because there was one of the investors from Andreessen Horowitz said you're like one of like the 0.01% of people who like really understand distribution. So I want to ask you about a couple. So like, what do you think about like OpenAI? Like, what do you think of their like strategy right now?
Yeah, I'd say like OpenAI is actually running like another variant of the Cluely playbook, which is when Sam Altman is on timeline saying like, "Yo, AGI imminent, bruh, solved internal." Like, man, okay, let's be for real. But like he's doing this like drum up like fear, and then all the Instagram headlines go like, "Yo, like Sam Altman just announced AGI," and like that's just another variant of eyeballs on product selling a vision that doesn't quite exist yet.
Okay, what about Anthropic?
Anthropic, I mean, if you just look at like monthly active users between OpenAI and Anthropic, it's clear that one person is winning, and I don't think GPT-5 is like gargantuanly better than any of the Claude models.
But Anthropic like also stirs up controversy because they go on the headlines and they're like, "Oh, AI is going to take 50% of jobs in like 5 years or something." So
they don't do it nearly enough. And
you think they need to be doing that more?
I mean, yeah, I think almost all content like is also the reason why people will have like a super viral launch video and then just flop. Like, bro, like where's the next video? And people just won't have enough quantity of content. This is also why like there's been many almost Andrew Tates since Andrew Tate, but the reason why Andrew Tate won is like sure partly because he's so engaging with the way that he talks, but also partly just because he makes more fucking content than everybody. Like I don't know anybody else who's been on as many podcasts and genuinely tried to get clipped up that many times.
Okay, what about Donald Trump?
Donald Trump, bro, he's the fucking GOAT, bro. Look at him, bro. He's the president of the United States, bro. Like, dude, if you think Donald Trump's like the way he's doing it, if you don't think that's working, like how about you go be president of the United States then?
I mean, so he's running the Cluely playbook though?
I think everyone is running a variant of the playbook of social media has saturated most content formats that we understand to be cool like 10 years ago, and as a result, you have to differentiate yourself. And if the actual core playbook is differentiate yourself with content, then yes, Donald Trump is running the same playbook.
There you go. What about the differences between the platforms? Like Twitter is different from Instagram and TikTok. Like, do you have to be like more enraging on certain platforms than others?
I'll say there's like a few core learnings, and this might be like the most valuable thing I say on here, because I actually think I have like a reason to speak on this. But Twitter generally is like super caption focused, and it's not video focused at like almost at all. The average scroll time on Twitter is way faster than it's going to be on Instagram, and it matters so much what your caption is. In tech Twitter specifically, like people really care that you're announcing something, even if you're not fucking announcing shit, but just like act like you're announcing something revolutionary. Because there's a lot of like high IQ, like fake high IQ Wojaks on Twitter will be like, yo, like this is interesting, I know all about this. So focus on caption and focus on the first frame. That matters more than anything. On Instagram, TikTok, the attention span, the time per scroll is like slower. So you have about 3 seconds to capture someone's attention. And in that, like the caption does not matter at all. The only thing that matters is like how watchable is the actual video.
Okay.
I'd say on Instagram, things should be vertical. Twitter, things should be horizontal. And also as a general rule of thumb, and this is something that I don't see a lot of people talk about, but there's like different levels of consciousness that you'll have on different platforms. On Instagram, TikTok, you have a very low level of consciousness because it doesn't take that much to just sit down and watch a video. And as a result, that's why things like mobile ad, like the fucking Flappy Bird ads, like those will do so well because you're operating at like probably the lowest level of consciousness, and it's just so easy for you to be like emotionally ticked by something and then click it. On Twitter, because it's caption focused and you have to actually read the thing, you're operating at a much higher level. It's not as high as if you're like reading a book, but on Twitter, this is the reason why if you're building something like B2B or if you have like an actual value and then like the onboarding takes a lot longer and it's like a desktop app or it's like a hardware device, like you're much better off just solely focusing on Twitter. Yeah. And this is true for any content space that is like largely caption first. Yeah. It's true for Reddit, it's true for LinkedIn. And I'd say there's different businesses that have no space being, like many businesses have absolutely no business being on Instagram, TikTok, just because the average consciousness level of people there is going to be too low for anyone to actually convert.
So you have to like be more enraging. So why don't those companies just like take a page of the Cluely playbook and like, like be more enraging on them? Like you think it just doesn't work for them?
I wouldn't even like, again, I wouldn't say that enraging is the playbook. It's like differentiated is the playbook.
Okay.
For example, when I said like introducing the Cluely marketing team, like that was a good video that was just differentiated.
Yeah.
And it wasn't enraging at all.
Yeah.
And I think if you can make differentiated content, then sure. Like Anthropic's fucking like coffee store, that was like a different thing. It was why it went viral.
Yeah.
And people don't necessarily want to see something enraging, but obviously with the platform, like the reason you are so incentivized to make something enraging on Twitter is because on Twitter, the golden thing that you should care about solely is quote posts. If you look, and this is something that is true, like I've reviewed a bunch of launch videos from a bunch of founders, and every single time I see a bad one, I will ask them, when someone quote posts this, what do you think they will say? And it could be like you're launching GPT-5 and it's extremely obvious what they'll say. Like everyone will jump in with their take. And if you even you just have to imagine that it is very, very clear in your head when you quote post it, someone will say something about it, which is why you want to be like enraging, because then like the angry opinions are the loudest. But also like you can do this in many, many ways.
Yeah. Okay. So we've kind of gone through a lot of the playbook here, but I want to hear what's next for Cluely. How does Cluely win?
How does Cluely win? I mean, right now, I generally have this long-term vision. I think, and do not take me at my word for this. I'm just some random kid, but I'm pretty sure you have to hedge against both the world of ASI coming relatively soon and also the world that models just plateau here. And if models just plateau here, I'm of the opinion that among the consumer AI tool space, there's not been very many that are super interesting and super value add. And of the ones that are, like I'd say like probably the AI note taker is like one of the only ones that I've genuinely seen people gain value out of. So in the case that the models plateau, it feels to me that one of the most compelling things is like the AI note taker. So you want to be in that space. But you also have to imagine like what if the models get like fucking ridiculously good? And if that's the case, then you know like the Cluey launch video was exactly like suggestive of if like GPT-7 happened, and this is what we think that it would be able to do for your life. And Cluey, in its current form factor, this translucent glass pane that appears over everything and augments the way you work on your computer, like this is primed to enter that space as well. And I think the way Cluey wins, I mean, at our core, we're like an application layer product. So it depends on how well the models do. If the models plateau here, then our plan is to become the best AI note taker, starting with the consumer. And if the models get ridiculously better, then you saw the video yourself.
And I think that Cluely, is in some ways become infamous for this strategy. Like, I think that a lot of people look at it and say, this is not what tech startups should be about. You should be focused on building the product. You shouldn't be focusing on just the marketing of it. I'm curious what you say to those people, the critics.
Yeah, I think for every single successful person, there's like a graveyard of other startups who have failed and wouldn't share the opinion that, oh, you can just fucking build a thing and people will come. And like there's just so many people out. And usually the only advice you'll hear is from people who, like Sam Altman will say, it's a lot easier to raise $100 million than $1 million. Like, yeah, if you're Sam Altman, maybe. But like realistically, most people, if you're a college student, like you won't think that way. And these successful people, I think we'll say like what has worked for them is we didn't really focus on marketing because I was a nerdy engineer and I didn't really know how to do it and I didn't need it, so you don't need it either. But in reality, like in their wake, there's 100 other failed startups who, if they had adopted this sort of marketing, like they actually would have made it. And you just don't hear about them because they're not the ones that get clipped up and they're not the ones that are famous. And I would say if you actually looked at the net opinions of every single person and truly ignored the noise of every single founder who tried, had a chance and failed, like I think a lot of them would say like, yeah, low-key, I wish we had better marketing. And you wouldn't hear the successful billionaires saying like, yo, just focus on product like I did and you'll be a billionaire. Like, man, shut your ass up, bro.
Who do you look to for advice?
For advice? It's hard. I feel like I'm like in like pioneering something different. Probably like fucking like Jake Paul, bro.
All right. Well, I think that's all of our time. Roy, thank you so much for being here. Thank you, everyone. All right.
Thank you, bro.
Thanks, Mark.
Okay, I think you gotta go backstage. I admire the hustle, though. So we've reached the final session of TechCrunch Disrupt. And this is also going to be the very last time that I am on stage, so I just wanted to take a minute to thank you for being a wonderful audience. Thank you for being here to celebrate 20 years of TechCrunch with us. I can still remember being a baby tech blogger and coming to my first TechCrunch conference 15 years ago, and it really felt like I'd kind of come to the center of the universe. It's been a highlight to come back every year and still feel that same energy. And that said, before I get too emotional, let me take care of a little bit of introductions. First, let me mention that after the next session, we're going to be announcing the winner of the Startup Battlefield, so make sure you stick around for that.
More to gain, but more to lose.
And of course, we do have one last session. Our next guest has gone from dominating on the court to making big moves off of it. Tristan Thompson is bringing the same drive and discipline that fueled his NBA career to his next chapter as an entrepreneur and investor. Joining him to dive into that journey and what it takes to reinvent yourself in the public eye is TechCrunch senior reporter Rebecca Balan. So please welcome Tristan and Rebecca.
Nice job. Good afternoon. This is
Hello.
going
Give it
on,
up for
buddy?
Tristan. Yeah. Woo! Okay. Thank you so much for joining us today here at TechCrunch Disrupt, the 20th anniversary of TechCrunch Disrupt. Now, Tristan, you've got a lot going on off the court, and a lot of it is crypto. What attracted you to the crypto space?
Well, I think that's the question that everybody wants to ask, right? They're like, what is Tristan Thompson doing in this space, right?
Yeah.
You know, from seeing me on the basketball court or seeing what I've done off the court from pop culture-wise, why crypto? And I think for me is I would kind of give BlackRock a little reason why this all came together. I remember just a little backstory. Back in 2021, you know, when you always do your meetings with your financial advisors, I remember during that time, I said, hey, you know, I want to buy some Bitcoin. I want to like expand my portfolio and buy Bitcoin, and what do you guys think about that? And the first thing they said to me was, oh, it's too volatile. And the one thing about, you know, anyone that knows about BlackRock, you know, they love to strut their stuff and say how great they are. We manage trillions of dollars for all these people, for all these countries, just like, it was almost like the shut up and give me your money and don't ask questions, right? But for me, being who I am, and from the world I'm from, it kind of ignited that. I was like, okay, they had an issue with it, but the next thing you know, a couple of months later, you start seeing Larry Fink buying Bitcoin and they're accumulating. So I said, okay, you guys have a problem when I want to extract my money from this portfolio and go have the custodial and own my own Bitcoin and be able to control that. You guys rather just be almost like the middleman and say, hey, give me your money, we'll make money off you, and you just enjoy the fruits of the labor. So for me, that's
Do you have nothing in traditional investment? It's all Bitcoin now?
No, I spread, no, listen, one thing about me, I say, listen, expand your portfolio and have a little bit of everything, but that conversation made me curious.
Right.
And because of that, it got me into the space to want to learn more, and it's got me to where I am today. And
so now you're talking about like financial, owning your own finances, financial empowerment. You're part of a new venture called World Mobile, and this is about bringing internet access. And there is a crypto play here because it's each node or piece of infrastructure that emits internet access is connected to the blockchain. I would love if you told everyone a little bit more about World Mobile, and then we can get into some of the news behind it.
Yeah, no, so World Mobile, it's obviously on the blockchain, but I almost imagine Uber for telecommunication, right? I think these conglomerates, AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, they have done a good job just extracting from our communities, but never empowering entrepreneurs. Never empowering people to basically take their privacy back. You know, look at our phones. It's listening to everything that we know and talk about.
Well, I don't know if it's highly regulated. I'm not sure it's listening to us.
Listen, for me personally, when I talk about...
So maybe certain people are listening, but I don't know that are the telcos.
Yeah, well, listen, at the end of the day, I feel like privacy is a big thing, and that's something that World Mobile we're providing. We're giving you back your privacy. We're also empowering entrepreneurs, right? For myself and communities, and this is why it hit home, was that you're able to purchase an air node and be able to provide connectivity to your area, but also it generates income and revenue where you can give back to your communities. Especially a guy where I'm from the inner cities, we never had those kind of opportunities to become entrepreneurs. We were just, play sports and figure it out. So the fact that they're able to create this rev share economy, it was definitely exciting, and that's why we're here today to have some more news about it.
Yeah, and so we have some news. We actually have a clip to show you. If the people in the back might play that clip for us, and then Tristan will walk us through it.
Putting up a radio.
Okay.
Into the back of a Starlink or your home connection.
Okay.
And then that's going to propagate. They're going to put two back to back. So one's propagating 180 this way, 180 that way, and then you're going to have perfect coverage wherever you go as soon as you leave your house.
Yeah.
Whenever someone from a mobile network that we have an interconnect with passes here, they pay you. You generate an income, which is also...
That's the cool part too. There's a program with World Mobile that allows people to create revenue in their communities. I always imagine like East Cleveland, an area that's been neglected and no one's cared about for the last 15 years. If I'm able to bring connectivity to that community and create revenue there, you could take that revenue stream and put it back into these community centers, put it back into the schools, put it back into housing projects to build back a community. And it all just started with telco.
So this is called Uplift. This is a subsidiary of World Mobile. And explain why it's different than World Mobile and what kind of opportunities you hope that it brings to entrepreneurs in disadvantaged communities.
Well, for me, it's about how can I help people that have walked a similar life that I walked. And I think for us, what we're doing is providing connectivity and connection for unlimited data at a way lower cost than the market.
How much is it?
$9.99.
$9.99 to access unlimited data, but that's in your community, right?
Yes. So the way we have it set up where you'll have data and access within your community. But I loved the fact that also, like we said with World Mobile, you still have the whole air nodes component. But I think for me, it's like, how can I help my community have a better tomorrow? And that's what this is about. And I've been very blessed and fortunate to have a team that understands this vision, and we want to help people in America, help the inner city, and just give people hope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you describe this as kind of like Uber, but for internet infrastructure. I don't know if you've taken an Uber lately, but when you talk to Uber drivers, they're not always that happy, right? Like, it's a lot of money to maintain a car, to buy a car, to have to do all that, and like the margins are actually kind of low. How is this different? Like, do people, like, if I wanted to set this up, would I have to spend the money on that node?
Yeah, so you have to, what I like about this is that when I was talking to kids in Cleveland and young teenagers, what we're going to do also is to raise money and create funds where people can put money together to end up donating them to communities. And that's the cool thing about this, is that there's always a give back component. And I think that's the most important. Like, we're so also blessed and fortunate to be where we're at, but it doesn't mean nothing unless we're able to help others, right? So what we're able to do is put these air nodes and really, and like you said, sometimes Uber drivers are upset about the rates and what they take home, but for us, it's not about that. The money that they're gonna be making is gonna be, they'll be very happy in terms of, especially the APYs that they'll be receiving.
Right. So they are able to make money off of their community, but they do have to pay for the installation of the node. Do they have to pay for the maintenance?
No, we fully insure. We take care of the maintenance. So if, let's say, a storm comes and the power's down, you call our team gets out there in the next couple hours, sets it up, and gets you back connected. So we take care of all that.
Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting, like trying to disrupt the telecoms infrastructure. This is a hard business to try to get into and disrupt. What kind of regulatory approvals do you need?
I mean, we're fully regulatory, we're fully regulated. We have all, we've been approved by all the companies, been approved by everything. So it's nothing, one thing about me, I'll never want to put anybody in danger or harm's way. So everything's above board. We're fully approved, fully backed. And
how, have you tested this? Like, where is it now? Where is it today? Where's World Mobile?
So we actually started in Reno. I think we brought about 20% of Reno back to connectivity. There was a lot of areas in Reno that did not have that. We actually were, when the hurricane happened in North Carolina, in Asheville, Starlink went out there and tried to bring connectivity, and they weren't able to. So people in Asheville actually reached out to the World Mobile team, and we were able to get out there and send a couple of our guys on helicopters to fly in, and we were actually the one that brought connectivity back to Asheville, North Carolina during that hurricane.
Wow. Okay, that's great. And so you're working with Starlink to access this internet?
Well, we were able to help them, yeah.
Yes, okay. And so your title is Digital Equity Officer, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so how do you measure digital equity?
I mean, listen, the one thing, I'm a positionless guy. It's very similar to sports, right? A position is just a position, a name is a name. It's like, how can you impact? How can you make a difference? So the titles are great, but it's like, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to accomplish? So for me, like we said, is attack the inner city, attack low-income areas, because I'm from those areas, and it means a lot to me to help uplift and bring that power back.
Okay, speaking of sports, like, how has your background and your sports background contributed to this new path you're taking towards entrepreneurship?
I think it's the same thing. I think sports, what I tell people, me being a parent, I think everything's about team. It's very, very rarely it's a one-man show. And what I've learned from in basketball is understanding human behavior, understanding personalities, and aligning yourself with people that have the same demeanor, drive, and work ethic like you. So for myself in the space, I've only wanted to associate myself with people with that kind of DNA. Because listen, at the end of the day, we might create something, we might fail, which is okay. But at least I know that me and you went in the foxhole together. We were 2 feet in, we're about the same thing, and I just gave it a try to see if it can work.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, again, I wanted to take it back to talking about financial freedom and crypto. This is obviously a very risky and volatile space. Most people who've invested in crypto have actually lost money. How do you think that, like, what approach are you taking with World Mobile or with any of your other, I know you've got Axon DAO, which is a health focused venture that we can talk about as well, but how are you ensuring that kind of protection going forward for people?
Yeah, what I always tell people is obviously do your education and understand where or who are you getting in business with, right? So for myself, like anything, I think the way we got to look at it is that there's good people and there's bad. There's good doctors, there's bad doctors. There's good police officers, bad police. Listen, not everyone's perfect, but it's who you want to associate yourself with. And for me, when I'm talking to other celebrities, athletes, and people that want to get into this space, is I say, here, do your research. But if you guys want help, I could tell you the people that I've been around, OGs in the space that have been in for many cycles, whether it's Ryan Fang or Olaf, guys like that have been about the right thing and built some great product. That's the people you want to associate yourself with. So for me, I've been fortunate. I haven't, been around any of the bad apples, knock on wood. So I've been counting my blessings with that.
Yeah, and you told me previously that you were kind of, on your team with the Cavaliers, you often serve as sort of a financial coach, like helping people understand more about how to have financial literacy. Do you feel like in these roles with World Mobile, for example, is that part of your role within the company, just kind of trying to talk to people outside to try to teach them about this world?
Yeah, I mean, I have my teammates every day. I remember Donovan Mitchell actually called me after called me after me leaving KBW. It's like, man, what are you doing in Korea? And I'm like, I'm out there talking keynote, like talking about crypto, talking about like the projects I'm building. He's like, man, tell me more. Like, I want to know. So like, the one thing about athletes and celebrities that, everyone's sometimes nervous to be the first to do something, but if you have the conviction and the willpower and okay to stand at the forefront of this, a lot of guys want to listen and learn. And I think that's kind of what I've been in the locker room, kind of been the elder statesman that's been giving, whether it's me telling guys to, hey, with your financial advisors, audit them every 2 years. With your financial guys, ask how much percentage they're taking off any investment they're making, right? What are the kickbacks? You got to ask these questions because the reality is that everyone in here knows, right? What's the narrative about most athletes? When they walk in, they make a lot of money at an early age, and when they leave, they have less than everyone expected, right? So how can we break that cycle? And I take a lot of ownership of that to put myself in position to help change that narrative.
I would love to hear just like a little bit about your other venture, Axon DAO. Okay, so this is a decentralized science collective where users are able to control their own health data. Can you explain to the audience what that's about and why you're interested in this at all?
Yeah, I mean, Axon DAO meant a lot to me just because, so for anyone who doesn't know, my brother Amari, he's 19, he has epilepsy, and he has LGS. So if you put into context, 1 out of 100 children have epilepsy, but 1 out of 50,000 children with epilepsy have the version that Amari has. So for Amari, he doesn't speak, doesn't walk, doesn't talk. So I have full-time nurse and caregivers, 2 of them taking care of him around the clock. And for me, what my family went through growing up in Toronto and in Canada with the healthcare system and that, sometimes, to be honest, quite frankly, sometimes universal is not always the best option. But from low-income families, it's all we have. So for us, we went through so many different trials for Amari, which I got to a point now where I was an MBA, was very fortunate to have the means to be able to have him see specialists. And one specialist at UCLA, Dr. Hussein, said, Tristan, I hate to give you bad news, but I wish we met each other 5-7 years earlier because we had treatments that could have potentially gave Amari a different life, a more easier life compared to what he's going through now. And for me, that just motivates me. How can I be a part, especially with Axon DAO, what they're doing is putting your healthcare data on chain. Imagine I was able to get a hold of Dr. Hussein 10 years ago, right? And know the treatments that he's doing at UCLA to give that to Amari. And I think being on the blockchain, it allows you that opportunity. It's no different if there's a doctor in Kenya that has a treatment that obviously is not approved here in America, just to be able to have that conversation and us even explore that, right? I want to be able to give the family behind me a chance that I was never given. And I think that's what the DNA with Axon DAO is using the blockchain is about.
Okay, so and this is so that you are able to share your health data. Well, basically, you can own your own health data, right? Starting with wearables, you're hoping to branch out into just your general health data that is on the blockchain. You own that, and if you so choose, you can get incentivized to share that data with researchers who might be able to help you in this kind of a scenario. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then so again, healthcare, highly regulated, right? This is a tough space to disrupt. When you hear crypto and healthcare put together, how do you ensure that people would actually have the trust to get involved in something like this?
Yeah, I think we're very fortunate to have a lot of doctors, whether it's from Johns Hopkins or from Cleveland Clinic, to be part of this movement. We've had a lot of physicians that are part of the Axe Endow team, which that also gives you a stamp. It's no different than anything, right? If you create a great tech and project, but you have no one that's part of that space that stamps and wants to be a part of the journey, people start to question and ask. But obviously, the great thing about the blockchain is it's through smart contracts. So it's not like it says Amari Thompson's medical data, right? It's all smart contract, so you have that privacy, but you have that protection as well. But for me, it's just, I look at every sector of life and say, where can we make these improvements? Where are the areas that we can get better at? And I feel like this is one that we can, give people a better tomorrow.
Can someone download and delete their data if they wanted to?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, you can download it, yes.
Yeah. Okay, and this is not the only crypto blockchain focused venture you have now. The next one is more of your baby, right? It's called basketball.fun. And this, to me, looks like crypto plus sports betting plus a little bit of the Hunger Games. So please explain to the audience what exactly this new product is.
You know the crazy, I think everything we were talking about today, what I'm part of, is like disrupt. Exactly what this conference is about, like disrupt. Like me coming and disrupting the markets on areas that I think need to be improved. So for basketball.fun, it's a platform that we built on Somnia. Myself and Herman Nurula, who's the co-founder of Somnia, a great friend of mine, brilliant mind. We looked at this and we said, let's look at sports, right? And fan engagement. What we always preach, and if you listen to media, what is the number one thing that owners and players say? The fans are everything. They mean without the fans, we are nothing. But let's put our money where our mouth is, and let's create a product where the fans and fan engagement can really determine the value of a player. Right. So that's what we came to create, and it's super exciting. And I'll dive in a little bit more about.
Right. So it's like so basically what you've told me about it is that you can create essentially a meme coin, a token of every NBA player. Right. Do you have licensing for this? Are you working with the NBA, or is this more fan fiction style?
No, this is like fan. So with us, the reason why the cool thing about it is that one thing about the NBA in terms of licensing, right? As long as you don't use the jersey that says Lakers.
Okay.
So it's
just the names.
Yes, you can use
the players.
Avatar.
Okay,
you can.
So we've got the avatar of the player, and you are given. You described it to me as like you're given like a pack, like a 5-pack, right? When you open up those basketball cards, and each player's is associated on the blockchain. They are. Wait. Help me out here.
Yeah, let me get you. Yeah, I got you. I got you. So what we did is basically tokenize each and every player in the NBA. Every player on the active roster, we tokenize them. And the way we made it cool and bring that kind of that fan experience is that I know most gentlemen in here, remember when you were as a kid and used to open up the card packs, that was the excitement. You didn't know what's in there. You don't know if you're going to get a Vince Carter or you're going to get a rookie LeBron James jersey, a card, right? A rookie card. So for us, we did a pack. We do it through packs, very similar to other platforms are doing, where you open a pack, and you're gonna get 5 cards, which is 5 players. So then you'll be given shares of that player, right? So the cool thing, it's almost like, imagine Pump Fun meets Polymark with a prediction market, but letting us as a fans really determine guys' value. And like we had a conversation, was like 2 examples, right? Paul George and Jared McCain. I don't know how many people are very familiar with those guys. Gentleman right there knows. So obviously everyone knows how great Paul George is as a player, right? All-star player, very good player. But Jerry McCain is a very talented player, but his social media side and his off-the-court impact in terms of how big he is, he's a kid that's doing all the TikTok dances. I mean, he's got like millions of views,
You're
right?
talking to the wrong girl.
So with him, the fans might value him more than Paul George. And the cool thing about it is, yes, 80% of the value is going to be performance-based, but it's also your off-the-court. And another good example is like Travis Kelce, right? Travis Kelce, great player. When he started dating Taylor Swift, his value went up. It's no different. Token goes up when you have off-the-court, good or bad. So that's how we made it where it's more the fan, but it's more like the adrenaline rush.
So why would anyone come? So basically, the value of the token is tied to how the player performs on and off the court. There's DraftKings, there's NBA Top Shot. Why would anyone come to this platform?
Well, I think what DraftKings and FanDuel, they've done a good job, but it's very old school mentality, right? I think it's very vanilla, and it's very, people are just tired and bored of it. I mean, think about this right now. Look at Polymark is getting so much mindshare and taking away so much of the dollars from these platforms because people like the fast, adrenaline, quick quick, especially with live sports, things can change in a minute. When you go on DraftKings and you want to place a bet, you got until the tip-off. Once the tip-off starts, you're stuck in that bet. But the cool thing about us is that you'll be able to pull in and out of your trades and bets at any moment of the game. Obviously, with the last 2 minutes left or when the game's over, you can't pull out your bet because you have a penalty. But like that's what we created, right? Like we said, what this is about, being a disrupt. So like this is what we're about. This is what we're about, and I'm excited about it.
Well, how accessible is it to someone who wants to, take part in this but doesn't want to get involved in crypto? They don't have a wallet.
That's the cool thing about it. Crypto's all under the hood.
Okay.
It's all under the hood, and I think that's where, for me, was very important, is because I come from the Web 2 world. My native background is Web 2, and what I always tell founders is that how are you going to be able to take your Web 3 project or a program and be able to get the mass adoption? You can't make people, like you said, when people hear crypto sometimes, they get a little nervous, right? But for us, that's why MoonPay's done such a good job, where just the on-ramping is super easy, whether it's Apple Pay, what we're going to provide, tap to pay, it's going to be super easy where you won't know it's crypto under the hood.
Okay, and then so we've had some recent controversy with NBA players betting on themselves and on their own games on the sports betting world. Can players own their own meme coins, essentially? Because you said that, yes, you get the 5-pack, but there's also going to be a secondaries market where you can, trade players, essentially.
Yeah. The reality is this, right? And this is why I'm very motivated to do something like this, is because it's very interesting that the fact that these companies,
Which
like
companies?
the NBA,
Okay.
the NHL, they are able to sign deals with betting platforms and generate revenue and make money, which we never see those deals, by the way. When it comes to negotiating the CBA, we don't see those deals. We don't see those numbers. We only receive the numbers that they want to show us. So for us, if players choose to want to be on this platform and play with Basketball.fun and buy their own tokens and play the game, that's on them. But I mean, that's the cool thing about the blockchain, is that it's fully private. I'm not sitting here and telling guys, go and buy your token, run it up. But like, I'm Costco. Whatever you buy in Costco, that's on you. That's up to you.
But how do you make sure that they are not trying to game the system, right?
I mean, that's the same thing we ask about referees. Are they not gaming the system?
Well, I mean, are you saying that referees are being bribed?
I'm just asking. It's just a question to be asked. I mean, it's a question that everyone asks. I think it's like.
Well, there's ethics involved, right? So there's like a, as a journalist, I'm not allowed to say who I vote for, right? Like I could, or not publicly at least, right? There's ethics that you adhere to, whether or not there's, strict rules for doing so.
Well, I think the world is changing. I think people are respecting more of just honesty and organic and being your true self, and I think that's who I am. So in terms of, people question every day about calls, and I mean, if you go on social media and you go on X, guys know when certain referees are doing certain games, there's no difference. Scott Foster and Chris Paul don't like each other, so you know that game, Chris Paul might not have the best game. So it's very known in fact.
The world's changing. Is it that we are respecting honesty, or is that we are accepting a lack of decorum, right? We've talked previously about if Trump can have a meme coin, why not NBA players? Which I don't know is a convincing argument.
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, if President Trump can launch a meme coin and it's accepted, and listen, I mean, if you look at the charts right now, everyone's buying into the token right now, so it's definitely some exciting times in the space. But I think people should be allowed to be their true self and own it. And I think that's something that I'm here to preach, but also it's about fixing the areas that we can be better at. And I think that's Basketball.fun is one of those areas.
Okay, another hard question for you.
I love these questions, by the way.
Okay, great.
I love them.
You say that you care about financial empowerment, financial freedom. Sports betting is, I'm just going to say it, I don't think it's good for men. I don't think it's good for you guys. I think that a lot of men are losing money on sports betting, and I think that it's not contributing to a good mental health outcome for a lot of men. What do you think this will do for them? So
do you think we should just shut down all gaming?
Not all gaming, but maybe betting. I don't know. I don't have a hard opinion, but I think that we should be mindful about how we approach things. And just because something's going to be popular and a lot of people are going to adopt it, that doesn't mean it's going to be a good thing for the world.
Well, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, right, us as human beings, we're always in charge of the decisions that we make in life. I think the reality is that gaming, whether it's betting, it's still a joy and passion. It's a different kind of sport. It's still sport at the end of the day. It's just, yes, there's some risk behind it, but like anything in life, I think there's always risk. It's no different than you invest in a company. Doesn't mean it's going to do well. We're taking that risk. Same thing with betting. You want to bet on something, it's very similar. So I think I think, and I think it's not just only men, I think just everyone, men, women, children, I think everyone bets, right? I think it's in the adrenaline rush, it's part of us being human, right? You strive for like something that's gonna get you going. So I understand your point where you don't like betting and don't understand that, but it's no different than investing in a project and it goes to zero. Doesn't guarantee you.
Yeah, I mean, the difference is it's retail investors kind of losing a lot of their money that they had worked really hard for, which is a big risk, and
I mean,
not everyone's an NBA player.
That's true. But I mean, I think at the same time, I've seen a lot of people that have bet and made a lot of money and changed their family's life for a long period of time.
Okay. Now, where do you want to see this? Like, what's the dream if it takes off?
My dream is to have, it's actually a friend of mine at DraftKings, he owns DraftKings. That would be my dream for him to call and say, let's have a conversation.
Oh, you want a little
Yeah, that's
little
what
merger,
I mean,
little
that's what it's about.
acquisition?
Yeah, I think that's.
You call us if it happens, right?
Yeah, this is what I love, right? It's coming and challenging the market, and you know you've done well is when they call your phone, and I mean that's what I've done with other companies that I've partnered with and built, where it's no different than I was one of the early investors of Skims, and Nike comes and says let's do a collab, right? It's being able to take mindshare from someone else to become a person where they want to join forces.
Yeah.
And I'm all about collaboration. That's part of being an athlete. That's part of how I got this far is being able to work with other people.
Yeah. Okay. I'm glad you brought up Skims. So we're talking crypto, we're talking business, we're talking healthcare. Now we're not going to go into this because we're not the tabloids, but you've had some public lapses in trust. How are you positioning yourself now? When you're talking to investors, business partners, customers, how do you instill trust in them?
Yeah, I mean, listen, at the end of the day in life, we all go through trials and tribulations, and I think that's helped shape me to be the man that I am. Of course, yeah, are you not proud of the situations that you put yourself in? Definitely not, but I think it's part of growing pains. And I think for most people, they understand it's just part of growing up as a human being, right? We're not all perfect, and it's okay to make mistakes. It's how do you come back and triumph through it, and I think America is the best place for that, where the American people love a great comeback story and love a person that will strive, even when they're in the ashes and they're down and people think they're down and out, they triumph through and reach back gold and reach back to the mountaintop. That's what the American way is, right? You might get beat down, but as long as you don't give up and stand back up on your 2 feet and keep pushing through day in and day out, people respect that and people actually appreciate that because we're all going through kind of similarities like this, right? Mine was obviously just more public than someone else's, but it also shows people we're also human as well.
Right.
We also make mistakes. We're not just these picture-perfect people that live in a bubble in Calabasas.
Yeah, we can clap for that. Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for your honesty. And I think that we can look towards, Silicon Valley loves a comeback story as well. They say that if you messed up, you've probably learned from it. I mean, just look at, the WeWork founder and how much investment he's getting today. So, anyway, hey.
I got everyone going.
Hope you're not in the room. Thank you so much, Tristan, for joining us. We're really happy to have you here. Everyone, please give it up for Tristan Thompson.
Thank you guys so much. Amazing.
Thank you.
America moves on big ideas. Every leap forward in our history has needed breakthrough energy.
Ignition, liftoff.
Now, AI is here. The next big leap. And Chevron is working to power it. We're aiming to develop multi-gigawatt power plants near data centers, designed with future pathways to lower carbon intensity. AI gets the power it needs. Communities get the jobs. And the grid stays strong. Because when we power AI today, we build America's next superpower.
Everyone, thank you so much for sticking around for this big announcement coming up. Before we get to it, I just wanted to thank the entire TechCrunch team. Every single person worked on this event to make it such a success. I really appreciate everything that everyone did. Thank you, too, to the production team at 511, with which we have worked for many years, and we really love the crew and are thankful to them. Just so you know, we have a Strictly VC event coming up December 3rd in Palo Alto at the offices of Playground Global, which are not very office-like. It's our boutique series where we bring together headlining investors and top founders, and it's going to be great. You can get more information at TechCrunch.com and watch the site for more Strictly VC events coming up next year. Also, mark your calendars. Disrupt 2026 is October 13th through the 15th, right here. Quick thank yous to our sponsors. I wanted to thank One Wave Ballast Networks, Account Talent, Arison Inc., A171, All Talents, Alumni Ventures, Antino, Asleep, Auth, Banff Intelligent Tire System, Berkeley Skydeck, Berkeley Startup Cluster, Beta University, Beta Tech, Bika AI, Brave Search API, Bruin Entrepreneurs, Karen Company, Carta Morgan Stanley, Klika, Cosmo X AI, Dscope, Dokio, Draper Startup House Korea, Divio by Riedel, Echo Her, Electronic Frontier Foundation, Elixir, Enterprise Ireland, Fireworks AI, Flex AI, Founder Tactics Podcast, Founders Bay, Future AGI, Phi Labs, Growth Sphere AI, Halo, Heidi Health, Home Show AI, Infino AI, Innova, Invest Hong Kong, Investment and Development Agency of Latvia, JustPay, Lean Solutions Group, Lessie AI, Lightfield, Llama Lounge, Lutra, MinDD, Morph Systems, New Bird AI, NMI, Nomad Platforms, Ogu's Law, Petonic AI, Protofy XYZ, Palumi, Pure Logics LLC, Capita, Cognitive, Rome, Salesbricks, Scroot Automation, Silicon Valley Impact, Snapshot AI, SOSV, Stag AI, Superconnected, Sustainiverse, Tabs Data, Taba Base, Tampa Bay Wave, Techstars, Tempo, TerraGrit, Tesselo, The Wires, UC Berkeley, Sijarda Center for Entrepreneurship and Technology, Uptin, Veal, VOAI, Vently, Wearit AI, WHR AI, Y Tenerife, Women in Security and Privacy, WorkerBee, Zenmu Tech, Zedic AI, Zoho. The Aerospace Corporation, AHA, Artisan, Bright Data, Chevron, Foundry, Epic Aircraft, Google Cloud, Greenfield Partners, iMerit, Israel Innovation Authority, JP Morgan, JetBrains, Kotra, Mercury, MongoDB, Pebble, SAP, Scale Venture Partners, Silk Road Innovation Hub, Symphony AI, Tech Destination Pakistan, TriNet, and Warp, and a few more. Barcelona, Catalonia Startup Ecosystem, CGTN, Dolny Slask, Lower Silesia, Duplo Cloud, EcoFlow Technology, Equinity, Friendly AI, Hi Hello, Jetro, JSX, JustWorks, Polkadot, Remote, Team of Wakers, the Polish Investment and Trade Agency, the Rising Omani Startups Program, and Thomson Reuters. Thank you all so much for participating in Disrupt. We couldn't do it without you. Really appreciate you. Now for my favorite part of being TechCrunch's editor-in-chief, I get to help announce the winner of the Startup Battlefield. To help me do that, please welcome our wonderful Startup Battlefield chief, Isabel Johannesson.
Thank you, Connie. Hi, everyone. We hope you have had a wonderful 3 days at Disrupt. Startup Battlefield is TechCrunch's premier early-stage launch competition and pitch program. And so every year we receive thousands of applications from all over the world and across pretty much every industry. And our team of TechCrunch editorial hand selects the 200 most outstanding early-stage companies to represent the best and future of innovation in their respective industries. Startup Battlefield 200 have been exhibiting right here at Disrupt downstairs in our expo hall all 3 days. So we hope that you've had a chance to walk through the expo hall and see the companies and see what they're building. They've also been pitching on our showcase stage downstairs. They've done a fantastic job with those pitches. We've even had some celebrity power this year. We have a Battlefield founder, Kyle Rudolph, former NFL, who is the founder of Alteru. We even had Thomas Middleditch from the TV show Silicon Valley pitching for Startup Battlefield company Othelia. So that's always fun to see. So these are the 200 companies that are building the future. They're changing the way we live, the way we work, the way we play. So we really hope that all of you have had a chance to connect with them and that you will connect with them going forward. So please give a huge round of applause to all of the Startup Battlefield 200 companies. And I'm sure there might be a few people in the audience who are wondering how they can get in on Startup Battlefield 2026. And we would suggest that you subscribe to our Startup Battlefield newsletter, because that will be the first place that we announce the launch of applications in spring of 2026. We're also excited to announce that thanks to our partnership with Foundry and Cheddar, we intend to do a series of international battlefields going forward. So stay tuned for that, and again, subscribe to the newsletter for updates. Startup Battlefield is highly competitive. It is one of the most competitive startup programs in the industry, where less than 1% of applicants make it to pitch up here on the Disrupt stage. So if you are an aspiring founder in the audience or an early stage founder and you want to learn how to build a competitive Battlefield company, you should also check out our new podcast, Build Mode, that will be launching on November 13th, where we'll be interviewing founders about every stage of the founder journey and tricks that they've learned, pitfalls that they've experienced, so that you don't have to make those mistakes and you can learn from their experience. So speaking of top 20, right here on the Disrupt stage over the last 3 days, we've had 20 outstanding companies pitching and live demoing. We've had companies launch for the first time. We saw a robot learn how to pour a Coke right in front of our very eyes. We even had human kidneys up on this stage. Yeah. So let's give a huge, huge, huge round of applause to all of our top 20 companies. And also to our top 5 finalists who pitch again today on this stage in front of some of the world's top venture capitalists and had a really, really intense Q&A, but you all handled it beautifully. Huge round of applause for our top 5 finalists. All right, and lastly, before we get to the moment that you have all been waiting for, we would love to thank our premier sponsors of Startup Battlefield, Google Cloud and MongoDB, for all of your support. Thank you so much. And now is the time you've all been waiting for. All right. Can we get like an audience drum roll or something? Come on, there we go. Okay, the runner-up of Startup Battlefield 2025 is Nephrogen. It's not so easy to shake hands and balance a giant gift basket at the same time. We're juggling. Congratulations, Dimitri and to Nephrogen, outstanding. They had the human kidneys, for context. Okay, and now, the winner of Startup Battlefield 2025 is Glide. Thank you all to everyone in the audience. Thank you so much for coming to Disrupt. We hope to see you again next year. That's it from us. We're going to take some pictures, but we hope you have a wonderful day and see you next year. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello, testing. Can the TechCrunch team please come to the stage? TechCrunch staff, TechCrunch team for a group photo. Thank you.